The Path. Written by Kyla Walker. Narrated by Kyla Walker. Copyright Kyla Walker.
Dedication.
To my Lord and Saviour, who has been with me through seasons of drought and prosperity. Epigraph. The mystery of human existence lies not in just staying alive, but in finding something to live for. Fyodor Dostoevsky, The Brothers Karamazov. Prologue. The morning dew settled on the blades of the yellow, half-living weeds and grass scattered across the beachfront landscape, with nothing heard but the chirping of puffins and the crackle of the low burning embers in front of the straw hut dying down from the night prior. Kai, it's time. You are of age. Your path begins today. Kai hadn't slept the night before because he knew this was the day he turned 16, and every boy at the age of 16 was initiated into the Viking rite of passage. He knew what was before him, what nearly half the group of kids from his tribe grew up dreading but concealed well, and what the other half, due to either blunt confidence or sheer naivety, looked forward to with impatient desire. "I'm ready," Kai responded unwaveringly underneath his breath. "Are you?" his father asked. "Well then, let's begin by seeing whether or not your legs are as bold as your mouth. Bard is waiting for you with 11 drengs in the known unknown." The known unknown was the initiation location that every young adult who came of the path age began. The known unknown, Kai thought. Is this real? Is this really happening? What could possibly lie ahead that some friends I've known never returned from, and the ones who did return never returned to their former selves? "I'm ready," Kai repeated, and getting up from his straw bed, with merely the cloak on his back for warmth and his leather shoes for protection, he, without looking back at his father and hiding mother, walked out of the hut, onto the sandy beach, and on the path that would lead him through the village and into the mountains of the known unknown. Kai was the type of child who grew up with a soft heart and a quick temper. In this way, he loved his friends and had many, but as a friend to so many, had few friendships that weren't surface level. It wasn't often that he got angry, and as the joyful type, he tended to get along well with most. Only when he did get angry, he got really angry, and he found that his temper was hard to control, often leading him to making decisions he'd later regret. Walking, he recalled the time at the age of 6 when a peer threw a rock in his direction, and he perceived it as an intentional personal attack. After missing his face by a couple inches, Kai, without thinking twice, picked up a bigger rock and throwing it directly at his nose, shattered it in 3 places. After witnesses relayed the message to his mother, who relayed the message to his father, Kai was made to stand with his hands behind his back in front of his victim, Fano, who, in front of both his and Kai's family, was made to deliver justice with a blow in return to Kai's nose. Upon returning home from the punishment, he remembered his father's words. "You have so much potential, and yet you throw it away when you lose your temper. You need to learn to harness your anger and use it as a tool for strength. If you cannot do this, it will rule you, and you will never be Viking." Never be Viking, Kai thought, as he continued making his way to the known unknown. Bah, what does he know? I am one of the fastest and toughest kids in my age group. It was true. Kai had managed to outrun and outwrestle most everyone his age, aside from Halfdan, his best friend. But as Kai continued walking, a dark cloud, an austere presence, slowly took over his mind as the dreadful thought he intended to avoid all morning but had reluctantly remembered the night before, suddenly crept back in, making itself felt like thousands of needles pressing the inside of his muscles and body all at once. He was thinking about Arvid, his older brother who never returned from the path. Maybe my father has a point, he thought. Kai's temper resembled Arvid's, only it was rare that Arvid ever expressed his temper openly. Arvid, Kai remembered, had always maintained a stoic, straight face, but when rubbed the wrong way, took a more subtle and stealthy approach to exacting revenge on those who crossed him. Kai, now that he thought more about it, couldn't help but consider that this stealthy revenge Arvid had exacted on his peers prior to stepping onto the path years prior had in some way been his cause for never returning. But even those who did return from the path swore an oath of secrecy never to disclose what they saw. Yet there was no denying, by the way their eyes changed upon returning, that they had seen, or at least experienced, something. For better or for worse, what did it matter? The point is, they had returned. And not only had they returned, they were Viking.
Nothing matters more
Than being Viking, Kai thought aloud.
The Path.
Chapter 1. A Public Blunder. Fall had been coming to a close, and Kai sensed the gradual difference in weather with each passing day that led up to his 16th birthday. He wasn't sure what it was about the darker days of the cold season that often threw him into a state of asking the bigger questions of life, but today, with his thoughts on starting the path and making his way to the known unknown, the only question on his mind was what could possibly be waiting for him within the next few hours. Though the sun rose across the grey sky, it remained covered by clouds, as the atmosphere was laden with enough fog for him to see just 3 to 4 feet of the road in front and behind him. As he trekked the frost-laden dirt between various oak trees, he moved further and further into the moist, covered air. Something was different. He began to sense he was not alone, that he was being watched. Like that sixth sense someone gets when another is staring at them, and when turning to look, they come to find their suspicions are exactly as they suspected. Turning around and looking at the path behind him, he found nothing but a small road that quickly ended 3 feet from where the wall of fog began. "I can't lose it when I've only just begun," he said under his breath before making his way forward again. He felt an innate sense of courage and adrenaline, but not adrenaline born out of fear, rather adrenaline born out of power, drive, and a spirit that had become wholly intimate with competition. For the sake of reaching the path's end, Viking. For glory, he thought, I will show the world what it means to be a Langr warrior. Snap. Kai heard a twig break, and looking to his right, saw a shadow figure suddenly emerge at incomprehensible speed from the fog. Before he had time to react, he found himself laid out flat on his back and slammed against the rocky road. "A true Langr warrior never leaves his guard down," screamed a voice he was familiar with. It was Halfdan, his best friend. "And a true Langr warrior doesn't take cheap shots," Kai retorted, getting up angrily after being tackled. Calm down, brother. You know I can't have you walking into the known unknown without being on your toes," Halfdan laughed. Halfdan was significantly taller and darker than Kai. Kai was shorter, had greyish dark blue eyes, and a head of hair that resembled his father's springtime wheat harvest. Halfdan had hair as black as the Langr cloaks, with brown eyes and brown skin. He carried a muscular complexion, and the two had been rivals practically since Halfdan came into the world 6 months after Kai, which rivalry only escalated as soon as they both began to walk. Halfdan's family, alongside Kai's, were middle-class farming carls, but Kai was notoriously known for neglecting to respect the social class differences that others took precautionary notice of. Kai saw no difference in himself when compared to the Jarl up the road who had finer clothes or wielded a finer blade, and in fact would often become verbally belligerent towards these noticeable differences. He seemed to take pride in his humble beginnings, but this kind of pride often got him in trouble. Once, when gathered in the longhouse with nearly half the village, Kai volunteered to step up for storytelling. He conveyed a narrative of carls being sent to the front line of battle with gruesome depictions of slaughter and death, while the Jarls sat in the back lines on their horses and gave orders. Then, the leading Jarl got nervous watching other people fight, Kai continued in front of everyone, and so, pulling up too quickly on his horse's reins, he broke a nail. Screaming out in agony and pain, 3 Leiknirs quickly came to his side and bandaged his throbbing finger. When the battle was finally over and the Langr tribe won, the Jarl was rewarded immensely and crowned with honor upon his return home for his brave and courageous, awe-inspiring military strategy. The end. Dead silence filled the hall before the next storyteller volunteered. Kai's father scolded him, while Bard, the king of the tribe, pretended not to notice. After the incident, however, Kai did notice that Bard's son Leif, who was his age, was increasingly hostile towards him. "You must be scared," Halfdan said to Kai, with a tone half laughing and yet still inquiring. "I'm never scared," Kai fired back as he began walking again. "I'll catch up with you, Halfdan. I have to get to the known unknown." Nodding, Halfdan disappeared back into the dense fog that first concealed him from Kai. For all his life, there were few times Kai felt scared, even in seasons when war with his tribe's Traust enemies caused concern in others. Kai was often more focused on the present day's struggle and didn't think much about any obstacles beyond that time frame. This made him an incredibly effective worker who sprinted through productivity. But this close attention to what lay only 3 feet in front of him, as opposed to all the possibilities beyond the fog, he knew might catch him sooner or later. And one thing he did know: once someone reached beyond the known unknown, there was no telling how soon they would return. Chapter 2. Arvid. Further down the path Kai walked, feeling bolder with each step he took. Bard was waiting for him, and this alone kept him on edge. Bard was the chief of the tribe by way of direct lineage to King Gorm. He ruled the tribe of Langr with an air of firmness, but the difference was that he didn't have the same fear tactics that King Gorm was notorious for before the Great Schism. Something about him was different. His presence commanded respect, not by way of title, but by the way he carried himself. Kai couldn't help but notice that there was something off about Bard, about what exactly he couldn't say. Regardless, Kai, his family, and his tribe respected Bard and contributed their due tax to the village storehouse every summer season. As carls, Kai's family was known to contribute to both the harvest and the raids that were now being undergone perpetually against England. That is, when they were not fighting Trousts. His father, retired from warfare, was well respected within the tribe. As he walked along the fog-ridden path, a sudden second thought came over Kai, one that he had hoped would not overpower him, but that he, alongside his thoughts around the mystery of his brother Arvid, invariably resurfaced. He told himself he would not give in to his boyish whims and focus on what mattered. But, regardless of his determination and considering all the uncertainty that lay before him, he couldn't help but think of her. Her name was Tora Ingrid, Kai practically grew up with Tora since he got acclimated with the other Langr tribe children. The Ingrid family knew his family well, and there was an unspoken future that the two would have together in marriage, that is, if he returned from the path. Tora, Kai's age, was short, had black hair with dark blue eyes and round cheeks that added to the depth of her beauty. Ironically, it was her cheek features that made her so self-conscious. She was the apple of the eye to many young men and had even been proposed to by a warrior 2 years older than her upon him having returned from the path. Kai was cocky and irresponsive to the proposal, though his concealed jealousy remained far from hidden from her. She declined the older warrior as she reciprocated the feelings Kai had for her. I'll just peruse her hut, Kai thought, and see how nervous or confident she is about my path.
Chapter 3.
Detour. Approaching the fork in the road with the right path leading to the central Langr village and the left, the mountainous woods of the known unknown, Kai remembered his father's words. Bard is waiting for you with 11 drengs. A picture of Bard's stoic expression flashed in his mind. While he fully intended to show for his rite of passage, as neglecting to do so guaranteed banishment from his people, something inside him was drawing him in the other direction. Each second he stood in front of the split path felt like minutes passing. Time went fast, his heartbeat faster. Okay, I'll drop in for 2 seconds. What harm can it do? He said to himself, as his legs took him right, and he quickly began to pick up his pace. He assumed most villagers were probably at the training grounds at this hour, and remembered Tora's hut being closer to the outskirts of the community. Plus, he knew the secret way into the village through means of concealing himself between the thick pines and oaks on the northern mountain slope. This led him to the outskirts of the village, the place where Tora lived. The closer he approached the village, the quieter his steps became as he hugged the walls of fog he passed through. The wind was still. Caw! Kai jumped. Looking up, he saw a crow stirring above a great oak tree. Relieved, he continued walking. Emerging from the woods, yet still partially concealed by the fog, he recognized the Ingrid's hut. Located on the edge of the birch grove, it had the same thatched roof and worn wood as the other nearby huts. Creeping quietly, he made his approach, cautious and careful not to be spotted. As he got closer, he saw a figure tipping a bucket onto the crops outside. While the fog made it difficult to spot who it was standing outside, Kai was aware by the way this person moved that it was Tora. Picking up some pebbles, he threw them in her direction. Almost immediately, she looked up and began squinting her eyes. "Tora!" Kai quietly hissed. Of course, Tora knew this day was the beginning of Kai's path, and so had taken the initiative to water her father's crops in anticipation that Kai might come. Looking to her left and then to her right, Tora quickly, and with as much subtlety as she could, began walking to the edge of the forest where Kai stood waiting by the creek. When she got within hearing distance, Kai blurted out, "What took you so long?" "You're not supposed to be here," she responded with exactitude. "And I suppose it's just a coincidence that you happen to be here farming today?" he replied with a smirk. "Plants need water. Am I to assume plants are the only things with needs?" Tora paused and looked at Kai with a sad sense of longing, yet slightly firm in her resolve not to lose her composure. "Yes," she said unflinching. Kai pulled her in and kissed her gently on the forehead. Though time seemed to leap in front of him at a pace he couldn't catch at the fork in the road, it was at this time, and in this moment, if even for a split second, that time stood still. Kai knew he had to move forward and recalibrate his focus, that to allow himself to become too moved in this moment would mean to lose his edge, his direction, his purpose, and thus his chances of ever returning from the path. Squeezing her hand, he felt her slip a string-like object that felt coarse and tough on his skin into his hand. Gripping it, he gave her a look of encouragement, as if to say, "Your confidence in me will be my confidence on the path," and before looking away, caught a glimpse of her responding with an almost happy look of pure trust. This look he took with him, and it gave him the heart he needed to sustain him as he made his departure.
Chapter 4.
The Hierarchy of Being. Kai opened up his hand as he walked through the forest and saw that Tora had given him an Yggdrasil necklace. Yggdrasil was the world tree. It came from the story of Odin, sacrificing himself, hanging on a tree for 9 days to gain wisdom. The tree was said to have connected the 9 worlds of the cosmos and to have sustained the structure of the cosmos and life itself as its branches reached to the heavens and the gods held council at its base. I will grow in knowledge and wisdom through sacrifice, just as Odin himself has done, Kai thought to himself. The position of the sun in the sky made Kai nervous. If he didn't make it to the known unknown by Hadegi, there was no telling what could happen. While it was never discussed what happened to initiates who were seen heading towards their path late, everyone who was spotted leaving mid-morning never returned. Frantically, he snapped a stick off a branch and stuck it in the ground, observing its shadow length. When he observed the length was only 2 times the stick's height, his heart sank, and he immediately broke into a run. All at once, the world around him narrowed in. He began to think as he ran. These English Christians say that a God-man came to earth, suffered, bled, and died for my sins, and that I am to worship him. But did not this man progress first? Did he not, the God being that they claim him to be, still grow in wisdom and stature and knowledge, taking on a warrior's death? I look out at this world and see a hierarchical chain of being, a pyramid of lower life forms that, upon ascending the ladder's pyramid, are replaced by greater life forms. Is this not my purpose too, to so reach the top? I will not be one worthy of hell by living out a mere old man's death, but I must be one worthy of Valhalla, and Valhalla only. Then a sudden fear took root in Kai's soul. It wasn't fear that any man or any death could bring him. It was a kind of fear that only the gods could. It was the fear of not being chosen. And what did it all matter if he was not chosen? But there is only one way for me to know whether or not I have truly been chosen by Odin, his mind raced. For it is only through selection by him or by Freya that I can be brought into Valhalla. I must follow both instinct and inhibition, for it is this instinct and inhibition that will make my eternal selection and destination known. And as he ran, a second thought occurred to him. Maybe Tora really is my Valkyrie into Valhalla. Running up the left fork of the road, he proceeded at full pace to make his way to the known unknown.
Chapter 5.
Skóggangr. With each step into the darkening woods, the bottom of Kai's feet fell deeper and deeper into wild terrain as the brown and yellow leaves now began to reach up to his mid-shins, and the path he was on became less pronounced and more rugged. The crunching of leaves underneath his feet made him nervous. Nervous? For what? He could not say. The road in this part of the forest was restricted to any and all villagers and permitted only for those on their path. Violation of this law was punishable by death without exception. In approaching the deeply entrenched woods, Kai expected the darkness to greet him with cold indifference, or worse punishment, like his people viciously did, at times, with thralls who made simple mistakes. The smell of pine hit his senses with enough force, it could be said, to have almost punched his nostrils. As he made his way forward, peering down the road, he noticed the path begin to widen, and the growing dark scenery surrounding him gradually lighten up with each step he took. The smell of pine was quickly morphed with the scent of smoke. Smoke, Kai wondered. Something in his mind told him to turn back now, to leave and never return to the forest. But another thought, a single word, pressed in with equal weight. Skóggangr. Failing to carry out one's path meant Skóggangr, the punishment of exile, and being labelled a Skóggangr, a forest man. Men who violated the path custom had to live out the rest of their lives as social outcasts and outlaws in the wild. That is, if someone didn't first take it on themselves to enact a more severe punishment than banishment. In his lifetime, Kai lived through 2 exiles. The first he was too young to recall, but the second he never forgot. Ebba was 4 years Kai's senior and displayed defiance towards not just his path, but much of the Viking customs and traditions, often causing him to be ostracized in public. Many considered him to have been haunted by draugrs. Kai could recall a thing being called the same day Ebba failed to take his path, to which he was tried in front of a quiet crowd that quickly turned into a vicious mob. As the king's jarls escorted him out of the village and into the forest, blindfolded on a small horse, various carls and even thralls threw rotted vegetables and rocks at him. "If I return now, I will only return later in shame," Kai nervously muttered under his breath. Then something in him changed, and in almost the flash of a second, a switch seemed to flip. Whether it was Kai, or the gods, or Odin himself who inspired the thought leading to the change, he could not say. Only he knew that the thought, random like many are, led to a change in his thinking, leading him to then take fuller and more direct control of his ongoing thoughts. I may be Odin's choice, I may not be, he thought, but my choice actions now reveal Odin's choice. Fate is fate, and the more I stand by idly choosing not to act, the more I choose to be acted upon by outside forces, inhibiting my path forward. This stalling only shows the reality of a predetermined bad fate. Fear is innate. It's the default setting for the unfamiliar, for the unknown. But I embrace the unfamiliar. I embrace the unknown. "Who am I?" he firmly questioned. "You are a man on the path to Viking." Moving closer and closer to the widening opening of the path, he came to a glade. In the center of it was a fire with figures around it in a half-circle. He stepped into the light. Kai was in the known unknown. Immediately, his attention turned towards Bard, standing in the front of a massive oak tree with 11 figures who stood staring forward. The men spoke no words, but maintained a deafening silence. It was hard for Kai to see their faces entirely, as the brightness of the fire they surrounded only cast enough light for mere glimpses or half-appearances of shadow. The parts of their faces he did see were expressionless. As Kai moved into the glade, visible now to everyone, he immediately took notice of their attire. These warriors were not dressed like normal drengars. Wolf skins covered their backs and heads, with faces covered in black and red war paint. These skins were reserved for only the most elite warriors of the Langr tribe, berserkers.
Interlude 1.
The Langr-Traust Alliance. As the ancestors tell it, two pack leaders started the Langr-Traust tribal alliance centuries ago when conjoining two groups of the region's most skilled hunters, who, during a hunt, fell across each other's paths. Both hunting groups agreed that working collectively in their territory was more opportune than going to war. Gorm, the leader of the Langr tribe, agreed to Frode's proposal to divide hunting tasks weeks apart. When the Langr tribe lacked, Frode's Traust tribe stepped up and shared their return, and vice versa. While the tribes were kept separate, there was close kinship amongst them, and marriage between these two clans was encouraged. Gorm and Frode led their tribes as kings, and this was considered the golden age of the Nordmen. Any serious conflicts arising within the tribes were handled by their respective leaders, and any serious conflicts arising between the tribes were settled between Gorm and Frode themselves. Gorm led his people through fear, Frode through love. This is why, when disputes arose between tribes and the matter was settled between the kings, the Langr tribe never questioned the verdict out of reverential fear for their king, and the Traust tribe never questioned the verdict out of reverential love for their king. A man from the Langr tribe, who had missed the prior season's hunt due to drunkenness and was rationed a significantly less portion of food throughout the year than everyone else, had broken into the Traust's food storage and taken 3 pounds of grain and meat. Gorm was furious, Frode steady. Gorm pronounced punishment by requiring the man take skin off his body and match it on the scale with the meat he had stolen. But Frode stepped in and proposed that only half the weight in meat be due. Gorm agreed, the man complied, and everyone was satisfied. As time passed, the clans grew in prosperity, making trade throughout the Scandinavian region to various other tribes, even ones that had sometimes been hostile to the Langr-Traust alliance out of suspicion that their accrued wealth and men in number might incentivize them to attack. And it was this precise suspicion that catalyzed the Great Schism. "Frode wishes to see you," the Herseer told King Gorm. "Why did he send you, and not the Sinni?" replied Gorm. "He won't say. He wishes the meeting remain private," the Herseer replied, curious yet maintaining an air of indifference. "Very well, I'll see him now. Asbjorn, ready my horse." It was rare for Frode to send anyone other than his close tribal advisor. Now he was sending his military commander to relay the message to meet. As Gorm trotted along the path that led to the Traust tribe on his horse, surrounded by his 4 greatest warriors, he began to think about his former days, the days he was younger, more agile, less stressed, yet more naive. There seemed to be something not so much convenient as it was novel in his youthful naivety. Now, in falling into the routine of kingship at 50 and having an expanse amount of power and wealth, he longed for those former days of hunt and battle, of coming up from nothing with the enthusiasm and challenge that accompanies setting about to conquer life. It was, for him, his greatest sense of purpose, and now that he had obtained it, he didn't know what to make of his life. His wife still encouraged him to join the young Drengs on their routine hunts, but as much as he wanted to recapture that same youthful enthusiasm to hunt that sprung from having genuine hunger, there was no adrenaline survival instincts bred from sheer necessity that presently drove him, as in this stage of his life he now had it all. But this requested meeting by Frode piqued his interest, and he felt again that same youthful curiosity slightly spring back up within him as he made his way to his friendly rival's clan.
Interlude 2.
A new ally, a new foe. The still, dim-lit sky had an air of moderate heat that surrounded King Gorm and his men as they travelled along the plain fields. Everything was quiet and calm as King Gorm broke in and out of thought of the possibilities that lay in front of him. His thoughts lingered from the cause of his summoning to the very origins of the alliance he had formed with King Frode in their early days. Their tribes had actually been inches away from doing battle had it not been for the sage's prophecy. The sage Sten was Langr's spiritual leader who invoked the gods on matters of importance. Upon returning from the hunt, where King Gorm and his men first encountered King Frode, he sought Sten for guidance and was given a prophetic utterance. "Behold, I see territories of warring powers whispering lies and truth. I see a people lost in their futile minds, begging for a thirst to be quenched with no resolve in sight. I see a sadistic hope predicated on a man who embodies sadism. I see a generation raised in the lies of false security and false superiority. I see power exercised as an illusory force for good and upheld by a foundation of broken promises. I see pride in the wicked hearts of men, emboldened by the status that comes from victorious struggle. But now, I see hope. I see beams of light bursting forth from thick and heavy clouds of darkness, penetrating individual souls and spirits. What could this mean? Seid Martyr Sten, Gorm marveled, asking the sage. It means that the one mighty and strong will set your tribe and lineage in order and preserve it from extinction after it undergoes a period of moral decay and status erosion. But this can only be if you refrain from war today. And so, years ago, King Gorm had sent his best envoy of men to draw up terms of negotiation with King Frode, which, throughout the majority of their now 27-year alliance, proved to be fruitful. King Gorm, lost in thought, didn't realize he was minutes from entering village Traust. As the sun finally set behind the red-orange landscape, allowing a grey and darkening setting to increase, one of King Gorm's men sped up his horse from behind him, moved in front, scouting any incoming threats, then, when reaching the village entrance, greeted the guards on duty. "I am here with King Gorm, who was summoned by King Frode through his Herseer for a meeting. Permission to proceed and enter?" "Of course. Come right in." The warriors standing guard turned the sharp wooden barracks outward, opening up a space for the king and his envoy to enter the village. Now, with his horse at a walking pace, King Gorm made his way into the heart of the village and to the place of King Frode's dwelling. Upon reaching the entrance, he dismounted his horse. A warrior who stood guard immediately recognized his face and so took the reins of his horse and gestured for him to enter the large hall of the village where the king, inside, sat upon his throne by himself. "Ah, Gorm, you've made it. Come, sit. There is much to discuss. I hope I haven't startled you." "Not at all, my dear Frode. Shall we drink or get straight down to matters?" "Come on now, Gorm. What kind of men would we be if we didn't share in a little merrymaking before getting down to business?" And getting up from his throne in the empty hall, King Frode walked to the center table just in front of the lit fire to pour out 2 glasses of wine. He was a man short in stature, with a big black beard and a balding head, but was quick in wit, always having a commanding presence in whichever room or setting he graced his audience. After the two talked about the latest village news of who was marrying whom and which warriors looked most promising in the upcoming hunting season, King Frode seemed to slowly get more and more nervous, punctual, and serious. "All right, King Gorm, I think it best I come forward quickly with why I've summoned you tonight, on such short notice, and with a summoning from my leading military warrior of all people. King Gorm's smile quickly faded, and he looked intently at Frode's peculiar expression, one he recognized in him when matters were serious, which usually involved the northern Scandinavian tribes, who, as of late, had become increasingly hostile towards their alliance. It's been nearly a decade since our last conflict with any Northmen. Tribe Arn has sent word that Tribe Agmunda plans to attack us. Tribe Arn has curried favor with them and is making a staged show of interest, but has relayed the information to me. He is inviting us to, shall we say, quell the unwarranted aggression by joining forces with our two armies to attack Agmunda. Our two armies? Blurted out King Gorm with shock and instinct. Yes, that is, if you are willing to move things forward and join us. Something inside of King Gorm, something instinctual that you only develop from seasons in a position of leadership and experience as king, told him boldly not to move forward, to instead back out and wait for the Agmunda to meet him on his own turf, or at least get more intel before making a decision. But that instinct was blinded by the thoughts of his youth he had had earlier, of wanting to again move out into his country with the same fearless and yet near reckless attitude that seemed to win him his throne years ago. His frailty flashed before his eyes, and the one thought that wholly subdued this feeling, this image in his mind, was war, even if war came at the cost of blood that was not his own. "Yeah, let's prepare for battle."
Interlude 3.
Gunhild's protest. As the annals of Kai's tribe recall, King Gorm assembled 300 of his strongest and 50 of his most cunning fighters. Frode brought 275 warriors, while sending, as a gesture for having brought a slightly smaller army, various chainmail armor, metal helmets, and swords to Langr. Tribe Arna plotted with Langr-Traust to meet his army, and would march behind Agmunda's army on their third day of travel. They would be on the road between Skiv and Herning. Then, if Agmunda's army charged forward to confront Langr-Traust, Arna's warriors would be in a strategic position to attack Agmunda from behind. And if they did not charge forward, Arna would still attack, while King Gorm and King Frode charged ahead. In either case, it was 3 armies to 1, with the enemy army sandwiched in the middle. They would then, after destroying Agmunda, select a puppet Jarl from Agmunda, a brother-in-law of the king, who was made aware of the plot, and agreed to pay tribute to the 3 other tribes once he accrued power. People noticed a change in King Gorm. He was light, and a heavy burden from which he suffered in having fallen into the mundane routine of kingship was lifted. His wife Gunhild noticed it too, and while excited for her husband's renewed youth, was concerned, as every woman is when news arrives of impending tribal war. "It's time to expand Gunhild," Gorm had told his wife centuries ago, with a tone of both bottled enthusiasm and seriousness. "Langr needs a leader with unbridled ambition to take it to places it's never seen since my inception of it. This will set the trajectory of our lineage for kings to come." "Have you consulted the sage yet, Gorm?" Gunhild asked, looking confident and yet unable to conceal her undertone of doubtful concern. "Gunhild, you know I consulted him 27 years ago. It's been 27 years. And what has that brought me? Immense wealth, yes. Prosperity, sure. But also a slow death by 1,000 cuts as I sit here in a sad, stillborn state to get gleeful for what? For my next meal or yol, to which I am now waking up 27 years later, a dead and decaying man. And what would have come of us and our people had you not first listened to sage Sten? Where would we be now? Are you implying we might be dead? Gunhild, I've been dead practically since I made that treaty with Frode decades ago. I'm sorry you feel that way. I didn't know our marriage and our life together has left you dead all this time. And without giving him a chance to respond, Gunhild stormed out of the hall, leaving Gorm sitting on the throne by himself. Pausing, Gorm stared forward, feeling slightly guilty, and yet with determination and resolve in what he had said and the case he had put forth, turned his thoughts back to himself. "Who am I?" he thought. Then a voice as swift as the wind and as loud as the battlefield overpowered his thoughts, making him feel the one thing that some men will give all their fortunes and limbs for, the feeling of untamed, raw, godlike power. That voice said to him, "I am King Gorm." King Gorm smiled. "Consult the sage?" He laughed aloud. "I am the sage."
Chapter 6. Arrival.
"You are late," Bard said, with a level of strictness and a look of pure rage on his face that Kai had never seen in him before. While everything in Kai attempted to respond, the fear of knowing that no one who showed up late to their path returned kept him frozen and silent. "Did you not hear me? Should I speak or remain silent?" Kai thought to himself. To lie or to make excuses or to even apologize, he knew, would only upset Bard more. Neglecting to acknowledge his shortcoming, however, would simply do the same. "You know all initiates are to report to me before Midr, Gr. Let's see if you have made it in time. Fafard, bring me the stick." A berserker, with black-striped war paint spread across his face, pulled out what seemed to be an already prepared stick from his side and stuck it in the ground. The stick was near shadowless. "The stick is shadowless. Because you have failed to reach your path in time, your first test will be doubled with half the supply most would find necessary to execute," Bard said, with a tone that seemed to make an effort of restraint. "You will," Bard continued, "bring me 2 elk. Instead of 20 arrows, you will receive 10, with half the normal supply of food to sustain you." Bard looked to another man, who stood next to the one with the stick, and a berserker came forward, dropped a longbow, an arrow knapsack, and a blue sack of bread at the feet of Kai, while looking directly at him. "Do not return to the Langr village. Bring the 2 elk back here." "Begin," said Bard. Kai stood stupefied. Never in his life had he lived out in the forest with enough supplies standing before him to last enough to hunt 1 elk. Now he had to do with what looked like a quarter of the food necessary to hunt 1 and make it last for 2. But whether the gods fated it or his firm resolve caused it, he felt the Yggdrasil necklace Tora had placed in his hand now droop before his neck as he boldly picked up the sack of food, the longbow, and the knapsack of arrows. His thoughts from earlier that day of Odin's sacrifice on the world tree returned. "I will grow in knowledge and wisdom through sacrifice, just as Odin himself has done." He continued in thought. "This is my rite of passage. This is my time. This is my end. For glory, for honor, for Viking." And with these thoughts, he made his way out of the glade and into the deep and dark depths of the winter forest.
Chapter 7.
Priorities. Heavy breathing followed Kai as his training came back to him. Throwing the longbow and arrow knapsack over his shoulder, he thought it best to conserve his energy and continue walking at a moderate pace. Every choice now meant life or death. The enchanting beauty of the forest was hiding underneath its deceptively attractive branch-filled sky, mass graves of innumerable warriors spanning back 300 years who had never returned from their path. A memory flashed through Kai's mind. He and Halfdan went hunting 3 years ago in the winter with Bo, Brunhild, and Alf, villagers their age. Halfdan spotted the snow prints before anyone else, and after the group cautiously and carefully trekked the wild beast's movements, they discovered her grazing in an open plain field just outside the forest. Slowly, Bo, Brunhild, and Alf circled around the forest to the opposite side of the field, creeping up 100 yards behind the animal in a triangle formation. Kai and Halfdan readied their bows. Kai, next to Halfdan, gave the signal, and the boys, screaming like madmen, ran the beast back towards their forest location. Kai immediately began letting his bowstring loose, followed by Halfdan, who, to Kai's raging envy, landed a direct shot in the elk's side, causing her to spew and drench blood at a full-paced run. It took them hours to trek her down, but when they found her nestling up against a massive pine while attempting with much pain and failure to get up, Kai was quick to drive his spear through her head, puncturing any flesh that kept her alive. Kai was now walking swiftly through the cold winter walls of the wind that blew in his direction with a sense of fury pumping in his blood. He knew he had to somehow repeat the same feat, only this time by himself. He also knew how crucial it was for him to strategize his resources, like an army giving out rations when held hostage behind a city wall by hostile enemies. Shelter was his first priority, and hunting at night was impossible. Not only was his vision obscured, but elk only came out during the day, and if a snowstorm did awaken, shelter would at least keep his limbs warm enough for blood to continue pumping through them. "Shelter first," he proclaimed aloud. Pulling out the sign hatchet he always kept with him, he immediately began hacking away at large, low-hanging branches nearby. Then, after scouting for a fallen tree, he found himself in a glade similar to the known unknown. Here he discovered one laying horizontally, with a thick enough trunk to stack his branches on top. Bringing the branches back to the location of the fallen tree, he created a lean-to shelter and covered it with pine bough. "The time to hunt is now, before it gets dark or snows," he concluded with a kind of urgency that never before in his life had been as strong as it was now. As the sun began to set in its midday position, Kai set out to stalk his prey. Creeping quietly in the thick woods, he began looking for trace steps. An hour passed. Nothing. 2 hours. Nothing. His stomach was already beginning to churn, whether from a lack of food or from the kicking in of his now overstimulated survival instincts, he could not say. Suddenly, his eye caught a glimpse of some faint, yet undeniably pronounced holes in the soil. Hoofprints. Following the trace evidence, he came to a stream that cut its way across a small path inside a sparse area of trees that were thinly scattered. As he looked out, he noticed some odd-looking bushes that appeared to have been foraged through. Moving in closer, he saw tampered branches that lay broken, and his attention was then fully taken by the sight of something that made his heart leap with euphoric anticipation. Hair.
Chapter 8.
Who wills? A rush came over Kai as his heartbeat raced. Looking up, he peered out to the forest in front of him, finding nothing but the silent trees standing with a resolve of quiet indifference. "I will tame you. You will not tame me," he told the forest. Crouching, he began to slowly take soft, gradual steps forward, as the crunch of leaf and twigs under his feet sent spikes of burning anxiety throughout his bones and body. Running his hand through the dirt encompassing the hoofprints, he felt soft and powdered ground that was not yet compact, and so he knew the elk was close. All his senses kicked in at once. Suddenly, a movement caught the corner of his eye. An elk with broadly outstretched antlers, no more than 60 yards away, had pulled up its head from grazing and was looking directly at him. Their eyes locked in. At the pace of a man whose enemy has a knife to his neck, Kai slowly, calmly, and with cautious precision, drew his hand behind his back and paused after gripping an arrow. The elk's ear twitched. A gust of wind blew in Kai's direction, concealing his scent from the animal. Standing there completely still and waiting, Kai found waves of relief shoot through his chest when the now disinterested elk dropped its head and continued grazing. Bringing the arrow over his head, he slowly drew it between the string in his bow and lifted it slowly, pulling the nock back. Do the gods will, or do I? He thought to himself. But before he could answer his question and take a clean shot, the wind suddenly changed direction, exposing Kai's scent. Instinctually, the elk moved just half a second before Kai released the arrow, allowing the arrow to continue its trajectory in the place the animal once stood. Sensing danger, the elk now broke into a run, causing Kai to run into a full sprint after it. "I will drive this axe through your head," Kai screamed, panting, feeling the weight of gravity and the burning sensation of fatigue increase in his legs and chest the further he ran. Raising his bow and arrow again, he took another shot, then another, and another. But the elk was long gone. Before Kai knew it, he was standing alone in the still indifferent but now dusk forest. Although he was warm from the hunt, he knew he didn't have enough time to recover his arrows in the dark and now temperature-dropping weather. Quickly, he began making his way back to the shelter he built in the glade as a single question kept resurfacing. Who wills? Kai's mind raced as he became scattered with the flooding of thought after thought. Millions of questions arising at once, with millions of potential alternatives that then lead to millions of other alternatives. How can I ever know? He began thinking to himself. How can anyone ever know? Odin's selection is like the wind blowing where it wishes. You hear its sound, but you do not know where it comes from, or where it goes, or where it's going. Arriving back at his glade encampment, he lifted up some small branches stacked against the side of the fallen tree and crept his way into the pine bough-covered fort. Reaching next to his side, he paused when he felt nothing but sticks and leaves. Immediately his heart pounded in his chest. "My bread!" he yelled aloud. The blue sack of bread the berserker had given him, with enough supply to last him a day, was missing. "But I left it here before going out to hunt. This is impossible," he yelled again. Frantically, he got on his knees and began scraping all the leaves inside his small fort, back and forth, only to feel the empty dirt below. After searching for 20 more minutes, it became too dark for him to see. He was now trying everything in his power to stop his racing thoughts and get the rest he needed to carry him another day of hunting. But the fear of the known unknown, that fear of knowing what could be but not knowing how long, haunted him. Kai, feeling like a dead man, was in this moment fully alive.
Chapter 9.
Chosen. The sounds of the morning birds felt different for Kai as he slowly awoke to the sun's slow rise. Having previously been up for 48 hours, he now felt rested, which gave him a small sense of relief. This relief, however, was short-lived. Though the sense of tranquility and peace most would feel from the sound of chirping was no longer a feeling Kai now resonated with, they did, as sounds, seem to be beckoning him to one single task: survival. How could my sack of bread have just disappeared? Kai thought to himself. I could have sworn I left it sitting inside my fort. The winter season was upon Kai, and so he knew that while finding nuts, roots, or fruit may not be impossible, it would still prove to be very difficult, if not altogether unlikely. And the longer he spent time scavenging for these resources, at the risk of never obtaining them, the longer it would be until he could take down an elk. He decided to focus his energy on hunting. The pangs in his hollow stomach began to feel like waves of inhumane rage his mother brought down on him when he stepped out of line. He felt a sense of only wanting to get away or out of the state he was in, but was too scatterbrained and distracted to harness his attention into any worthwhile action, and too tired for the motivation required to do so. Walking, he became distracted in thought. His mind began recalling his childhood in the Langr village. He was a carl, and carls mostly kept with carls, although his brother Arvid's best friend, Einar, was a jarl who seemed to transcend this custom. While most jarls pretended not to notice, there was often a snickering that took place behind Einar's back with the unspoken belief that he was subpar to the rest of nobility, especially given his parents' background. Einar's parents, who had themselves grown up as carls and risen through the class ranks by raiding and trading, became jarl nobles and were loved deeply by many people across ranks and titles. They took no heed to the mockery, subtle put-downs, and even intentional avoidance by some of the other jarls, and sometimes seemed not to take any notice at all. Of course, they were a lot quieter in public after Einar didn't return from his path, a few months following Arvid's failure to do the same. There was a question around what it was exactly that sparked this initial dislike for Einar amongst many jarls. Arvid once speculated that it was less about his parents rising in Viking society and more about an incident that occurred with Einar's sister. A jarl by the name of Eric raped her, and without second thought, Einar challenged him to a lethal holmgang. Quickly and viciously, Einar stabbed Eric multiple times in the stomach and, without giving a second thought, slit his throat slowly in front of the Langr village, even after his enemy begged for mercy with the surrounding men, women, and children spectating. The feud, however, didn't seem to end here. Thinking back, Kai remembered the moment when two jarls, Stiggy and Orm, had, without the official notice of a fair duel, jumped Einar on his way back from the training grounds only weeks after his lethal holmgang with Eric. Upon returning home with two swollen eyes, a fat lip, and multiple bumps on his forehead, Einar made an excuse to his parents that he had simply roughhoused with another boy his age, but relayed who had double-teamed him to Arvid. That same week at a village hall, Stiggy and Orm found themselves becoming the center of attention as they walked around with blood-stained teeth. After looking in their scouse bowls, they were eating a second time. They found everything ranging from human-like finger bones and raw flesh to blood and animal teeth. Everyone roared in laughter, although the culprit for the prank never came forward. The path is what distinguishes the boys from the men, the warrior from the Viking, Kai began telling himself. Every man must take his path, and by Odin's will, stand or fall by it. But as he continued walking, a question crossed his mind, one that in the innermost depths of his mind, body, and soul began creeping up more and more inside, with a level of knowing, yet still remained unknown. If Odin had chosen Einar by sustaining his life long enough to avenge his sister and uphold her honor, why didn't he continue choosing him by sustaining his life long enough for him to return from his path? Something inside Kai was brewing, a kind of rage coupled with a kind of hopeless disbelief in the entire paradigm of his worldview. This rage and hopeless disbelief was bred from a kind of understanding of things unsaid, things unspoken, and yet things not all too unknown. But with the need to survive, he didn't have time to ponder what he had yet to bring wholly to the surface of his mind. He simply needed to put one foot in front of the other, in the hopeful anticipation and the continual walking out of his own sheer evidence that he was, through fate, chosen. Interlude 4. The Messenger. The dark night penetrated everything in its grasp, leaving no space or room but the sound of the cold winter breeze and clanks of metal. In the thick of the night, the icy wind slammed against the tunics, cloaks, and shields of the two armies marching north. The sound of spear and sword, and the sound of feet, were the only things that could be heard next to the raging gusts of the blizzard wind. Time here was still. A new generation of warriors who had never seen full battle, but had, since they could walk, trained every day for it, were observed by older, experienced commanders. They seemed to be deep in thought, as if to ask, "Will a man hesitate to put a blade through my neck? Am I capable of doing the same? Driving a spear through a deer or a moose is a different experience than driving one through someone of my own making." But with the expression that other young warriors had, it was as if they were walking to a completely different destination. Those who had no fear of death because of what they knew lay beyond the grave. Of glory in Valhalla, these ones smelled and tasted blood. They were bloodthirsty drunk. The look on their faces made their thoughts seem to say, "How many will I take before getting taken? That is, if the gods even permit me to rise to Valhalla this conquest. Does a man really dare cross my path? Rage is my weapon, glory my end." Halt! Ahead of both armies, a rider was spotted trotting full speed in their direction. "You there, stop!" But the rider proceeded to ride at the same full pace, refusing to let up a single inch. "Archer!" Frode yelled. An archer stepped up and shot directly in the direction of the horseman, missing his right side by a few inches. "Archer, again!" Frode yelled. Quickly taking out a second arrow from his sheath, the Traust archer shot a second time, but missed the rider's left side yet again by inches. But suddenly, realizing he was being shot at, the rider pulled the reins of his horse back. The horse was quick to obey, and in gripping to a stop, pulled back its hind legs, nearly throwing the rider off. Quickly, the rider dismounted, and with his hands in the air, fell prostrate to the ground. The army looked on in interest, while Gorm and Frode, escorted by their jarls and hussars, trotted their way on horseback to the man with a yellow tunic lying on the ground. "Don't you know what halt means?" Frode yelled furiously. "Min Dríktin," cried the man. "I have come from Tribe Arn with a message." "Up then, what is it?" Gorm asked impatiently. "Permission to rise, Min Jarl," the man practically shouted without hesitation. "Yes, and if you don't cut to it, we'll have your head," Frode replied. And so, rising, the messenger took a scroll out of his pocket and handed it to the jarls surrounding the kings, who, upon inspection, handed it to Frode. After looking at it for a minute, Frode handed it to Gorm, who quickly read through it. The written letter said, "It appears the Agmundar are leaving Skyve later than we planned. From all appearances, they are unaware of your movement north. It is in our strategic interest to fight them on the battlefield plains, and not in their village where they have an excess of armed men. If you continue at your pace, you will be forced to fight them from behind their barracks. Split your army, have one tribe head northeast towards Viborg, and then head back west to sneak up on our marching armies from behind. We will be marching south soon. Have the second tribe march north at a slower pace. In this way, we'll maintain our plan to cage King Emil from the front and back. The place of battle will be in Haderup. King Ulf, tribe of Arn. "What do you make of it, Gorm?" asked King Frode. "What can we make of it? The man has a plan," Gorm replied. "What do you propose we do?" retorted Frode. Gorm paused and thought. Never in his life had the notion of planned warfare seemed as suspicious as when he thought about King Ulf's proposal to quell King Emil's hostility. He was supposed to trust one and hate the other, and yet he didn't trust either one. But he had come this far, and to turn around, to retreat, was to make a statement without explicitly making one. His wife's uncertainty, his frailty, and his monotonous life all flashed before his eyes with such a weight and heaviness and fervor that he began to shudder at the thought of backing down.
He began to think.
What is a man who grows in wisdom through the years, and yet loses much, if not all, of his utility? What is that man to the tribe he brings up, to the passer-by? A hero? A king? A Viking? Perhaps a retired hero, and perhaps a retired king. But in the underlying assumptions, unseen thoughts, and quiet eyes of those who surround him, he is no Viking. But I am Viking, and I will live or die out my days as one. Retreat is no option. Looking firmly in Frode's eyes, King Gorm, with a smile that poorly concealed his wavering mind, practically shouted, "I will take my men northeast to Viborg, trail tribe Arn and Agmunda, and we will surround them with a surprise attack from my army, yours marching north, and King Ulf's marching with them." Frode, with an uncertain look, nodded his head, as King Gorm gathered, separated, and led his army towards Viborg.
Interlude 5.
The Coup. When King Gorm's warriors reached the outskirts of the Viborg village, there was an unease in the air that could be felt by every walking fighter. It wasn't that the men were unsettled or unprepared for battle. It was that by observing the look on King Gorm's face, a look that altered between confidence and doubt, to anger and then confusion, they were beginning to lose their confidence in his confidence and kingship as their leader. King Gorm was so caught up in his own thoughts that he neglected to notice that he was, himself, being noticed. 11 hours had passed since their separation from tribe Traust, and King Gorm chose to camp a mile outside the small village, keeping as low a profile in the windy night as he could. "This is ridiculous," cried King Gorm. "Here we are, out in the middle of nowhere, and we are to wait until the morning to begin our march to Haderup." "Min Konunga, the men are losing confidence. There is talk within the ranks of desertion. We need to rally the men to confidence," replied King Gorm's Hersir. "Desertion, you say? And who might it be that so chooses to desert?" "Min Konunga, it gets worse. Bjorn Axel is forming a small band of warriors, some confident to fight, others more nervous, who have said you lack the stamina and competence to lead this army. This is coming from one of our spies who caught word of the talk." "Bring Bjorn to me, wholly tied up." "Yes, Min Konunga." And with this, Asbjorn Erik left the king's post with 3 other men. Asbjorn Erik, King Gorm's most loyal Hersir, was brought into the world a generation and a half after King Gorm. He stood by the king and was his eyes and ears in all matters that threatened the throne, hiring out spies to listen to any possible coups that formed. Over the years, There had been very few men who were found guilty of treason to overthrow King Gorm. But when such discoveries were unveiled, the men were brought swiftly to trial. One of the young warriors overheard the concerns of the troops discussing the erratic state of mind of King Gorm, a spy of Asbjorn Eric's, and so came forward with the growing threat. Sitting in silence, something inside King Gorm took root into the depths of not just his heart, but his very being, something that was different than the prior coups he had put down. As he sat, still pondering what it was in him that inspired his young warriors to have enough courage to stand up to his title, his position, his authority, he felt a presence, a spirit almost, overpower him like he had never felt in all the years of his life. It was black rage. Returning with a man tied up, King Gorm kept his back turned. "Word has it that you doubt my ability to lead." Bjorn remained silent. "Well, do you?" Still, Bjorn did not speak. "It's time for Einvigi. We will have single combat. If you win, you take the army as new king. If you lose, I will kill every last one of you suspected of treason."
Interlude 6.
Einvigi. The fire in the middle of the camp cast light and shadow on all the men's faces that were encircled around it at the foot of the mountain where camp had been set up outside Viborg. In the distance, a pack of coyotes could be heard howling in unison, almost as if to invite in the Einvigi on their turf. The cold blizzard wind turned over slowly into innumerable soft flakes of snow that landed gently, subtly, yet with a vicious, unfeeling coldness on the Langr tribe, as if to remind even the most savage warrior that he was still subject to the whims of Mother Nature. All the men had been summoned from their tents and stood quiet, some aware of the conflict before them, others surprised. Each crackle of the thick logs of wood burning on the fire was converted into arrows of adrenaline that shot through each fighter's physiology, especially those who had befriended or were at least associated closely to Bjorn. "Bjorn, you stand trial today for attempting a coup on the throne of Langr," Asbjorn Eric began. "While in some cases the king may grant you witnesses to clear your name of calling a coup, we have already had a witness come forward accusing you of treason. King Gorm has elected to grace you with Einvigi instead of a trial. Do you wish to die by decapitation, or do you accept King Gorm's good grace?" "I accept Einvigi," replied Bjorn, keeping his head forward and his voice monotone. "Drummers!" Without a moment's hesitation, one bang was heard, followed by 3 rhythmic bangs repeatedly. Bam, 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 bam. King Gorm was ready to die, Viking. As he slowly drew his axe from his side, one of the warriors standing opposite him spotted from the reflective light of the fire a glimmer of ointment on his blade, wrapped and coated around the weapon's face and sharp edge. 3 Hersers untangled Bjorn and threw a sword, a shield, and an axe at his feet. "Pick one weapon," they said in unison. Bjorn, pausing, looking around him, then looking back down at the weapons, knelt down and picked up a shield and sword, gripping the handle gently. "This will do. Shall we begin?" he said calmly. King Gorm, bending his knees with shield in hand, slowly began approaching Bjorn. The two circled one another slowly, with caution, as the warriors stood in anticipation. Yah! The sound of blade against blade, iron on iron, took center stage with the movement of feet shifting in dirt, rock, and sludge. A mid-swing by King Gorm landed rapidly on the surface of Bjorn's stomach and waist, who, having failed to lift his shield in time, made a backward jump in just enough time to not lose his intestines. Then, anticipating King Gorm was caught off guard, Bjorn brought down his sword on the king's axe, kicking him subsequently in the stomach. King Gorm, nearly falling backwards, caught himself, laughed, and with a cocky expression screamed, "The traitor has been trained well!" Something about King Gorm's expression, his warped smirk, and his menacing laugh, seemed out of place. This was not the Gorm most of his men knew him as he often kept a serious air about him, most especially in trials of treason. It was this change of expression, of personality, that kept his men on edge. But as Bjorn looked to his opponent, his vision began to blur as the figure before him went from a crisp, finely tuned outline to blobs of grey and black. He then heard footsteps run towards him, the crackling pop of a burning fire, and then black silence. As silence quickly overtook all the spectators, King Gorm stood up with a menacing smile. "We are just getting started," he said aloud, as he began looking around the fire for another name. Asbjorn Eric had given him.
Interlude 7.
Fatal Walk. Hrafnhilde. Many young Langr warriors stood on edge, not knowing whether to gather up quickly and fight or calmly stay surrendered. "Hrafnhilde," yelled King Gorm as he calmly stood over Bjorn's poisoned, lifeless body. "Hrafnhilde, come forward." As the Langr warriors' eyes turned to the left and right, there came a man towards the outskirts of the crowd, whose face changed from fear to terror as more eyes began staring him down, as if to forcefully beckon him forward. Though the night was dark, his face, now paler than the petals of a lily, seemed to stand in direct contrast to the surrounding moonless atmosphere. "Yes, King Gorm," a man said softly, stepping forward. He was young, in his mid-20s, wearing the blue-colored Langr tunic with a black cloak, brown linen trousers, and long leather shoes that covered him to his shins. Strapped to his side was a sheathed sword. "Hrafnhilde, my boy, it's been brought to my attention that you conspired with Bjorn to carry forward this coup, this rebellion. Is this true?" asked King Gorm. Hrafnhilde stood silent, and to a few people's laughter, while to others' dread, his brown trousers began to darken around his crotch. Now, there's no need to let loose in your pants. If you need to release, why not do so in the designated tree area? Come, follow me," said King Gorm calmly. Pausing, Hrafnhilde slowly began putting one foot in front of the other. He felt light-headed, on guard, while being both nauseous and terrified at the same time. Of course, escaping flashed in his mind, but to run from King Gorm, to defy him even further still, was to inevitably inflict more punishment on him later, given his present narrow and slim chance of getting away. Walking behind 4 Hursars who were following King Gorm to a tree just within reach of the fire's light, but far enough to still cast shadows, Hrafnhilde stopped at the trunk. "Your sword, please," Asbjorn Eric said. "Oh, that won't be necessary, Asbjorn. He's going to need it," responded King Gorm. "Take off your undershirt and tunic, Hrafnhilde." Hrafnhilde gripped the bottom of his shirt and pulled it up and over his head, throwing it to the ground beside him. Gesturing to 2 Hursars, Hrafnhilde had both arms seized while his sword remained equipped. King Gorm walked up slowly and drew out a sharpened blade from a small leather sheath on his side. Looking in Hrafnhilde's eyes with a stoic, straight face, he slowly made an incision across his stomach, deep enough to cut the skin but not puncture any intestines, as the young warrior began screaming in agony. Turning back towards the onlooking camp of warriors, King Gorm screamed, "Who in this camp would like to go next? Anyone?" The silence that ensued, apart from Hrafnhilda's screams, went on for a minute, but for every warrior standing by, felt like an hour. Then slowly, King Gorm began pulling out enough of the screaming warriors' intestines for them to touch the ground. "Hrafnhilda, you will stake your intestines to the trunk of this tree with your sword and walk around it until you have released everything inside you. If you fail to do so, my men will begin squeezing. Begin." Something inside Hrafnhilda at this single point in time changed. Hrafnhilda knew his time on earth was over, and he'd soon face the gods. Better to face the gods, he thought, a man of courage in his last moments, than a man of cowardice. Boldly Hrafnhilda, staring down King Gorm, drew his sword, staked his lower intestine to the trunk of the beech as it spurted blood, and with levels of pain he never fathomed existed, began to boldly and defiantly drag himself around the tree. When he circled a few times, gasping for air, the pain became so excruciating he fell to the ground, passed out, and gave up his ghost.
Chapter 10.
The Hunt. Aware, alert, and awake, Kai decided to trick his mind into viewing the exhaustion he felt from a lack of food as a challenge he was uniquely deemed worthy of by Odin to undertake. And so he began. Rather than walk through the forest, he walked with it. Doing this necessitated that he consciously let go and listen, that he take his hands off, commanding the direction of his boat, and give that task over to the wind. Breathing in deeply, he waited. He felt the call to wait, to trust. But this waiting did not come naturally to Kai. For all his life, all that he did was active. Kai was constantly active. It was how his mind worked. But this waiting, this letting go, though unnatural to him, was still an act far from sedentary. It was, and had to be for him, unlike the way most other minds functioned, a conscious and intentional act. It was for him active inactivity, for if he was not intentional about being inactive, he simply resorted to being unintentionally active. And so Kai waited on an empty stomach, but not in a half-hearted, lethargic way where his mind drifted in and out of focus. Rather, he waited fully alive to all the possibilities and opportunities in front of him. He waited in gratitude and anticipation. Each quiet second, minute, and hour wasn't a second, minute, or hour wasted that brought him closer to death, but seconds, minutes, and hours that brought him closer to his kill, to life. The mist of the forest was getting denser as winter's ruthless love affair with the snow brought in shivers that permeated Kai's skin, making direct contact with every bone in his body. He felt cold, and yet, by taking active control of his mind and giving it over to the wind, with the trust that it would provide, he felt a greater sense of warmth. Hunger pains meant delirium, but he surpassed and even transcended this deprivation by substituting his physical delirium with the spiritual one that came from trusting the gods' provision. Suddenly, he heard a snap, like that of a twig. It didn't come from behind him in the same manner that the squirrels had been jumping from branch to branch. It was a clean snap from something that carried weight, and the sound had come from ahead of him. "That's maybe 25 meters away," he quietly thought to himself. Quietly, he began to roll his leather shoes as he walked at a pace far slower than the one he had undertaken his first unsuccessful attempt. Scanning to his right, he immediately gave a double look at something that caught his attention. There was scratched and stained bark on the pine tree he nearly passed up. "Antler marks," Kai observed, almost falling over in disbelief. But where from here? When everything in Kai wanted to jump in a conclusive direction, something, a presence that could be deemed human almost, held him back. He chose to continue waiting. Suddenly, a group of crows flew left, away from the trees ahead of him as opposed to their normal pattern of flying upward. Kai followed the path leading to the bird's prior location, and that path slowly began to form into raised walls on each of his sides. He was now in a gully that weaved left and right as he calmly and collectively moved forward. As he continued stepping quietly inside the gully, a brown figure 40 yards in front of him abruptly caught his eye just as he turned the corner. It was a female elk with her back turned. Sliding his hand to his bow, Kai silently drew an arrow from his quiver. Breathing in the wind, he counted to 3 and released. But just as he had done so, another brown figure, one smaller but with antlers, came out from the bushes on the right and stepped in front of the female elk. The arrow struck the calf. The surprised mother elk turned around. Before assessing the situation, she charged at Kai with full fury. Before Kai could react, he found himself flat on his back. Looking up, he saw a pair of hooves coming down. A half a second later, his left shoulder felt the sensation of being shattered by something akin to a heavy metal pole. Screaming in pain, he looked up again and saw the same 2 hooves coming down, this time closer to his chest. But before another half-second passed for a repeated blow to his body, Kai instinctively rolled to his right and drew out his axe. Almost immediately after getting up, he felt the aggressive push of 2 wet nostrils push him back down. Kai rode to his left and got up again, but wasted no time wielding his axe. His swing was met with the pleasurable sensation of ripping through the skin of his violent foe. "Die! Die! Die!" he raged at levels of intense, untamed, and unrestrained decibels that tore through his vocal cords. Screaming like a savage with nothing to lose, he tore through the cow's flesh and bone until he lost his vision from being blinded by the hot blood that now completely covered his eyes, ears, mouth, and hair in the cold winter air. The paradox of the pleasurable sensations of hot blood on him mingled with the freezing mist surrounding him was like the mystery of the fullest satisfaction derived from sitting by a warm fire only after first being out in the cold all day. Kai, no longer a dead man, was now fully alive. Chapter 11. Why suffering? Clutching his left shoulder, Kai felt his adrenaline instincts begin to recede. At the same time, his pain began to increase while he slowly came back to his senses. Without thinking, he attempted to wipe off his blood-smeared face with his left hand, but immediately regretted the impulsive decision. Shots of pain mercilessly claimed his wounded area. The upper left side of his body, including the space between his shoulder blade and collarbone, was pulsating in unfathomable pain with the rhythmic beat of his heart. While rubbing his head on his right shoulder slowly allowed him to regain his vision was beginning to narrow as he sweated profusely. But Kai wasn't experiencing pain absent of purpose. His pain had meaning, and it was the meaning that drove him, that kept him going. Looking underneath him, he saw the mother elk lying lifeless at his feet. There seemed to be, in her dead eyes at least, a cold sense of satisfaction that she had not left Kai completely unharmed in avenging the death of her calf. Kai looked in front of him and saw the young male calf struggling to get up as water and blood oozed from the wounded area the arrow had entered on its side. Empathy immediately struck Kai as he too felt rushing waves of pain throughout the left side of his body. Taking his axe, he walked slowly, slumped on one side, to the calf, crying out in pain. Gently, he raised the calf's head by placing his hand underneath its chin, and bringing the axe to its throat, he looked up to the sky, asking, "Why the pain? Why the suffering? Is pain and suffering without point?" Then Kai remembered what was written in the Hávamál, and the words Odin himself had spoken. "I know that I hung on a wind-swept tree 9 long nights, wounded with a spear, and given to Odin, myself to myself, on that tree whose roots no one knows." Odin knew suffering like this young calf, and I do now, he spoke, gasping between his breaths aloud. In fact, Odin voluntarily undertook it, and this is what life is. Life is suffering, because it is in our suffering that we ourselves grow in knowledge, in wisdom, and in power. And with this, Kai kissed the Yggdrasil necklace Tora had given him and made a clean and deep cut across the young calf's neck in one strong motion, quickly allowing it to lose consciousness and suffer no more. But as Kai began dragging the calf to its mother, a second thought occurred to him. One rune Odin obtained by way of his suffering was Othala, or the inheritance of ancestral land. This inheritance symbolized that what we gain through pain becomes part of our soul's legacy. This I understand, this I believe, but Odin's sacrifice of himself was to himself. What of this calf, he thought. His mind continued. It can be said that Odin willed for this calf to step in front of his mother at the exact time my arrow would have pierced her. Did this young calf know what he was stepping into? And if he did, why did he step into it? But before he could answer his own question, the awareness of his food-deprived stomach and hungry body began awakening with a vengeance that could only be quelled by the anticipatory excitement he had of the life-sustaining meat in front of him. Dragging the carcasses with one arm back to his glade encampment, Kai, with his injury, took a longer time to build a fire. Eventually, he was able to cut, cook, and eat a small portion of the young elk. Finally, he made his way into his fort, where the power of now having a full stomach immediately made him drowsy. That night, after falling into a deep sleep, he had a dream. He was surrounded by the Langr village in the hall. Everyone passed a single cup of water around in a circle. After each person took a drink, an immediate sense of relief and surge of energy was seen to show in their expression. But this expression quickly disappeared and was replaced with a deep and depressive look of sadness, a sense of hopelessness, and a sense of deep discontentment. Desperately, his people would look at the cup of water, moving from person to person with an urgent sense of anticipation and thirst. When the cup returned to them, they drank without hesitation, and the look of satisfaction and power and confidence returned. But again, this was only for a brief and short-lived time. Always, not long after drinking, this satisfaction was repeatedly replaced with sadness, hopelessness, and discontentment, leaving them to unbearably, impatiently, and with dire anxiety anticipate their hopeful next turn. Finally, the cup of water which everyone drank from became empty. Everyone's look of dissatisfaction and desperation quickly began to multiply as the room screamed in loud pangs and fits of desperate rage. After some time, everyone in the hall turned their attention to the throne, which, sitting empty, had behind it a tree. The figure of a man, and only the outline of his figure, could be seen on the tree, who, being tied up, had his hands by his sides, and whose side had a puncture wound. But with the flashing of a light, The figure suddenly transformed, having the same outline, the same frame. Still a man, only this time his arms were raised outward, perpendicular to his body on both sides. Red fire now burned at his feet, on his hands, on his head, and at the puncture wound on his side. The empty cup of water people had previously been drinking from transformed into blood, and was again being passed around the hall. While everyone had at some point drunk the water, not everyone took the cup of blood, which, unlike the water, continued to refill itself bottomlessly. As Kai looked at everyone in the room, he found that some were in a state of unhampered, everlasting bliss, while others continued making loud pangs and screams of desperate rage. A question from a fatherly voice broke out in his mind, ringing in his ears in a way that unspoken words could still be vividly heard. The wisdom that conquers, or the love that surrenders.
Chapter 12.
Hamingja. Waking earlier than he did the day before, Kai felt an immediate, innate sense of conquest and pride with his hunting accomplishment, although he found it far more difficult to move with the injury his shoulder had sustained. He had two words on his mind: known, unknown. With a rush of importance and seriousness, he dragged himself out of his fort using one arm, wrapped up the two dead carcasses by the fire, and began making his way to the known, unknown, where he had met Bard and the Berserkers just 2 days prior. Although Kai felt confident in himself, he was unsure about how Bard would receive his accomplishment. There almost seemed to be a desire, drive, and motivation, a rage even from Bard, to see him fail. Kai would sometimes second-guess himself on this, as he acknowledged the hard fact that he was late upon arrival. But the idea that there was something beyond merely his poor punctuality for Bard's rage remained subtly at bay, the same way the stick Bard had measured the time with didn't, when Kai thought about it, appear entirely shadowless. As Kai began to walk, his mind drifted into stories of his childhood, of the saga of the first year the path began, and was first initiated exactly 300 years ago. As he walked, he began talking to the dead mother elk and the calf he was dragging with one arm. Everyone in the Langr tribe knew about the former Langr-Traust alliance and how the great Schism had come about after King Frode betrayed our leader, King Gorm, Kai began, stopping to breathe periodically. After King Gorm fell on the battlefield, you see, his loyal Hersir, Asbjorn Eric, and a few soldiers were able to escape and return to the Langr tribe to formally pronounce Gorm's son, Ari, to the throne. Quickly, they readied the village for any potential incoming Traust attack, which continued and still continues to this day. Kai stopped, caught his breath, wiped his brow, looked back at the dead elk, looked forward, and continued speaking. Our village after King Gorm's death immediately called a thing, and in the assembly, Sage Sten ushered in the path. You see, the path is a ritual designed and appointed by the gods as a way for our tribe to weed out the weak and confirm Odin's choice Viking warriors. Why do the gods select choice Viking warriors as early as 16? Kai asked, probing the dead elk with a hint of repeating what he'd heard growing up, but beginning to slightly question it now that he was in it. In a monotone voice, he recalled, "It is to protect all the brothers in battle and the tribe's prosperity from weak warriors. It is for good Hamingja, for the tribe's survival in having only the best skills, talents, and influences passed down to further generations." Kai repeated in the same way someone would speak a line they'd memorized and said every day. "And," he continued with slightly more energy and excitement. It is the gods who decide the fate of every man from the day of their birth to their path, from battles with the Traust trash to the English raids, Kai said aloud, pausing before he continued. And so far, my dear elk, I think it just may be evident that Odin's fate favors me. As he continued walking, the yellow and brown leaves at his feet began to rise to the level of his shins in much the same way they had done upon him first approaching the known unknown. He was getting closer. Then a thought suddenly caught hold of him. Your first test will be doubled, with half the supply necessary to carry it out, he remembered Bard saying. How many more tests will I have to undergo before I am Viking? He asked aloud, as he continued dragging the two elk with one arm slowly along the steadfast path before him. Then a voice in his mind responded with a soft and subtle answer that he immediately suppressed. As many as it takes, and maybe one more after that.
Chapter 13.
The second test. The winter frost took control of everything in its surroundings, where ice and wind seemed to be the best of friends with each other and the coldest of enemies with everyone else in its local environment. As Kai breathed in and out, he began to sweat in his cloak-laden tunic, while the outside skin of his body felt the refreshing cold winter freeze. Dragging his kill, his sense of accomplishment slowly began to alter into the fear of the incoming unknown test. Screet! Screet! Metal scraping against something could be heard in the distance. Up ahead, Kai could see the opening of the known, unknown glade. Again, that urge to turn back around and avoid the group of berserkers headed by Bard, like avoiding a pack of wolves whose alpha welcomed blood, became blisteringly loud. But two thoughts emerged in Kai, the same two as before that kept his feet continuing forward. Skóggangr and Viking. Kai had to make his choice. The only way forward is through, he told himself, and I would not have it any other way. Approaching the opening of the known unknown, Kai stopped, squeezed his Yggdrasil necklace, and stepped into the glade, dropping the two dead elk behind him. Looking at the center, he saw Bard with just one berserker sitting on a log. The berserker was sharpening his axe. Bard and the berserker both looked up at the same time Kai had entered, and remained silent, not speaking a word. The worst of Kai's fears surfaced. An ambush? A lethal holmgang? Einvigi? Why one berserker and why an axe? His mind raced rapidly. I'm in no position to fight, let alone fight a berserker, his mind continued. I could make a run for it now, and maybe there's a chance of escape. But to leave the elk behind, I would quickly starve or freeze to death, as I am in no position to hunt or even build shelter. Finally, the firm resolve that could only come from the gods broke through his heart as he took control of his mind. I embrace danger, even if it means embracing death, he thought. Walking forward, he dragged the elk to the center of the glade, where the fire burned, and stopped 15 feet from where Bard and the berserker were sitting. I brought 2 elk, Kai began. Just as you... It looks like you brought an elk and a half, Bard interjected. Silence ensued. But Bard, you... But what? Fafford, didn't I tell Kai to bring me back 2 elk? Bard asked, the same berserker with black and red war paint that Kai had seen on his first day in the known unknown. Yes, you did, Min Konunga, the berserker responded. And do you see 2 elk here? Bard continued. I do not. What do you see, Fafford? It appears I see an elk and a half. An elk and a half. Did you get that, Kai? Yelled Bard, as he progressively got angrier with each raised tone in his voice. Kai was silent. Well? Bard got louder. Well, I damn near died just getting one elk, Kai yelled, catching himself and immediately regretting his outburst. Bard now looked at Kai with indifference, staring him down in expressionless silence. You will now move forward with your second test, but because you failed to fully meet the requirements of your first, your task time will be doubled, Bard spat, breaking the silence. Task time will be doubled? Kai began thinking to himself, after which Bard continued, You will sit here by the fire in the center of this glade and stay awake for 1 week. You will be fed twice a day. You will be escorted to the edge of the glade to piss or defecate. If you fail and fall asleep at any point in time, Fafod will cut your head off. Begin. Fear crept back into Kai's body, followed again by raw courage. A surge of energy pushed Kai to mentally, physically, and spiritually walk forward, shoulder slumped, to the center of the glade and sit down in front of the fire, opposite Bard and the berserker, after which Bard got up and left. Fafod continued, sharpening his axe. Screet, screet, screet.
Chapter 14.
Exhaustion. As Kai sat on the wooden log, he could feel the crackling of the fire send shockwaves down his spine. It wasn't that he was afraid of his immediate environment. Rather, in his relentless anticipation, he feared further sleep deprivation and how merely closing both eyes for just a seemingly small amount of time could send the berserker into an unapologetic rage. 3 hours passed as his back and shoulders ached. Darkness surrounded him, with small glimpses of the light from the fire breaking forth and flashing onto the whispering trees that, in the frost-laden icy wind, encircled him. 8 hours passed. Kai's intestines began to gurgle, his stomach grumbled. I have to defecate, he informed the berserker sitting across from him. With an indifferent look, Fafod slowly got up, axe and stone in hand. Continuing to sharpen his blade, he slowly turned around and began walking. Follow me, Fafod muttered coarsely. Kai stood up, and instantly the pain from the stomping of the angry and now dead elk shot into his shoulder and throughout his body. So then, Kai screamed, are you coming or not? Fafod spat impatiently. Kai began slowly walking to the outskirts of the glade behind the berserker as his racing thoughts consumed his inner being. And yet, a sense of complete and total serenity burned within him. This serenity was the feeling he had summoned, or rather, had summoned him, from what could only be the gods before entering the glade the morning prior when he had dragged in his kill. Why serenity? Kai did not know. His head pulsed and his vision narrowed as sweat began dripping down his forehead from the pulsing shoulder that, if not broken, was most certainly shattered in at least 3 places, oozing blood that soaked through his dirty tunic. Fafod drew a circle in the outskirts of the glade, laden by leaves, and looking directly into Kai's eyes said, If you at any point in time move outside this circle when relieving yourself, I will cut your fingers off before your head. Kai barely heard him as he exerted most of his energy, considering how he was going to manage to stay up for a week. Should he count? Should he sing? Should he pray? These thoughts consumed him, but the beast within thought of one word and one word only: Viking. Bending down, Kai shit in the circle drawn for him and dragged his left slumping shoulder back to the log behind the berserker, who, after sitting down, continued sharpening his axe. Screed, screed. Winter was here, and the morning dew that Kai remembered the morning of his path's beginning only days prior had transformed into merciless frost. Snow began to fall. Each snowflake drop was a crystal sting on the clothes that hugged his skin next to a fire that was blasting heat waves and smoke onto his face. The pulsing in his shoulder continued as it beat in unison with his pulsating heart. It was nightfall. 4 more hours passed. Dawn began to creep up as Kai had now been up for 24 hours. Normally staying up this long would be easy, that is, if he had a full stomach and his body wasn't screaming and burning with severe and painful sensations. It was the injuries he had sustained, coupled with an empty stomach, that made sleep, that ever simple and blissful escape from any kind of painful reality, more and more appealing. The thought of death, conversely, kept his adrenaline pumping and his eyes open. His mind began to drift. "Where is Tora?" he wondered. "Tora is here," he heard himself respond in thought. Silence ensued. 6 more hours passed. 30 total hours had gone by. Suddenly, his stomach began to turn as his eyes got heavier. He was told he would be fed twice a day. Where was his food? "Fafard, when can I eat?" Kai, barely hearing his own voice, gasped. Something in Fafard's expression changed. His face transformed into gleeful gratification, in much the same way a warrior does when his enemy begs for mercy in battle or is soon to be subdued by the sword. "You're hungry, Kai? Of course you can eat. Bard told you twice a day, did he not?" Getting up, Fafard moved the log he sat on and pulled out from under it a wooden bowl wrapped in cloth. "Scouse is served. Don't get up, I'll bring it to you," the berserker grunted as he stood up, walked around the fire to Kai, and held out the wooden bowl. Without giving any second thought, Kai reached out with his functioning right arm and took hold of the sustenance in front of him. Looking down into the bowl, he saw red mush, carrots, turnips, herbs, and lamb mixed with red cabbage. The stew appeared to contain more liquid than the typical scouse, but Kai, in his exhaustion, pain, and hunger, did not care. It was food. Raising the bowl to his lips, he drank from the savory and strangely bitter-tasting cup.
Chapter 15.
The Vineyard. The drink filled Kai's stomach with a sensation that gave him relief, and as he sat down by the fire, an overwhelming sense of complete peace filled his soul. He did not know where or why it came, only he knew that it made everything in this particular moment of time make absolute sense. Any and all contradictions seemed to dissipate and dissolve into complete quietness. But then this tranquil silence was interrupted by the sound of whispers in the trees that surrounded him. Where were these whispers coming from, and what were they saying? Looking closer into the wilderness, the trees appeared to be chanting warriors, standing side by side and pounding their spears on the ground. Confused, Kai looked down at the patch of dirt holding up his feet. A pool of black-red blood quickly seeped up to the surface of the ground. "What is that?" he thought he heard himself mutter, but before he could finish his sentence, the blood was gone. Blinking, he looked forward to the place the berserker was seated, but saw only a single road, a path. Squinting his eyes, 2 more paths appeared. Each of the paths, beginning as one path and separating into 3, had, at their end, a dark shadow that led into an abyss, a bottomless chasm with no direction to move up or down, left or right. "What are the ends?" he seemed to say, without vocalizing aloud his words. Reaching out his hand, he saw himself walk into the middle path, where, upon entering, he became sealed into utter darkness. The whispering and chanting warriors with spears dissolved into nothing. And then, peering his eyes forward, he saw a small light brighten the doorway, entrance to a vineyard full of workers. Upon entering the vineyard, laden by a star-struck sky, Kai absorbed an unspoken but well-felt desire, a drive, a fervent ambition amongst all who were there, that strong toil would bring about an earned return. The master's presence over his workers made this return seem, sound, and feel absolute. When the night drew to an end, the workers lined up to have their cups filled by the master. The master, moving over each man's cup, poured into them. Pouring into Kai's cup, Kai felt the weight of a liquid make his hand heavy. Upon looking inside the cup, he found it hollow. The workers began laughing, drunk on nothing. Getting louder, their laughter began to echo into savage noises of lament, wailing, and screams in Kai's ears like chains in the dark. The noise swelled, unbearable, and was torn apart by a scream, a real scream. Kai's eyes flew open. The vineyard dissolved. Smoke, steel, and the clash of war roared around him. Fafard's cries pierced the night. Kai turned and saw 3 arrows buried deep in his chest. A hand seized his mouth. Pain exploded at the back of his skull, and darkness claimed him. The darkness did not remain directionless, but began pulling him in deeper, back into the vineyard, back into that dreadful laughter and heavy, hollow cup. But something about the cup seemed different. It swelled in his hand, becoming heavier and heavier until it transformed into the blue sack of bread that had gone missing during his hunt. In between its seams, blood began to seep, dripping down his fingers and pattering onto the earth. Kai tried to let go, but the sack clung to him, pulsing like it was alive. Suddenly the dream cracked as a rush of cold night air split his vision apart. Fluttering his eyes open, Kai realized he was no longer holding the sack, but that it was there. It was real, only it was tied to the belt of a body being dragged past him. Fafard's body. Could I still be dreaming? Kai thought to himself. But the light of the fire reflecting against the bag revealed it was the exact same color, with the exact same stitching and pattern as the one he lost in the forest. It swayed against Fafard's hip with every pull of the enemy's hand. Kai's lips parted as he tried to speak, but he could make no sound. The sight of the blue sack burned in his mind before the weight of unconsciousness overpowered him again, and all was black silence. Interlude 8. The Great Schism. A few hundred blue tunics, hugging the yellow rolling plains and hills, marched west of Viborg and could be spotted half a mile away. The men marched in the daytime, with the winter climate letting up as it softly rained across the terrain. Like a hot pan that steams when splashed with cold water, so too did the soldiers feel the sensation of the cool rain against their faces as they carried their weaponry and supplies across the land. Realizing he needed as many soldiers as he could muster, and that to kill any more traitors would only threaten the unit as a whole, King Gorm spared and pardoned anyone else accused of conspiring against him. The small army's morale, however, was intensely low, and King Gorm sensed it amongst the low expressions of his warriors. Realizing this, he stopped between 2 hills just before Seidr to rally the troops. Men, you have come this far, and for what? I'll tell you why you have not come this far. You have not come this far in the end to fight for me or your tribe or your families or the gods. All of a sudden, the voice of the sage's prophecy from 27 years ago began ringing in King Gorm's head. I see territories of warring powers, whispering lies and truth. King Gorm did everything in his mind to push back on this interjecting inner voice, screaming in his mind, and proceeded to continue speaking and rallying his men. Why do you think King Emil threatened our people and our lands and conspired to overthrow our peace and livelihood? Because he, like his own people, fears us. Because we are powerful. Again the voice came back screaming in his ear. I see a people lost in their futile minds, begging for a thirst to be quenched with no resolve in sight. This can't be happening, King Gorm thought, as he saved face and continued speaking. Because we are a real force to be reckoned with. Remember this when you look in the eyes of the men whom you face on the battlefield. Look for the fear in their eyes and be prepared to exploit that fear. I see a sadist hope predicated on a man who embodies sadism. I see a generation raised in the lies of false security and false superiority. Almost in a sick fit of rage, King Gorm pushed the ringing sage's words out of his mind and continued. You have come to fight for yourselves, for glory and honor and exaltation in Valhalla, the place where only the great are permitted entrance. But again, it came back with more intensity. I see power exercised as an illusory force for good and upheld by a foundation of broken promises. I see pride in the wicked hearts of men, emboldened by the status that comes from victorious struggle. Ignoring it as best as he could, King Gorm continued, almost screaming. Today, we fight for... And before King Gorm could finish, a mass group of arrows, like a school of hungry piranhas who smelled flesh, came raining down on his men, who, at first inspired by Gorm's speech, were now holding up their shields to avoid getting punctured. King Gorm immediately turned around and saw a group of yellow tunics behind a group of black ones on top of a hill to his north. There was a pause, a raising of what looked like hundreds of little brown crescent moons, and then another wave of approaching sticks moving in unison towards their direction. Fall back, head south uphill, King Gorm yelled, as his suspicions of King Ulf's true intentions were confirmed. Quickly, his troops began running south up the other hill they were sandwiched between. Suddenly, to King Gorm's great surprise and relief, he caught a glimpse of a red group of tunics marching over the top of the south hill. King Frode is here, King Gorm exclaimed under his breath. The Traust tribe has come in time. We are under attack. We must prepare for battle, King Gorm shouted to his allies as his troops began running up the south hill. But before King Gorm could say anything else, those little half-crescent moons he saw in the distance on the north hill were now pointed in his direction, only this time from the red tunics on the south hill. Whistles could be heard swiftly passing King Gorm's left and right ears as he slowed his ascent up the south hill. A sharp sting hit his right side, another like a bite hit his left side. The last of the sage's prophecy rang in his ear as he fell to the ground. But now, I see hope. I see beams of light bursting forth from thick and heavy clouds of darkness, penetrating individual souls and spirits.
Chapter 16.
A New World. Opening his eyes to the sound of someone moving pots over a fire and the smell of broth, Kai's eyes met two smaller ones staring back at him with curiosity. "Mum, he's up!" a boy with blonde hair and a tone of deep enthusiasm screamed. "Go bring your father," Kai heard a soft-spoken woman's voice exclaim in an urgent whisper. "Father! Father!" The sound of a boy's voice could be heard fading out of the room. Kai attempted to move his hands, but quickly found they moved very little. Looking down, he discovered they had been tied together, along with his feet. He was in a steel cage, lying on his right shoulder, while the pain of his left shoulder injury began to pulse yet again with any and every slight movement he made. Kai grimaced. "Where am I?" he thought. "Where is Fafod? Is this Valhalla?" Looking up and seeing a red tunic displayed on the hut wall caused memories of the night prior to return. The tunics he had seen dragging Fafod's body, they were red. They were Traust's. Kai's heart leaped in his chest as he felt a sudden, overwhelming sense of fear and terror. Tap, tap, tap. Bigger and louder footsteps could now be heard, returning with the smaller ones that had summoned them, following closely behind. A man in a red tunic, with a long sword strapped to his side and a leather belt with multiple knife sheaths, slowly made his way in Kai's direction. Getting on one knee, he bent over and stared in Kai's face. The man had blue eyes and black hair that was parted to one side with a bald spot in the back. His beard dragged down to his chest, with white and black colors poking out. While he paused to consider what to say, the child behind him gripped his tunic and stood silent. "My name is Ragnabjörg. Do you know where you are?" the man asked in a monotone and serious manner. Kai did not reply. He had been lectured from early in his childhood about the demon that was any and all Trausts. Their very name, he had been taught, was used as a deceptive tactic to lower the guard of enemies, only to advantage them in some surprise attack they would inevitably enact later. "Come now," the man continued. "I know you are a Langr. The 300-year separation of our tribes has not sufficed to make our dialects indistinguishable from one another. Speak." Kai remained silent. There was nothing that this man could say or do that would get him to speak. "Very well," the Traust father said. "You can choose to remain silent and starve, or you can speak, and we will feed you well. The choice is yours." But just before the man turned away, Kai saw a necklace hanging from the child's neck with a tree emblem, and immediately his expression flashed rage. It was the Yggdrasil necklace Tora had given him. Observing in Kai this change of expression, the man turned to his side and looked at his son's chest. "Ah, this. Is this what you want?" he asked inquiringly, lifting the emblem around his child's neck with 2 fingers. "The tree that Odin died on. It is a story our tribes share," he said. Then, as if coming up with some bright idea, he asked with the most non-threatening and careless demeanor he could, containing in it an almost endearing and fatherly expression. "What do you know about Odin's sacrifice?" Still, Kai remained silent. "There is nothing this Traust trash can tell me, can say to me, can reason with me to get me to speak to him. He is part of a clan of weaklings who have absolutely no sense of what it means to be Viking. What path has he ever taken to get to where he is today? There is more power in a single 17-year-old Langr Viking than there is in 30 Traust men," Kai thought to himself, and, as a natural result of this inner dialogue, he almost reflexively displayed an utter distaste and disdain on his face for the man in front of him. Noticing Kai's resentment and feeling he had exhausted all options, Ragnabjörg turned and, placing his palm on the back of his child's head, guided him out of the room, leaving Kai to himself. Kai was tied up, he was in pain, and he was hungrier and angrier than ever before. But he still had one thing, his Langr pride. But for how much longer, Kai couldn't say. Because as much as he desperately clung to it, shadows of the path were beckoning the deepest recesses of his heart, mind, and soul into another direction.
Chapter 17.
Branded. As the sun lit up the inside of Ragnbjorg's hut, rays of sunshine pierced through the cracks and crevices of the places not filled in by wood and instantly lit up Kai's face. For a minute, Kai lay in the cage, dreaming of the Langr village and living at home with his father and mother. That single ray of sunshine, cold as the day was, still gave Kai a warm, nostalgic sensation as it lit up his face and reminded him of past times, of rising earlier than most in his village to study the runes of Vikings before him, and of practicing his lethal swings on the training grounds before any rooster crowed. As he continued to drowse in and out of deep sleep, the smell of stew brought him to his real senses as he awoke to the depressing realization that he was not at home, that he was in fact locked in a cage with his hands tied, starving and hungry. And, having come back to complete consciousness, so too did the pain in his injured left shoulder. Stiff and aching, the pain quickly escalated and slowly became increasingly unbearable. Trying his best to conceal the pain, Kai closed his eyes and pretended to be sleeping after hearing the sound of whispers. Suddenly, heavy footsteps began to approach him from a connected chamber room to his right. "Are you ready to eat?" Ragnbjorg asked, standing before him with firm resolve. Kai said nothing. "Give me one good reason why I should spare you the grace of a thrall auction to the highest bidder, who would love nothing more than to see your throat cut," he continued. "Or you can run the risk of being placed in the hands of someone who might think slitting your throat is too generous. Speak." "Very well. Connor and Knut, come in. It's time to take this Langr to the thing," Ragnbjorg yelled. Two men in red tunics and black-sheathed swords pushed aside the hut door and marched in. Too weak, tired, hungry, and in pain, Kai did not resist the men who rapidly pulled him out of the cage, paying no attention to his evidently injured shoulder. As Kai was lifted up and grimacing from the pain, he saw to his right the young boy from the night before, wearing his Yggdrasil necklace, peeking from behind the doorway with a look of both curiosity and concern. "Don't forget to take him to his pit stop before the thing, boys," Ragnbjorg exclaimed, following behind. The men pushed Kai outside the hut. The full exposure to the morning light flashed before his eyes and made him squint. He had a brief moment of blindness before seeing a line of huts on both his left and right, with people walking up and down the middle road that separated them. Much to his surprise, they looked and were dressed very similar to Langrs. "Look, everybody, it's a Langr lad," he heard a raspy voice yell. Suddenly, Kai felt a plurality of eyes look towards him in such a way that he could almost feel them as heavy, hot iron weighing him down. Someone hawked a loogie and spit. Another yelled, "Dunga!" and another, "Vagdropi." Reaching and stepping into a square, closed fence, Kai spotted a fire with metal poles protruding from the ground that surrounded it. One of the Traust warriors grabbed Kai by the back of the neck and pushed him down, while the other kicked his feet out from under him. Falling on his face, they lifted him up from underneath his armpits just enough to sit on his knees. Kai's back was to the fire, but he had a feeling he knew what was next. The sound of crackling and hissing could be heard behind him. Without giving any forewarning, one of the warriors took the metal pole they were burning with a capital T at its end and pressed it against Kai's shoulder blade. The sensation of 40 small knives pressing slowly into Kai's epidermis, followed by an indescribably merciless and chronic burning, conjoined itself to Kai and, with the heat it radiated, possessed his upper left back. The smell of Kai's burnt, smoking flesh filled his nostrils, as his will and consciousness nearly gave out to the degrees of pain he never knew existed. Both of the warriors then picked up Kai, who was too weak to stand, and turned him back towards the entrance of the enclosed fence, facing Ragnbjorg, who was standing in silence. Behind Ragnbjorg, a small group of people had formed, looking with intense curiosity. "Bring him before the tribe council. It's time for a thing," Ragnbjorg said, and, turning to the crowd, Ragnbjorg yelled, "This is what a Langr warrior looks like. Remember it well." But Ragnbjorg saying this is not what shocked Kai, nor did the pain in his left shoulder, either from the broken front of it or branded back, or the blows from the guards likewise. The one thing that shocked Kai, more than anything he had ever seen or felt in his entire life, was the dangling blue sack hanging from the side of Ragnbjorg's belt, the one his food had been in and had gone missing the first night of his hunt, the one he had glimpsed at on Fafard's waist before the ambush.
He had not dreamed it.
His eyes bore witness to the instruments that had choked his path. And it was not the gods, nor was it Odin. It was the berserkers, Bard's men.
Chapter 18.
The Thing. Kai was pushed like a rabid dog when a crowd, or perhaps better said an angry mob, formed around him as the two warriors escorting him, Connor and Knut, gripped his arms firmly. Having untied his legs, Kai felt a ringing sensation around his feet, where red and purple marks showed his blood circulation had nearly been cut off. They walked him back into the heart of the village and deep into the market center that was surrounded by stalls and booths of people selling various fruits, vegetables, pottery, tools, and weapons for the now central event. The Thing. Upon reaching the center of the village, the king's dwelling, Kai looked forward and found two large chairs placed in front of the largest hut he had ever seen, with two people, the king and the queen, seated in them, and Traust warriors on each of their sides. As he approached closer, he observed a row of stone benches facing each other in opposite directions, perpendicular to the throne chairs, with figures wearing layered and vibrant-colored garments of linen and wool on each of the hall's sides. Jarls, Kai thought. So they have judges and classes too. A man dressed similar to the Jarls and seated on the benches stood with his back to the king on a mound with a staff in his hand and looked inquiringly at Kai. That must be the Logsugumother, Kai said to himself, remembering that the Jarl who recited the laws to the assembled people always held a staff in the Langr tribe whenever a thing was summoned. In front of Kai, with their backs also turned to the king and queen and facing the young Langr, stood Ragnbjorg, with a unit of berserkers wearing similar-fashioned wolfskins to the ones Kai had seen in the known unknown. Only their tunics were red. The midday sky was cold, dark, and indifferent, but the people were buzzing with the enthusiasm of bees whose nest had been hit with a rock as news of a Langr capture had spread throughout the Traust tribe like wildfire. The perspiration of the people could be felt collectively in their huddled gathering, both from the sheer activity everyone had exerted in quickly getting to the assembly and the adrenaline of the situation at hand. Behind Kai was a village of 5,000 men, women, and children, made up mainly of people in progressively less fine clothing, the carls and thralls. "Quiet, quiet!" A jarl on the stone benches to the right of the king and queen began to yell. "The thing has come into session." Quickly, the people's loud, frenzied voices began dying down into quiet, low shudders. Ragnbjorg stepped forward. "We have here today a Langr who violated Odin's provision for our Traust tribe by overstepping his own border and entering into what is our rightful and forbidden territory. Had this been one of our beloved Nordman allies, we should seek answers and perhaps send him home with provision or an opportunity for future trade. But you all know as much as I do that this is no Nordman. This is a Langr. Immediately, the crowd roared in anger and rage. Now, order! Ragnbjörg continued. It is custom for the town to decide what should be done moving forward. No more than a second before finishing his sentence, a berserker next to Ragnbjörg interjected, "There is no decision to be made, because the decision has already been made. This man is to be executed as both a blood offering to Odin and as an example to the Langrs that Traust is the kingdom by which no foreign king may claim, no warrior desert, and no outside entity provoke. We are Odin's army, and to harbor or show mercy to the kin of cowards will only anger the gods." And what? An older Jarl, with fine clothing on the side stone bench to the throne, stood up and began, "Would that accomplish? We all know it was Gorm who abandoned Frode at the Battle of Arna's Hill, leaving Traust blood in the mud, while Langr fled. And yet Frode, for years, still called them kin. Should we not do the same?" The crowd broke into conversation. Kai suddenly felt a surge of stimulating curiosity immediately berate his mind. What does he mean, he thought, that Gorm betrayed Frode? It's obvious that Frode betrayed... Suddenly someone else stood up. Now, a younger Jarl on the opposite bench began. Let's not all get sentimental. Let's be pragmatic. What can we get from the young man? He can serve us as ransom to the Langrs, or perhaps even leverage against them. And if neither leverage nor ransom, let him live out his days a thrall. But let us not be impractical. Immediately, a group of farmers, after looking at one another, stood up to show their approval as the crowd broke back into conversation. "Silence!" the Lögsögumadr, holding onto his staff, yelled. "You know the law, and the law states, as it has since the Great Schism, that any Langr caught in our territory is to face ordeal. And so, if the king confirms and the town concurs, let his fate be decided by Odin. If he dies, the gods judge him guilty, but if he lives, let him live out his days a thrall under Ragnbjörg's household. Perhaps then he is meant for something more." And looking up at the king, who gave the Lögsögumadr a nod, and then looking back to the crowd, who, after some time of pondering, began to roar in approval and chant, "Ordeal." The old law speaker pointed his staff to the exit of the thing and said, "It is determined. At dawn this Langr will face ordeal, where Odin will decide his fate." As Kai was dragged away through a hostile crowd, with a brandished and burning back, his mind replayed the Lögsögumadr's last words. Odin will decide his fate. He could only think of the blue sack tied to Ragnbjörg's belt, and the same question he asked while hunting in the forest resurfaced, the question he asked before the wind betrayed his scent. Do the gods will, or do I?
Chapter 19.
The necessity to hope. Kai awoke to a surrounding dimly lit hut that still smelled of broth. After being dragged back from the morning thing, he was pushed back into his cage in the corner of the longhouse area of Ragnbjörg's hut, and quickly fell asleep, exhausted and hungry. Awakening 4 hours later, under a grey sky in the early evening, an overwhelming and captivating feeling of melancholy possessed him. Everything in his life was, to him, at its end. His will to fight was diminished by the mere fact that, despite moving through the path set before him, had to this point reaped no return. He had no hope. The only thing he had left, and that was beginning to dwindle with his will to fight, was the outward manifestation of his pride that concealed this burden of brokenness. Whatever an ordeal is in the Traust tribe, it's probably rigged like the path, he began to murmur. But another thought crossed his mind with such a heavy conviction, either because of the values instilled in him at a young age or because of the resilient mind Odin gifted him with. It was a clear thought, and it wasn't a thought born from some random whim. It was a thought that was founded and supported by the very moral laws of the universe, governed by the lawgiver. That is, it was simply the proper, correct, and right way to think, given his present situation. It was the necessity to hope. This necessity to hope was not born from utility reasons or even for the sake of practical survival. It was hope born simply because hoping was the right thing to do. Ever since Kai was a child, he carried with him this unrelenting optimism, even in the face of severe suffering. It wasn't that he didn't have moments of despair, depression, or feeling completely overwhelmed. It was that, in these moments, he simply knew from the Creator himself that the only morally correct path forward was hope. The only way out was through. And if he never got out, it was in the mere attempts to get through that made going to the grave more than simply bearable. It made going to the grave right. Holding on to this thought of hope, he then felt a presence behind him, and turning his head, found those two small blue eyes, yet again staring back at him. "Here," the young boy with the Yggdrasil necklace said quietly under his breath. "Have some dried fish." Without giving a second thought, Kai coldly responded, "I do not take scraps from Traust dogs." "Then you will starve, and the gods will laugh," the boy responded with a smirk. For the first time since he left home, Kai felt a surge of laughter spring inside him. This comedic and yet ironically true statement said by the boy, coupled with the necessity to hope he had just felt, allowed him to fully step into acting in a manner that would serve his interest, and not step into self-interest merely for the sake of self-interest, but for the sake of fulfilling what could only be one thing: the divine will. Reaching out his hand, he picked up the fish and ate. Suddenly, relief and pleasure filled his taste buds and stomach. Just then, the mother who had been cooking the broth earlier that morning walked in and firmly but calmly scolded her son. "Ingvar, you must let him eat when he is ready," she said. Nervous that he had overstepped his bounds, Ingvar moved closer to the fireplace and began playing with his wooden figurines. Looking into a face with bright green eyes and crow's feet that, like his mother, had formed at their ends, Kai observed the boy's mom, who, coming closer to the cage, addressed him directly. "You are young, too young for this war. You should be at home, not bound in a cage." Defiantly, Kai spat back with instinct. "A Langr boy is no different from a man. We fight as soon as we can lift a sword. That is our way." With a slight chuckle, followed by both a look of sadness and a tone of seriousness, the woman responded, "A wise man once said, 'Those who live by the sword die by the sword.'" Kai thought, but gave no reply. "The gods of men demand blood," she continued, "but perhaps there is a greater god, one who asks not for blood, but gives his own, and gives his blood not entirely for himself." Bitter, Kai responded, "If such a god exists, I have not seen him, and if a god did give his own blood, it could only be foremost for glory and exaltation in Valhalla." A few seconds of silence ensued. Then, getting up, the mother walked slowly out of the main room, whispered in her son's ear, "Do not stay up late," and went to bed. Sitting in the silence of a child, wrapped up in his figurine games and the crackling of fire, Kai recalled what the mother had said. Those who live by the sword die by the sword, he thought. But surely there is no other way to live, his mind continued. And surely those who don't live by the sword will sooner or later die by it too. Confused, Kai felt the insides of his being heat up. Thinking more about this conversation he had just finished began to exhaust him. It was as if some troll had taken an axe to his brain, or the gods were at war above his head. This woman is a fool, he taunted quietly. Looking over his shoulder, he found that Ingvar had fallen asleep with the Yggdrasil necklace glinting around his neck in the firelight. Thoughts of home and of Tora flooded his mind. Something in his heart told him that Tora could still be his Valkyrie into Valhalla. But the path to Valhalla, imperfect as it was, still required one thing from him. Viking.
Chapter 20.
A spectacle. Kai awoke to the sound of heavy footsteps drawing near, and the crisp morning wind air blowing through the cracks of Ragnbjörg's hut. Before opening the cage, Ragnbjörg looked inquiringly at Kai, trying to identify any kind of fear or anticipation in his eyes. While Kai was firm in his resolve, at least outwardly, he couldn't help but feel a slight sense of angst for what ordeal could mean moving forward. Luckily, in his exhausted state and having had scraps of food the night prior, he got enough sleep to feel well rested. It is time for you to face the path that many thralls have faced before you, Ragnbjörg said. Did you sleep well, Langr? The final sleeping hours of a condemned man are worth more than gold. Kai, with instant rage, fired back, A Langr never dies condemned. The path proves the worth of our blood. Pausing, Ragnbjörg looked at Kai with an almost intense expression of pity. Quietly and calmly, he responded, Ah, the path. You still cling to it. Tell me, my boy, did it feel fair? Was it the gods who whispered to you while you starved in the forest? Or was it their silence that you saw? The gods test us. That is their way, Kai snapped back. Leaning closer, Ragnbjörg whispered, Is it the gods who test you? Or men who decide which suns shall rise and which suns must fall? It was at this point that Kai, having been in inner turmoil over this exact question, but being unable to articulate the contention in the same way Ragnbjörg did, sat quietly, pondering the question. Regardless, you should remember this, Langr, Ragnbjörg continued, seeing the confusion in Kai's eyes. Wolves have no use for your path. They eat what is before them. Then, without giving Kai time to respond, Ragnbjörg unlocked the cage and pulled Kai out from under his armpits. Lifting him up and untying his feet, Ragnbjörg, with a high level of seriousness, said, If you run, I will cut you down. Ragnbjörg then escorted Kai, with a hand on his shoulder, to the outskirts of the village, where a crowd, deep in the forest, had formed around an enclosed ring of wood that stood 5 feet tall, with berserkers surrounding it every 3 to 5 feet apart. The air was tense, and Kai could feel the mud beneath his feet pulling him down to the earth as the brisk, cold air smacked his branded shoulder with the opposing forces of cold and heat. Yet, the atmosphere still retained a sense of festivity, as booths had been set up on the outskirts of the ring for spectators to make various purchases of swords, sheaths, and chainmail aimed at fathers and mothers who had brought their children. When Kai entered, everyone's eyes locked in on him. 2 berserkers opened the ring where a wooden door had been fixed and pushed him to the center. Slowly, the Logsugumother made his way to the center of the ring, where Kai stood, with a massive crowd surrounding the outside. "Traust friends and Traust family," he began, "we have here today a Langr whose fate Odin will decide. If he dies, the gods condemn him. But if he lives, he is fated for slavery. You may bring out the wolf." No sooner had he said this than did two berserkers push a cage with cylindrical logs underneath it, past the entrance and to the opposite side of the ring, facing Kai. Kai's eyes peered directly ahead of him, trying to evaluate the difficulty of the enemy he would face. But before he could catch a glimpse of his opponent in captivity, two berserkers, after escorting the Logsagoo mother out of the ring, chopped the wooden bars down that kept the beast enclosed and swiftly walked to the entrance, closing it behind them.
Chapter 21.
Ordeal. Kai could just make out a low, grumbling noise that could be heard despite the roaring of the crowd as he stood 15 feet from the now opened wooden cage. A set of pearly, sharp white teeth, coupled with two glowing eyes, could be seen locking in on Kai from inside the beast's dwelling. Suddenly, a movement caught the corner of his eye. Looking to his right, he saw a dagger and a shield had been thrown into the arena. Stooping to his right, he slowly picked up the dagger and gripped it tightly. The sensation of the leather-handled dagger in his hand and the question of what he was going to do with it gave him a surreal moment of clarity. "I will," Kai said. That single thought, that simple and profound statement, "I will," echoed in his mind with such a passionate, burning rage that the feeling of his wet, perspired palms and rapidly beating heart, those edgy sensations of rapid involuntary activity and uncontrolled hypervigilance, immediately subordinated themselves to the transcendent link that his determined heart had now made with his collected mind. This link, this connection between his heart and mind, was the wedded moment in time that all readiness for physical rage consummated with all readiness for intellectual clarity. He, at that exact moment in time, decided that he would act before being acted upon. Yet, without giving him time to pick up his shield, the wolf lunged out of its dwelling and into the space where Kai stood. Dodging the wolf by inches mid-air, Kai felt a liquid begin to drip down his arm. The wolf had cut his injured shoulder blade. Instantly, flashes of pain resurfaced as he felt his vision begin to narrow. Crouching cautiously, he stared into the hungry, snarling wolf's eyes, beckoning it to come forward as the two circled each other slowly. The starved animal was hungry for flesh and thirsty for blood. Kai's berserk, entranced state of being illuminated the same hunger and thirst. Again, the wolf lunged forward, only this time the beast hit him like a falling tree. Crashing into Kai's chest and driving the breath from his lungs, Kai tried moving to his left, but found himself in his dagger hand pinned down, while jaws of wrath began snapping inches from his throat. Every ounce of energy in his body was spent on keeping the wolf's sharp teeth at bay as hot, ferocious breath poured over his face. He tried to wrench his dagger arm free, but the wolf's leg had it pinned into the earth. His free arm tried yanking the wolf off, but he was beginning to lose strength. Then a thought flashed through his mind. Those who live by the sword die by the sword. Kai instinctively let go of trying to free his dagger arm and instead drove his injured shoulder directly into the wolf's ferocious jaws as its teeth sunk deep. Shots of severe pain took over Kai's left shoulder, but the shift startled the animal for an instant as its weight rolled off his trapped arm. In that heartbeat, Kai ripped his dagger arm free, feeling the warm leather hilt slide back into his palm. Blood streamed from his shoulder where the wolf's fangs locked down, but now he had leverage. Quickly, Kai drew up his knees, with the 140-pound beast clamped down on his left shoulder, and after twisting his hips, drove the dagger up beneath the wolf's ribs. The animal howled and continued to thrash. Kai continued driving the blade in and out, puncturing the wound deeper into its bones and muscles. As his free arm clamped its neck, his dagger hand then pulled out of the beast before returning deep into the animal's skin with repeated, vicious stabs. Pain thundered in his shoulder, while blood from both man and beast began painting his slippery fingers dark red. Eventually, the movement of the wolf receded as the total loss of blood caused it to loosen its gripping jaw from his left shoulder. Kai shoved the carcass aside and staggered to his knees, his chest heaving as the crowd roared. His vision again began to narrow as he knelt in a pool of blood. Then, upon trying to stand, he quickly passed out.
Chapter 22.
Prophecy. As Kai lay motionless on the dirt floor of the arena, the crowd continued chanting as some inside began raging and disputing with others for the gambling wagers they bet, while others were more interested in whether or not the gods had spoken. "You bet me he would win the fight. Now he's dead. Pay up," one man was heard saying. "He did win the fight. Did you not see him get up onto his knees after the wolf bled out?" another responded. "The Langr is a lost cause. Look at him lying in the same pool of blood as the wolf. It's all the same blood. It's animal blood, it is." "Nonsense, there's no proof he's dead. And did you see him sacrifice his shoulder so he could strike the beast with his right arm? If he is still alive, he has been divinely judged. Odin has spoken. He must be spared." "If he's alive, we'll finish the job," a berserker hoarsely blurted out as he unsheathed his axe after overhearing the conversation. "If we perform Blóðörn, Blood Eagle, we can offer his life as a sacrifice to Odin." "Without a doubt we will, as the instruments of Odin's wrath slice up this cursed Langr," another berserker agreed, before four more began nodding their heads. "Silence!" a sharp, loud voice yelled. Ragnbjörg had stepped into the ring, checked Kai's chest for breathing, and was now holding up two axes while keeping his eyes fixed on the Langr. "No one touches the lad. He is alive. I will take him to my home, where he will remain a thrall under my household." These were the terms. If anyone feels otherwise, we can resolve that right here, right now. The crowd remained silent. Then, after a full minute, Ragnbjörg nodded in approval, ripped a piece of cloth from his tunic, wrapped it around Kai's blood-soaked wound, picked him up, and then slung him over his shoulder, walking to his hut at a swift pace. Kai drifted in and out of sleep before finally waking up, not in a cage, but in a bed. He heard whispering and voices in the room adjacent to the one he was in. Immediately he attempted to get up, but found his injured left shoulder was now nearly completely incapacitated. He didn't stand a chance. Laying back down, he tried his best to listen. Two voices were going back and forth. He should have died in the ring. But Odin spared him. Was it Odin who spared him, or was it Odin he defied? Leaning on his right shoulder and lending his left ear as close to the next room as he could, he heard a raspy old man's voice whisper with contemplation. "Odin spared him in the ordeal yesterday, aye. This is true. But the Langr's path is not Odin's work. That path is fated by men, and has been fated by men since its inception." Kai didn't believe his ears. Gorm's sacrifice and betrayal by Frode birthed the path, he thought. His death is what made it divinely inspired. Then Kai recalled himself explaining to the 2 dead elk he had carried to the known unknown just a few days ago. Sage Sten instituted it as a ritual designed and appointed by the gods as a way for our tribe to weed out the weak and confirm Odin's choice Viking warriors. And the same repetitious question that he was all too familiar with, the one that he had grown up memorizing and repeating from the runes with everyone in the Langr village, from childhood to adolescence to youth, resurfaced. Why do the gods select choice Viking warriors at 16? And with the question, the word-for-word answer that he and all his peers repeated together in unison took possession of his mind. It is to protect all the brothers in battle and the tribe's prosperity from weak warriors. It is for good Hamingja, for the tribe's survival in having only the best skills, talents, and influences passed down to further generations. But before Kai could rationalize any further, he heard one voice break out with even more secrecy and further. "You don't think he could be the one mighty and strong, do you?" Silence filled the next room, but it didn't matter to Kai, because he was shocked. What do the Trausts know about the one mighty and strong, he thought. The one mighty and strong was a prophecy he found carved in runes growing up, but he had never been told who it was or what it meant. After asking his father about it, his father told him it was an unknowable mystery, uttered once by Sage Stein. Immediately Kai recalled the words of the prophecy in his mind. "And it shall come to pass that I, Odin, will send one mighty and strong, holding the scepter of power in his hand, clothed with light for a covering, whose mouth shall utter words, eternal words, while his bowels shall be a fountain of truth, to set in order mine house, and to arrange by lot the inheritances of the Langs whose names are found, and the names of their fathers and of their children, enrolled in the book of the law." Before Kai could rationalize any further, he heard footsteps make their way towards the room that he lay debilitated in. After rapidly closing both eyes, he quickly rolled from his right shoulder onto his back and pretended to be asleep.
Chapter 23.
One for all. Ingvar walked in and stared at Kai lying in the bed. "Wake up, you dummy," he said impatiently, yet fearful of how Kai might react. Kai, hearing it was the little boy's voice, opened his eyes and stared back at Ingvar. For a minute, Ingvar appeared to be scared, expecting Kai to jump out of the bed. But then, remembering their prior conversation, he said, "Why did you let the wolf eat your shoulder?" "Why do you ask irritating questions?" Kai responded. "It's just, I'm curious. Do you think it was God who spared you, or do you think it was you who spared you? Mum sometimes says that one man should die for the people so that the whole tribe does not perish." Kai paused. He was surprised at the child's profoundly curious question and the statement of his mother. The path, the choosing of some, and the death of others seemed clearly spelled out in the child's words. That those who could never be choice Vikings must perish so that the strength of the tribe can remain. He also was confused at Ingvar's mention of God and not the gods. Quickly, he then remembered what the boy's mother had told him 2 days ago. The gods of men demand blood, but perhaps there is a greater god, one who asks not for blood, but gives his own, and gives his blood not entirely for himself. "What do you mean, God?" Kai responded. "Do you mean Odin?" Ingvar remained quiet, as his face quickly turned red, and his eyes showed an embarrassed look of concern, as if he had been caught in some act or spilled a secret he wasn't supposed to tell. "Well, speak," Kai said, getting impatient. After seeing this complete change in Ingvar's attitude, but for reasons he could not determine, Kai continued. "Yes, I do think it was the gods who spared me, but only as much as I spared myself. What is your name?" Kai asked, forgetting what his mother had called him. He looked into the boy's eyes and saw his expression change into an almost big brotherly appreciation for him, happy to have been asked the question. "I am Ingvar, son of Ragnbjörg," he replied. "Well, Ingvar, what do you think your Traust tribe will do to me? Are they commissioned by the gods to hang me from a tree as a Langr criminal? Will they sell me? Or will I be graced, living out my days as a meager, pathetic thrall? Is it better that I die so your tribe lives?" Pausing, a milieu of sad seriousness filled the room. Then, in a quiet undertone, the boy responded in such a serious way it seemed older than him. "I don't know," he said slowly, "but Mum says that one man should die for the people so that the whole tribe does not perish."
Chapter 24.
Astrid. Waking up in the middle of the night to severe shoulder pain, Kai peered out to the main hall and noticed a figure crouching by the fire. The figure had the outline of a somewhat worn dress and was slowly stirring soup in silence, with her back turned to Kai. In the ember glow at the foot of the fire that lit up the surrounding straw hut walls, Kai made out one long and thick braid that was positioned falling down the center of the back of her head, hanging flat and extending past her backside and down to her waist. Observing her in silence, he wondered who she was and what she was doing. But before he could conceal his stare, she turned, and looking into his face, their eyes locked with a solemn stillness in the glowing light of the flames. He saw in her brows a soft surrender, followed by a small smirk as she shyly looked down, while his eyes, unbeknownst to him, remained fixated. Kai was sure that the silence in this room could be heard from 10 miles away by all the gods above, watching, whose halls were probably now filled with laughter in a cheeky and irreverent, jiving kind of way. "My name is Astrid, daughter of Frigg. Ragnbjörg has sent for my family's practice to treat your wounds and nurse you back to health," she said softly, looking down. Kai heard the words, but having been distracted by her gentle mannerisms and soft eyes, suddenly found himself staring at her lips without speaking. She had blonde hair and blue eyes, and not dark blue eyes like Tora's, but rather crystal bright blue, like the sight of glaciers fixed between a small and delicate iceberg that was her nose. Then, as if suddenly coming back to his senses and realizing he was not only entertaining thoughts of passion for a Traust woman, but a woman who was altogether not Tora, he awoke from his dreamlike slumber. "Well, it's a good thing I'm not a member of Ragnbjörg's household. Leave me," Kai pressed, with a serious tone of firm, yet still questionable indifference. Without looking back up at him, she nodded her head and began making her way towards the hut's wood door exit. But a few steps before reaching the door, Kai said aloud, "My name is Kai, but keep that name between us. Have your mother Frigg, if she dare whisper to Odin, tell him that I, a mere mortal, have drunken from Mimir's well at the root of the Yggdrasil tree, just as he has done. I, like Odin giving up his eye, have given up the full use of my shoulder so that I could obtain greater knowledge. The knowledge I've obtained is not defiance to Odin's will, but a will of my own." She then left the hut, stepping swiftly through the front door that had been creaked open from where she had entered. When the door closed behind her, Kai lay staring up at the hut ceiling. Her name echoed in his mind, but the sting in his shoulder remained louder still. Pain and longing vied for dominance, neither yielding, yet both gnawed at him in silence. Kai rolled back on his right shoulder and winced as his shoulder blade throbbed. Moving his hand up to the torn cloth that Ragnbjörg had wrapped around his arm, he did his best to adjust the bandage. But any adjustment meant he had to reposition the blood-soaked rags that were now hugging his skin and tore open the wound the more he moved them. And what was even more, his mind was now moving quicker than he could manage. Kai shut his eyes, but found no rest. His thoughts dragged him back to the dream he had in the woods. The hall of his people, the empty cup, the rage of thirst, the man on the tree, the blood that never emptied. He could still hear the fatherly voice. The wisdom that conquers, or the love that surrenders. The words beat in his head like the pulse in his shoulder. If Odin's eye brought wisdom, then what of my shoulder, he continued thinking. Yet the dream, the blood was not wisdom, but love. Not knowledge for one, but love for many. What shall I drink from? The cup of water, or the cup of blood? And another saying, the one Ragnbjörg's wife had, those who live by the sword, die by the sword. Was this not the same endless cycle he had seen in his people's thirst for the cup of water, never satisfied, never free? Perhaps the sword was just another cup that never stayed full. Knowledge that fed strength for a moment, but always left the soul hungry again. But another, colder sentence kept surfacing, the one the boy had repeated from his mother. One man should die for the people, so that the whole tribe does not perish. What gnawed at Kai now was not which of the two was truer, but how they worked together. The sword that cut you down was the same sword the tribe taught you to raise, and the death the elders called necessary was the very means used to buy their peace. His shoulder burned, and with it came the dream again, the empty cup, the blood that refilled itself. Was the calf's death a lesson or a payment? Was the one man sacrificed a sign of wisdom earned or a sign of love displayed? He clenched his jaw, refusing to yield. But somewhere in the hollow of his chest, he too felt a thirst that remained unquenched, and a hunger still yet unsatisfied.
Chapter 25.
Seidr. Frigg was the village Völva, the magical practitioner whose role was to heal, prophesy, and provide spiritual guidance through the art of Seidr. She was short and striking, her gold hair falling nearly to her hips. She always carried with her a staff that had the carving of an Ansuz rune, Ansuz, which was closely tied to Odin's divine power and wisdom. Around her body was a black cloak with plastered jewels and gems, alongside a glass bead necklace she wore even to bed. Upon hearing news of the Langr's injury from Ragnbjörg, she agreed to practice the magic of the second Merseburg incantation, once used to heal a horse, on Kai's shoulder. With Kai lying in bed, surrounded by Ragnbjörg, Ragnbjörg's wife Ingvar, and Astrid, Frigg called upon the goddess Volla to assist in the healing ritual. She then said, Ben sie bena, Blót si Blóðörn, lid sie Gilded, so se gelimidasin, or bone to bone, blood to blood, limb to limb, so be glued. After repeating this 3 times, she applied yarrow to Kai's wounded shoulder and then began to stare in Kai's eyes with an air of deep curiosity, as if she had had a conversation about him prior to this meeting. As the chant ended and the air became still, Kai's shoulder throbbed, not with pain, but with unease. "What's your name, Langr?" the Volva asked. Kai was silent. "He won't speak it," Ragnabjörg said. Then, leaning into his ear so that only Kai could hear, she whispered with a deep undertone, "Is it Kai?" Immediately, Kai shot Astrid a look of betrayal as she looked away. "No," Kai retorted, still defiant. "You see, Frigg, he will not tell us his name," Ragnabjörg exclaimed. "Well then, since you do not know your name, you will be given one as a Traust thrall. You will be from this day forward, Inguz. You have been isolated for the benefit of evolution, much like our father Odin was. I pronounce this name on you today because you have new beginnings, even as a thrall," she said in a moderately loud voice with a trance-like tone. "Let me ask you a question, Inguz," Frigg continued. "What does your tribe know of Odin's sacrifice?" Kai thought it through and responded with what his instinct gloried in, but what his heart was now beginning to question. "Odin chose to die on a tree for knowledge. He even gave his eye for it," he said slowly. "Well," Frigg squealed in excitement, looking around at the others, "it looks as if our distant Langr-kin is not so distant after all." Then, with a sudden change of expression from one of enthusiasm to another of complete and total seriousness, she asked in a low tone, "And do you think Odin saw more with more knowledge, or less with one less eye?" "How can one expect to see less when one knows more?" Kai responded. "Right you are," she exclaimed, looking around her and staring slightly longer at Ragnabjörg's wife than everyone else. "You see, Inguz, what makes Odin greater than that crucified king the English and French worship is that his death was not submission, but conquest. He went to his death for glory and power. He did not lose his life to mere mortals, like some weak, insufficient thrall whose life was determined by mere men, but in his own strength obtained the crown of honor. His will to power made him great." Kai looked around him and noticed Ragnabjörg's wife quickly shot a look of concern toward Ingvar, but, seeing that she was being watched by Frigg, quickly diverted her gaze downward. Frigg, having caught Ragnabjörg's wife's look at her son, peered down at little Ingvar for a couple seconds, then quickly packed up her sack of herbs, nodded at Ragnabjörg, and tilted her head so Astrid knew it was time to leave. And so much time passed, with Kai living his days of recovery out in Ragnabjörg's household, shut in from the outside village. The day usually came and went as follows. Each morning, the scent of broth stirred him awake. Each afternoon, Frigg returned to sing her healing charm. And each night, Kai's thoughts turned toward escape and Tora. Kai was, of course, maintaining his composure, but was, with every waking hour, planning this escape. He was sure that when and if his shoulder fully healed, he would seize every opportunity to return. Only one thing continued to burn in the back of his mind: how, or even if, he would be received back into the Langr fold. Had he failed his path? And since the path was rigged, did he even want to return? Of course, Tora burned in his thoughts, and so Kai became determined to first get more answers about what the path was, why it started, and what, in the history of his people, had potentially been tainted by false testimony. It was this need for knowledge that kept him planted, at least momentarily, in the Traust tribe.
Chapter 26.
Christians. As the coldest winter weeks were behind the Traust tribe and temperatures began to rise, so too did Ragnbjörg's suspicions of Kai's intentions to flee the more his shoulder healed. "You heal fast, Inguz. Wolves do too," Ragnbjörg said, half smiling, half serious. "Wolves bite when cornered," Kai shot back with the same level of half-humor. Ragnbjörg decided he would start slow and give Kai simple tasks that he could still watch him perform, or at least have one of his fellow warriors oversee, like feeding his pigs or splitting kindling. And Kai began to notice that Ragnbjörg's wife, Bodil, was beginning to trust him more, as she did not tremble or take precaution when feeding him. While Kai's shoulder would never be the same, he was able to regain a good portion of its rotation as he slowly built up to heavier training. Now, almost completely healed, Ragnbjörg decided to make him a blacksmith, working under Frigg's husband Toke for the first portion of the day and bringing back his wages towards the late afternoon. And so Kai, while forbidden from ever leaving the outside of the village or even getting near the entrance, worked Toke's shop inside the tribe's walls most of the day, observing what daily life was like for Trausts. One particular woman with a concealed head caught his eye when, before looking around and not noticing Kai's eyes watching her from behind the cracked walls of the shop, tucked a wooden object in her sleeve before drawing from the town well. To his surprise, the Trausts were a lot like the Langrs, divided, as he had taken notice at the thing, into thralls, carls, and jarls. He knew very little of the king and cared even less to find out. Much of this may have been because Astrid had begun to catch his attention as she passed by his shop every day, sometimes dropping in for something she or her mother needed. One morning, as Kai hammered down on a half-formed axe head, Astrid's voice was heard behind him, cutting through the clang of metal. "Still not dull enough to hit your thumb, I see." Kai, without looking up, responded, "Not for lack of trying. Your father gives me enough work to lose 3 fingers a day." Astrid leaned on the doorway and crossed her arms. "That's his way of showing trust." "Trust?" Kai laughed. "It feels more like surveillance." "He's a blacksmith," she replied, stepping inside the warm haze of the forge. "Trust is a currency he doesn't spend easily." Kai glanced up and with a sharpened tone responded, "And what about you? Do you trade in that same currency?" Astrid held his gaze longer than was proper. "I think I'd rather see for myself what kind of man you are before I start counting coins." He couldn't help but smile. "Then you'll have to spend more time in the forge." She hesitated, lowering her eyes to the half-shaped axe. "You sound like you plan on staying long enough for me to do that." Kai's hands stilled. "I haven't decided. Men like me don't stay long in one place, especially not where wolves and lambs share a fence." Her eyes narrowed slightly. "And which are you?" "Depends who's holding the gate," he said. Astrid studied him, her tone softening. "You're not wrong to be cautious. The Trausts may call themselves one tribe, but not everyone here bends the knee to my mother, or to her gods." Kai's jaw tightened. "I've noticed. But the ones who are privileged to remain unhidden proudly and publicly sacrifice to the gods." Her voice dropped. "Being a Christian here is a dangerous thing. Say the wrong prayer, and it's not the gods you'll answer to. It's men." Kai turned back to the fire, the iron glowing orange. "Then maybe it's not the gods dividing you." Astrid's silence lingered before she said quietly, "You speak like a man who's seen both sides." He met her eyes again, this time without his usual guarded humor. "I know of only one side." Yet, upon saying this, there was something within him, something that had awoken the day he fought the wolf, that caused him to not only question the inevitable sovereignty of the gods, but the very end-all meaning of his entire existence. After his conversation with Astrid ended, and she had walked out of the forge and back into the wide village pathway, Kai spotted again, from the corner of his eye, that same cloaked woman who had in the morning concealed a wooden object in her pocket, now stepped into the center street again where the well was located. Only this time, being the peak hour of the day, she was alone, but alone with two others whose bodies were concealed in cloaks. Their cloaks looked torn and shaggy and probably belonged to thralls. Something inside Kai struck him with curiosity as he peered out in observation. The lady, with a ragged brown cloak wrapped around her, had her back turned. She seemed to be orating something at the well, almost like a lecture. She did so quietly, even though she was not within earshot of anyone else. When she had finished speaking, she cautiously looked around, then, bending down so as to conceal herself, placed her hand on her forehead, then her chest, then her left shoulder, followed finally by her right shoulder. That gesture, Kai thought. I recognize it. But from where? Racking his brain, Kai tried to remember when and where he had seen the lady's hand movements practiced. Suddenly, it dawned on him as if he had been hit over the head with a hot pan. Christians, he thought, as the memory of his older peers and their parents, laughing and making the same gesture, returned to him after they had just returned from a raid, bringing with them thralls. There are times in one's life where impulse overrides reason. Whether it was stupid impulse or sheer curiosity, Kai could not recall. Only Kai wanted to now, and especially after his conversation with Astrid, learn more about this God-man. This desperate curiosity to know something more than a path already determined by the gods and meaning constructed on more than conquest sent him into a mode of stealth, rapid movement. Looking around the shop, and knowing Toke would not be back for another good hour, Kai quickly threw on his cloak to conceal his movements. Stepping out of the forge cautiously and into the main village road, a few villagers looked in his direction, but could only make out his eyes. Looking forward, he saw the three figures from the well moving at a pace that forced him to speed walk just to keep in step. Slowly, he gained on them, inch by inch, his heart leaping with every step closer. But then, to his jolting shock, he found upon turning a corner that he was directly in front of the village entrance, the place Ragnbjörg explicitly forbade him from getting even remotely near. For an instant, he thought he remained unnoticed. The three cloaked figures were only slightly ahead of him at the barrack gates. Then, a gust of wind blew, tearing back his hood while revealing his all-too-familiar face to a berserker on guard. A shout as loud as thunder broke out. Before he found himself on the ground, he caught a glimpse hanging off the belt of those he pursued, of Tora's Yggdrasil necklace, after which they turned the corner and were gone. Chapter 27. The Madman. The pitch-black end of the chamber Kai had been pushed into after the berserker disappeared with the torchlight gave him a different sense of captivity. There was something about being surrounded by darkness, yet concealed in a confined space, that was far more daunting than the cage in Ragnbjörg's household by the fire or the dark, endless landscape of the forest. Knowing he was limited in both mobility and vision caused his mind to scatter, but scatter not in panic, but rather in curious despair. The tapping of a prisoner could be heard echoing throughout the stone-cold dungeon as drips of condensation into some small pool of water in the distance made a dropping sound every 10 to 15 seconds. Splat, splat, splat. "Hello?" Kai said, slightly frightened, yet firm in retaining his composure. "Welcome to outer darkness," a voice snorted in laughter in the cell next to him. Kai remained quiet for a few seconds before the voice continued. "What brings you here today?" I'm a Langr thrall accused of trying to escape. Accused of trying to escape? Well, if you forward your claim with accused, there must be some chance you're innocent. Just like the rest of us. Ha 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 ha! Kai kept silent. Still the voice went on. You're a Langr thrall, you say? I must say, Langr, we haven't had one of you come around these parts in a very long time. Tell me, Langr thrall, what does the outside world look like these days? Are the Trausts still putting thralls through Ordeal, Langr? Or is that a pastime? No, it's still ongoing, Kai said with a sense of both unease and annoyance, yet curious to discover more. They put me up against a wolf. A wolf? Ah, but you survived, did you not? Of course you survived. Here you are, right here, right now. Alive. And in a cell next to mine. Why was surviving Ordeal not enough for you? Why not live your days out as a thrall? Is the risk really worth the reward, Langr? Tell me, if it is, I'd be curious if you feel the same way now as you did this morning, being out there in the light and all. I got carried away by something. By something, you say, Langr? And what was that? Freedom? Kai paused for a minute and realized that to some extent the man in the cell next to him, as mad as he probably was, and as little as he understood his situation, had the correct answer. He was looking for freedom. Yes, freedom. Well, tell me, Langr, was it worth it? Because if they don't cut your head off, which, Langr, believe me, would be a tender mercy compared to living out your days in a place like this. If they don't cut your head off, they may just sacrifice you to Odin. And believe me, such a sacrifice, a Blóðörn, is far from pleasant. Still, Kai was silent. Then he became angry and bold. What do you know of Odin? Kai retorted aggressively. Ah, the gods, Langr, the gods, he reacted in an almost menacing yet pitiful tone. When men like us are in spaces like these, we come to know the gods more than we ever would out there. It seemed like the madman wanted this to sink in, and so he was silent for a few seconds. Then, clearing his throat, he continued. Now tell me, Langr, are the Langrs still doing the path? What do you know of the path? Kai exclaimed, barely able to conceal his curiosity. Ah, now there it is, he continued. Then, pausing for a few seconds, he broke out in rhyme. The boy becomes a man. What will he do? Redeem his clan? Become anew? Ha 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 ha! Kai was silent. I can tell you one thing, Langr, the madman continued. The path was never the god's design. It was a king's fear, dressed as fate. What are you talking about? Wake up, Langr, wake up! You don't see it, do you? Your king Gorm was never chosen by the gods. Gorm founded the path so the tribe might survive, Kai said, half assured of himself. Survive? No, Langr, fear. He fled Arna's Hill when his men broke ranks. Fear, Langr, fear built his throne. The path was made to bleed out the old bloodlines. Any and all Langr children whose fathers had bloodlines related to the Trausts were siphoned off, slowly, through the path, so that the cowardice legacy of King Gorm could not pass down through generations. To cover his shame, he declared it divine will, instituting the path to purge children of anyone suspected of being loyal to the Trausts. Blood washed away truth. That was the birth of your sacred path. Still, Kai remained silent as the surrounding density of the air felt like it was now placing pressure on his chest.
So then why have it still?
Kai inquired as his palms began to sweat and his heart beat rapidly, still refusing to believe his ears. Why stop a perfect means of control when you can keep the power in the family? It was intended to continue until the last suspected bloodline loyal to the Trausts was wiped off the planet. But it did not stop there. It became a central means of control. Sitting in that cell and pondering a narrative he had been taught growing up his whole life, a narrative in which he placed his complete faith and trust in, only to find a completely different narrative here placed Kai into a dreamlike state. The paradigm shift was so powerful, he wasn't sure he could, or ever would, distinguish fiction from reality again. Ah, but Langr, do not lose hope. No, do not lose hope. There is one mighty and strong who will come to save the day. Ha 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 ha! The man burst out into laughter as his voice echoed wildly through the dungeon chambers. Kai pressed his back against the wall. As his heart pounded, he was unsure if what he'd heard was madness or revelation. The laughter then died down into a whisper. Until then, Langr, remember this, the man said, coughing and speaking in a raspy voice. One man should die for the people, so that the whole tribe does not perish.
Chapter 28.
Split. As Kai lay in the silence of the night, thoughts of home, of Halfdan, his best friend, and of Tora resurfaced. He now felt obligated more than ever to return, and this urgency drove him into a mad state of frenzy as he feared for his loved one's safety. But the mad frenzy he felt would quickly subdue into a state of questioning, of doubt, and of second-guessing the madman's words. Will the Langrs come looking for me, knowing I am behind enemy lines? Is this propaganda, a kind of re-education to get me to believe a narrative bred more from rivalry than it is from truth, he thought. Everything he imagined, every single thought, picture, or person, coupled with the dripping water in the background, merged into one surreal moment of two competing narratives, now in full clash with each other, now at battle. It was a surreal battle, fought with ideas and thoughts as old as the battle of the Langrs and Trausts, fighting with spears and axes themselves. But is not such the history of history, the battle of ideas over a grand narrative that mankind spends vast amounts of precious time and energy to not only lay claim to, but to lay claim within the boundaries and confines of one's own tribe, so as to justify the next move, no matter how radical it would look from an outsider looking in. This grand narrative was not congruent. It was as split as Kai's mind now felt. And furthermore, this confusion, this anxiety around the potential dangers of Kai's loved ones at home, clashed with an unrelenting skepticism of the Trausts, the tribe he was raised to distrust. Was Tora in need of saving, or was this merely the enemy's propaganda to re-educate him into an alternative worldview that, if adopted, could only drag his very soul into an alliance and loyalty with any Traust willing to reach out and help rescue those behind Langr lines? Are the Trausts even willing to help rescue his cursed tribe? And would those behind Langr lines even see clearly enough to receive the help? Or could this joint effort to rescue those Langrs facing systemic genocide be a betrayal of the highest degree of truth itself, which truth was, and has always been, the narrative favorable to the Langrs, the one that preserved peace, order, and security in the tribe, the one that was the very mechanism for survival in crowning Vikings worthy of honor? Kai was on a path that had now reached a fork, a divided mind taken by two tribes, by two tales, by two testimonies of terror against the other, yet that assured trust within its own ranks. A divided mind, Kai realized, he had to make a decision about the nature of reality itself and not waver. Further knowledge could be the means by which he discovered and discerned fact from fiction. But from who? And for how long? Whose words were worthy enough to walk him willingly into waging war while working alongside noble warriors? What was wisdom? And a second thought took Kai by storm. He realized very quickly that he possessed not only a divided heart and mind in affection toward tribe, but in affection towards women. Would his love for Torah cause him to act in a brash and foolish manner that he would come to regret? Should he be enraged by the prospect of her being unsafe with the ties his tribe knew they had? Or would he find out that this was a foolish Traust hoax all along, a narrative to break him? If not a hoax, was he then wrong to allow his growing affection for Astrid to haze his responsibility to return?
Chapter 29.
The Wyrd. Coming back to his present situation, without making any determination that separated fact from fiction, Kai recalled the Yggdrasil necklace he saw before being tackled to the ground, and now put the pieces together. Without a shadow of a doubt, Ragnbjorg's wife, Bodil, was a Christian. What do you mean one man should die for the people so that the whole tribe does not perish? Kai urgently asked, without concealing his realization that this man had repeated the phrase he heard Ingvar quote his mother as saying. "Ah, Langr, be still, be still. It is a Traust prophecy," he muttered, as if it was something obvious to everyone. "A Traust prophecy?" Kai asked. "Yes, Langr, a Traust prophecy, for the one mighty and strong." "Ha ha 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 ha!" Kai paused, realizing that this man had now twice repeated a phrase he had read in the rune archives of the Langr tribe as an adolescent. "The one mighty and strong, Langr. Your tribe knows it too, no? It goes something like this. And it shall come to pass that I, Odin, will send one mighty and strong, holding the scepter of power in his hand, clothed with light for a covering, whose mouth shall utter words, eternal words, while his bowels shall be a fountain of truth, to set in order mine house, and to arrange by lot the inheritances of the Trausts whose names are found, and the names of their fathers and of their children, enrolled in the book of the law." Kai couldn't believe his ears. So they have the same prophecy, only it is the Trausts who say they will receive the one mighty and strong. Kai thought to himself. Two tribes, one prophecy. Kai tried to clear his mind, but so many questions began to pile up that his head began to throb from dehydration and confusion. Then, straightening his back, he asked, "What is the Book of the Law?" "The Book of the Law, Langr, is the Wyrd. It's the main force determining all courses and events in our universe. All that happens, from the overarching trajectory of time down to the ripples of events in people's lives, doesn't just occur because of random chance or because of the consciously chosen intentions of the person who performed a causal action, but because it is fated to happen. Almost all beings are subject to fate, even the gods themselves. For all the fearsome power they have, the power of fate is greater still. I will, not the gods. It is I who will," Kai said aloud with determination. "Explain to me, Madman of the Dark," he continued, "what Sigurd meant when he spoke in the Fafnismal to Regin after slaying Fafnir the dragon. Better is heart than a mighty blade, for him who shall fiercely fight. The brave man well shall fight and win, though dull his blade may be." Or when he also spoke and said, "Brave men better than cowards be when the clash of battle comes, and better the glad than the gloomy man shall face what before him lies." "Aye, yes, Langr, yes," the madman continued. "Your fate is hardly more important than what you do with your fate, Langr. The attitude you have for whatever fate you have in store is not irrelevant. There is no honor in being merely passive and surrendering to fate. Instead, honor is found in approaching your fate as a battle to fight heroically, even if, Langr, even if ultimately it is a battle you are doomed to lose. But listen here, Langr, listen. Why do you leave out what Sigurd said to Regin after Regin praised him for being the most fearless of all men who now trod the earth after slaying Fafnir? Unknown it is, when all are together, the sons of the glorious gods, who bravest born shall seem. Some are valiant, who redden no sword in the blood of a foeman's breast. Kai thought about it. Some are valiant, who redden no sword in the blood of a foeman's breast, his mind continued. So, there can be valiance in a man who does not see battle. But then what of Valhalla? Then thoughts of Bodil's words re-entered his soul. Those who live by the sword die by the sword. Do you think, Kai began to lower his tone, that those who live by the sword die by the sword? Silence crept back into the dungeon. That, Langr, I don't know, the voice replied after a long pause. But I do know this. The one mighty and strong, the one who will reunite the Langr-Traust alliance and bring together all the fathers and their children whose names are written in the book of the law. He is seen differently by both tribes. What do you mean? Kai inquired. For the Langrs, the man said slowly, he is a messenger, a man of flesh, who will bear words as a sword proceeding from his mouth. But for the Trausts, he paused, his voice breaking. For the Trausts, he is a sacrifice, a life that will be offered to Odin in order to restore peace to the tribes. Kai froze as his heart began to sink, remembering the voices he heard in Ragnbjorg's hut, speculating that he himself could be the one mighty and strong.
A messenger for one,
A sacrifice for the other, the man rasped. Then, before Kai could respond, the surrounding area became dimly lit as a light in the distant hall began to show, and the tapping of heavy footsteps could be heard walking towards him and the madman. It's time to go, Inguz, a deep voice said, holding the torchlight to the cell Kai was in.
Chapter 30. The Thing. 2.
The flashing of the flame shot through Kai's head like a blinding light as a minor shock of pain, if only for a second, moved to the back of his eyes. Kai stood up, and looking at the berserker, he felt a sting of distaste surface to his chest for the man before him, only to dissipate in the shrouded mystery of the grand narrative behind the origins of the path and the prophecy of the one mighty and strong. With a serious face, the berserker opened the cell door Kai was in, and then, raising his hand, gestured for him to wait. For 15 seconds, the two stared at one another, neither breaking eye contact, both unwilling to be the first to look away. Then, smiling, the berserker said hoarsely, "If you so much as make a single fast move, I will break your nose, Inguz." Refusing to lose his composure, Kai firmly responded by raising one eyebrow with a look as if to say, "You'll have to find out for yourself whether or not I run," before stepping out of the cage. Not liking this, and perceiving it as arrogant, the berserker, in a rage, struck Kai with a fist in the rib, with as much force as a blacksmith would when coming down on a burning blade. Immediately, all of Kai's air left his lungs as he gasped for breath like a man who had just resurfaced to the open air above a lake after a deep dive. "You might think that being Ragnbjorg's thrall keeps you safe," the berserker snapped. "But just know, Inguz, that even a Hersier like him can't always protect you when berserkers go hunting, and most especially when during their hunt they are hungry for blood." Now move! After pushing Kai, who was holding his stinging rib, Kai stumbled but caught his footing. As they walked through the dungeon of cold, mouldy stone walls on each side that were just dimly lit by the torchlight, the sound of rapid feet from mice could be heard scurrying around them. There was a distinct moisture in the air, having been underground, that quickly began to lose its condensation the more the two climbed the rock stairs to reach the surface level of the enclosed dungeon that was concealed by a roof of wooden log shafts tied together. Pushing up against this covering and moving it to the side, Kai pulled himself out of the hidden hole entrance to the dungeon and found himself in a hut. In the hut, there sat an old man facing the wooden doors, silent, not speaking as he meditated on a mat. The berserker pushed Kai out of this hut, the same one he had been brought into a day earlier with a bag on his head, and into the dirt road that separated the Traust town huts on each village side. As Kai walked with his head down, trying to avoid eye contact with the surrounding villagers, it became obvious that news of his alleged escape had spread like wildfire throughout the tribe. People either gave him a look of suspicion, or they, after holding their gaze angrily for a few seconds, quickly looked away in dismay. Moving closer and closer to the largest hut he had seen in the center of the village, where the Trausts had assembled his first thing to pronounce on him Ordeal, Kai realized that there was no throne or seating set up outside, but that the berserker was escorting him into the entrance of the structure itself, the main hall. Kai now found himself indoors in the tribe's grand hall, or king's lair. In the main hall, there were two thrones, where the king and queen sat in front and center on an elevated platform. Just beneath the elevated platform was a grand table, where the Traust royal family sat, consisting of two daughters in their early 20s and one young adult son who appeared to be Kai's age. On each side of the grand table stood two berserkers, as well as two more on each side of the king and queen's thrones. Facing the thrones and the grand table were various jarls, mixed with a few well-respected carls, all standing in a circle, all waiting and whispering amongst each other. Just in this group, Kai spotted Ragnbjörg, who, after studying Kai silently, quickly turned his attention to a berserker who began talking to him. Behind the circle of jarls and carls in the grand hall, closest to the entrance where Kai now stood, Kai spotted Bodil and Ingvar, who looked at him with an almost pleading, yet pitiful look. Does Ragnbjörg know his wife is a Christian? Kai thought to himself. Else why did my Yggdrasil necklace end up in the hands of the same people making the Christian gesture? Ingvar could be seen clutching his mother's long skirt. Then the berserker who had escorted him stepped forward, his voice booming. Here stands the Langr-Ingus, the runaway found near our borders, accused of spying or trying to escape during the late day. Let the thing decide his fate. The crowd erupted with murmurs of anger, curiosity, and fear breaking out. He sought to flee. No, he sought to betray. Perhaps he was led by the gods, or by Draugrs.
The king raised his hand,
And silence fell. Langr, he said slowly, you crossed into our land, and we spared your life. Now tell us, what drove you to our gates? Kai hesitated. The truth burned in him with more fervor than he had ever imagined it would. That is, that he had seen Christians. Either Bodil or Ingvar had his Yggdrasil necklace and was somehow associated with the lady who made the Christian sign that he had followed. But to speak that truth now could be her death. Now, having been silent, the crowd began to murmur, in doubt, growing more suspicious of Kai. The king again raised his hand, silencing them. "Let the accused speak for himself. Inguz, you may begin." Kai looked up, his voice low but clear. "I came not as a spy, nor did I come to bring evil upon your people, nor even to attempt desertion. I saw a gathering of prayer to the gods and wanted only to learn more." Bodil's eyes widened, just barely, as her knuckles whitened around her son's hand. "What kind of gathering?" the king asked. Kai hesitated. "A gathering of prayer to the gods," he said finally. "Men and women praying. I thought them of your tribe." "And were they?" Kai met the king's gaze while refusing to look in Bodil's direction. "Perhaps," he said softly, "and perhaps not." The crowd rustled again. Then Frigg, Astrid's mother, caught Kai's eye, who turned her head toward Bodil, sneering aloud. "There are whispers, my king, of secret prayers in the late afternoon. Some say that Ragnbjorg's house has not been free of foreign spirits even before Inguz arrived." Ragnbjorg's voice cut through the air like steel. "Who dares accuse my house of Djorfulur, demonic possession?" But his words only fed the fire. Another Jarl spoke. "I have heard a woman sing when no gods were called upon. Not Odin's name, nor Thor's, but that of the Christ God." At that name, the hall fell into a tense, uneasy silence. The king leaned forward, his tone deliberate. "Christ," he repeated, slowly pronouncing the word. "A foreign god, a god of slaves and Rome, and yet his name crosses the northern wind. Even here." His eyes flicked, almost imperceptibly, toward Bodil, who was standing utterly still, with her head bowed, yet still trembling. Kai could feel her fear. He swallowed hard, fighting to hold his silence. If he spoke, she was finished. But if he stayed silent, suspicion might still damn her. He drew a breath. "I saw no Christian. Only men of your own blood, praying to the same gods you do." Having said this, it wasn't the lying itself that Kai feared before the gods, but of the separate devotion he now had in protecting Bodil from the deities he was raised to believe in. The king's gaze sharpened, seeing more than the words. "Then, perhaps," he said, "you are a better liar than you appear, or a fool caught between gods." The queen shifted uneasily, looking to her husband. "Enough. The man will answer what is asked of him, not what the wind whispers." But the king's voice cut through. "And it shall come to pass that I, Odin, will send one mighty and strong, holding the scepter of power in his hand, clothed with light for a covering, whose mouth shall utter words, eternal words, while his bowels shall be a fountain of truth, to set in order mine house, and to arrange by lot the inheritances of the Trausts whose names are found, and the names of their fathers and of their children, enrolled in the book of the law." His eyes did not leave Bodil. "Tell me, Inguz, does your tribe's prophecy speak the same?" Kai felt the weight of two gazes, both his and Bodil's. "It does," he said slowly, "but the meaning differs. For the Langr, he is a messenger. For the Traust, he is a sacrifice." The king smiled faintly. "Then perhaps both tribes wait for the same man. One who carries truth in his mouth, yet bleeds for the house he came to save." The words hung like smoke as Kai's pulse throbbed in his temples. All the eyes in the room could be seen fixed on him, while the unspoken idea of a living sacrifice to be offered to Odin could be felt bearing its weight down on the man who was standing trial. Kai drew a breath. "I came," he began carefully, because I sought to know whether the stories told by my tribe were true, the tales of the Trausts, of your gods, your Wyrd. I wanted to learn more about the one mighty and strong. A sharp murmur rippled through the hall. The king leaned forward, his eyes piercing. And what did you find, son of Langrs? Truth or lies? Kai looked up at him. Tell me, my king, what is truth among tribes who share the same deities, perhaps even the same prophecies, but war over whether or not they are the gods chosen, or how such prophecies are to be interpreted? A wave of outrage swept through the hall. Insolence from a prisoner! A warrior shouted. The berserker beside Kai took a step forward, ready to strike him again, but the king raised his hand. Let him speak, he said softly. He stands beneath the shadow of prophecy, whether he knows it or not. That prophecy belongs to us, shouted a Jarl. Yes, barked another. The Langs tainted its meaning when they turned their backs on Odin. Kai's thoughts began to churn. The same prophecy, two interpretations. One sees a messenger, the other a sacrifice. He remembered the madman's words in the dungeon, and a chill passed through him. The king turned to him again. Tell me, Inguz, what do your people call the one mighty and strong? Kai hesitated. A messenger, he said finally. A man who will carry truth as a sword in his mouth. And ours, the king said, his eyes pressing forward, believe he must die for the people so that the tribe does not perish. Tell me, is he a messenger or sacrifice? The question struck him like a hammer. Messenger or sacrifice? He not only could not answer, for he did not know, but dared not answer. For if he said messenger, he would be liable to being considered loyal to the Langs. But if he said sacrifice, there was no telling where that could lead. But before the silence could break, a horn sounded outside, low and distant, then another, closer, followed finally by a scream. The hall erupted into chaos. Warriors reached for axes as women fled to the corners of the hall, clutching their children. The great doors burst open, and the wind carried in smoke and the clamour of steel on steel. Langs! A berserker roared. They've breached the western gate. The king rose, shouting commands, but his voice was drowned by the roar of panic. The assembly broke apart as warriors rushed to defend the hall. Kai turned and looked in Bodil's direction, seeing that she had thrown herself over Ingvar as raiders poured into the square outside. As various figures broke through the door, Kai caught a glimpse of a Lang warrior he recognized, eyes wild, blade raised high. His gaze was locked onto Ingvar as he approached the mother shielding her son. Before thought could intervene, Kai lunged. The world slowed. The sound of his own breath, the heat of blood pounding in his temples, all came together as one united sensation. He tackled the Lang warrior to the ground as they began warring, struggling for dominance with the clanging of metal and the striking of fists against flesh. Kai seized a fallen dagger and drove it through the Lang's neck. The blade sank deep into his throat as hot blood immediately began to squirt out with the rhythmic pulse of the warrior's heartbeat. The Lang warrior's breath escaped in a hiss, his body going limp. For a moment, Kai felt nothing but silence. Then he looked down at his red hands as the weight of the man's body became heavy on his chest. Ragnbjörg, having been cut off from his family by the crowd that had formed, gave Kai a look of complete and endearing respect and trust as he lifted the Lang off him while handing him a sword he had taken from the armory. Come, Inguz, I trust you. Help us fight to protect the village. All move forward, he yelled, as the berserkers from the inside roared with enthusiasm to meet the Langs in battle. Kai rose slowly, blood dripping from his hands. His chest heaved as words now stood still in his mind. Those who live by the sword die by the sword. Bodil's painful, radiant eyes met Kai's as they expressed the fullness of something akin to both sorrow and recognition. Outside, the clang of battle grew louder as the night became a storm of flame and steel. Inside the hall, Frigg looked upon Kai as if she saw something more than mortal in him. The one mighty and strong, she whispered to herself in the same trance-like state that she had performed her magical incantations on Kai with. Is it this Kai?
Chapter 31.
War and Peace. As Kai stood up, he quickly grabbed the sword Ragnbjörg had given him and made his way to the outside square, where men, both Langr and Traust, were battling in a barbaric bloodbath. Smoke and fire swirled around him with the sounds of screaming pain and shouts of rage. These sounds, combined with the smell of ash and the scene of squirting blood from blade wounds, made Kai step into a dreamy, surreal state. Suddenly, there came a deafening over his ears as he stood in silence, contemplating the insanity of war. But before time and distraction would claim him, a sudden push came from behind as Ragnbjörg yelled in fury. Less wise must be the tree of battle than to me would some the leader of men, if forth he lets one brother fare, when he of the other the slayer is. And with this sudden burst of energy and motivation from having heard Ragnbjörg quote Hávamál, Kai found himself screaming at the top of his lungs, the loudest he had ever screamed in his life, ready to meet his death, eyeing the Langrs with war paint before him, not knowing whether they were enemy or kin, but knowing that, regardless, he would refuse to leave his life to chance. Kai began stabbing and swinging his sword against any blue tunic he came across, feeling the adrenaline pump through his veins. Suddenly, upon looking to his right, he saw, in his peripheral vision, a grey chunk of metal move swiftly towards the side of his head. The world shuddered and folded inward. Sound became a long, hollow roar before turning into nothing. Kai felt himself falling through smoke and silence, the heat of battle fading into a chill like winter's breath. Shapes flickered at the edge of his mind, shapes of torches, faces, the glint of Ragnbjörg's eyes, until they, too, dissolved into the void. The clang of iron became the ring of distant bells, and the stench of blood turned to the faint smell of herbs and firewood. Somewhere in that space between life and dream, voices began to rise. Soft at first, then steady, like waves breaking on a shore too far away to see. Man, in all his knowing, lives but once, and it must puzzle the wise and the foolish alike what power drives him to the blade at the cost of his own life or the lives of others. The insanity of war is this, that the spoils of war, meant to serve as a kind of hope and life support to each respective tribe, will, like the people within the tribes themselves, eventually spoil. Is this not the story of our beloved Beowulf himself, who, after slaying the dragon to protect his people, also laid down to die? A familiar female voice could be heard whispering as Kai found himself awake in Ragnbjörg's hut. Sure, he laid down and he died. A deeper and recognizable voice was heard responding. But why do you neglect the gods and the afterlife? Why do you neglect legacy and glory? What are we sitting here doing today? We are here discussing the heroic triumph of Beowulf in protecting his people. Even Beowulf himself understood this when he had a barrow built by the sea to be a guide for sailors, ensuring his people would always remember him. And so this courageous tale not only continues to live, but continues to press in on all those it is passed down to in such a way that they, too, become courageous. Yes, Ragnbjörg, Bodil's voice responded. But when does it end? Ah, but you're being but a woman, my love. Such is the condition of man, the sad state of the human spirit, and this will never change. It will end when violence has served its purpose, and it will begin again when peace fails to serve the same end that violence does. What if I told you, my love, that one man should die for the people so that the tribe does not perish? Bodil replied. Ah, now there you go again, speaking of the one mighty and strong in such a mysterious way. My dear, whoever the one mighty and strong is, it is not like his life is sufficient to stop the revolving door of bloodshed. No, my dear, it is to help shed further blood shed by Trausts against any and all who seek to harm her. But suppose, my love, for only just a moment, that a willing sacrifice done not for the glory of Valhalla, but for the love of man. Suppose this sacrifice could serve as a kind of supernatural reminder that peace is possible when both parties partake in that same path. Ah, love, my sweet Bodil, hear, hear. Such a world you conjure is merely fantasy, it's ideal, but it is not practical. If I hadn't known any better, I'd say you're a follower of that Christ God. Ragnbjörg burst out, cheeky and sneering. Cough, cough.
Kai found himself hacking
As the conversation in the other room came to an abrupt halt, while footsteps began to draw near. Ah, my boy, you are awake. How are you feeling? Ragnbjörg exclaimed, entering the room Kai was in. What happened? Kai asked, perplexed. What happened? Ragnbjörg continued in excitement. What happened is that after you saved my wife and child from being slain by a Langr, the 50 berserkers who were in the king's hall attending your thing pounced on the Langrs in the town square and pushed most into a full-fledged retreat. Unfortunately, you did not see the whole battle because you were knocked over the head by one of the enemies. But fear not, Inguz, I took care of him swiftly. Kai remained stupefied, split in his mind and heart between gratitude for having had his life saved, while still uneasy about the reality that he had himself taken lives. Here's the thing, Inguz, Ragnbjörg continued. The town is calling another thing on your behalf. Having seen you fight valiantly for our tribe in the king's hall, there is talk of promoting you to the warrior class. Kai paused, still trying to regain his senses. But, Ragnbjörg went on, his eyes suddenly darkening. Emotions are still high for many Trausts who lost family to the Langrs, and there are people in our village who would rather see you join your kin in Hades, particularly the berserkers. Kai sat in silence. I need you to lay low for a few days, Inguz, at least until the tribe's high emotions have subsided. You'll have to stay in the hut and continue to pretend to be unconscious. When I think the time is right, I'll notify the king you are awake and will call your thing. Can you do that for me? Ragnbjörg asked, with an almost pleading look. Yes, Kai responded half-heartedly. Very good, Ragnbjörg said. Now get some rest, brother. You've earned it. And without giving him time to respond, Ragnbjörg walked into the other room to rejoin Bodil. Everything, the weight of all things, seemed to come to Kai at once. The blood, the honor, the guilt, pressed in on him. Just before he began fading back into a dazed sleep, his thoughts were of nothing noble. They were thoughts fixated on the faces he'd slain as the same recurring question began surfacing and resurfacing over and over again. Which god had claimed them?
Chapter 32.
The shadowed figure. In the dead of night, Kai found himself awoken by a noise in the room next door. Quietly and slowly, he drew himself out of bed and peered outside his door, only to find a shadowed figure, a person with a hooded cloak over their head, walking slowly and quietly to the front door of the hut. Being both suspicious and curious, Kai quickly grabbed his cloak, threw it around himself, and quietly followed the shadowed figure into the Traust village street, paved with mud that was pitch black with no moon in sight. The air was brisk and cold, and ruthlessly stung Kai's lungs and nostrils all at once. Up ahead in the distance, the figure began to move with a level of swiftness, yet quietness, that made it difficult for Kai to keep up with, a kind of speed and discretion that only a person with a flexible body and soft feet could manage. 20 feet ahead of him, he heard laughing as a torch shone in the distance. Rapidly, Kai moved behind a hut as he watched two drunken Traust drengers with their arms over each other's shoulders sing through the main Traust street. "How to Kiafti! Hold your jaw!" a voice yelled from inside a hut as the two warriors began to laugh under their breath and quiet down. After they passed Kai, just missing him in their peripherals, and turned the corner, Kai quickly shot back out to the side road, closer to the outskirts of town, looking again for that shadowed figure he had seen creeping out of Ragnbjörg's hut. Up ahead, he could just barely make out a figured movement that, with complete faith, he continued to follow. Walking stealthily, Kai realized that this shadowed figure was leading him to a discreet back exit of the Traust tribe, and into an area that was more spread out, with far fewer huts and far more trees. Suddenly he saw the shadowed figure disappear into a hut that sat isolated, hidden, and surrounded by trees. It looked old, like no one had lived in it for years, as it had clearly been abandoned. Kai stood in the front of the door, wondering if his curiosity was worth the risk. "Go in," a prompting urged him from within the deepest recesses of his heart. "You will die," came another thought that made his heart beat more rapidly with both fear and anticipation. "It is your Wyrd," came the prompting again. "It will be your death," said the opposing spirit. And before Kai could stop himself, he found his legs almost begin to move as he slowly pushed the door forward. Having had his eyes adjust to the pitch-black night with only the starry night sky to provide light, Kai, to his shock, found the single-roomed hut empty. "Impossible," he hissed under his breath. "I swear I saw someone enter in here." Slowly, he felt around the straw walls, but found there was nothing and no one inside the hut but himself and a wooden panel flooring. "Am I seeing things?" he began to question. "Was that a spirit I saw?" Standing in silence, he began to question his sanity. Then, just before leaving, a thought shot through his mind that radiated joy throughout his body, as if he had solved a complex puzzle. The wooden logs tied together concealed a hidden trap-door to the entrance of the prison the Trausts placed me in. Maybe this hut has the same. Getting on both his knees, Kai began to feel the wooden floor, knocking on it for the sound of any hollow points. Just as he made his way to the far right end of the hut and tapped, he heard an empty noise, suggesting there was a lack of substance beneath the wooden panel. Moving his hands around the wooden plank floor, his fingers came between a seam that seemed to just slightly separate itself from the rest of the wooden planked ground. Lifting up this seam, he found the wood too lifted up. Moving his hand into the place the wood once laid flat, his hand sank, not into dirt, but into empty air. While the dark night concealed most of his vision, he noticed that the place he had lifted the wooden plank was in fact much darker than the surrounding atmosphere. The hidden hole he had now discovered was big enough to swallow him, but as he felt around the circumference of the hole, he found stone bricks gradually make their way deeper and deeper. "It is your Wyrd," his heart said again. "It will be your death," the opposition responded. Taking a deep breath and releasing, Kai slowly descended the steps until his head was now below ground, and in front of him was a hallway. At the end of the hallway, there was a small, glowing light. Creeping as quietly as he could, he made his way towards the end of the hall, and with maximum precision and caution, just barely peeked his head around the corner to a main room where a group of cloaked figures had gathered. Quickly moving his head back to the corner that separated him from the shadowed group, he began to listen.
Chapter 33.
The Lord's Prayer. "Behold, you have come here tonight to face judgment." An old man's voice could be heard in an almost rhythmic chant. "So now, where is the soul?" the voice continued. "It is at the very burial place of the body's dead dwelling. And yet, here is the soul, making accusations that the body's terrible fate in the afterlife is a result of its decision to sin. What say ye, soul? The body must perish in hell." A lighter, younger voice Kai recognized could be heard responding. "And I'll tell you why," the soul's voice continued. "It's because you, O body, have lived a life of greed, a life of pride, of falsehood, and disobedience. All of the riches you have accumulated are for naught, and Christ shall punish you in the last judgment for lacking charity and mercy toward the poor." "Ah, but not so fast," a new voice Kai hadn't heard before responded. "You and I are both doomed to hell, but for reasons other than what you've conjured. While I have been your agent of sin, I am by no means responsible, and by all means absolved of your treachery and guilt. I am merely one who acted subordinate to you, and so I only acted but mechanically." "No, there you are simply wrong. You, body, did what you did. Now enter the consequences of the life you lived." "Ah, now here it is," a new voice, slithering like a snake, interjected. "Come, fellow devils and wolves, let us pounce on the soul, seize her and drag her away." 30 seconds of silence proceeded. "We will now move forward with the Lord's Prayer in the old Icelandic text. Repeat after me," the old voice continued. "Postola botho drotten varn, kenna ser beon, thriat, Johann Baptista, kende beoner, laresveinom sinom." Jesus svarathe. "Thou es bithit, thurfoth ege mart ad möla, sem heithner, men es mer langmöla katla au guthsin, helder thesse en fuorth." The apostles asked the Lord to teach them to pray, because John the Baptist taught prayers to his disciples. Jesus answered, "When you pray, you do not need to speak many words like the heathen, who with long speech call to their gods. Rather, use these few words. Pater noster qui in celis. Our Father, who is in heaven. Thri heithner men langmelter vith guthsin, ege mego in flomstothom, sen vera attoi vertha at fara til funtar vith thou. For the heathen use many words with their gods, but he who is almighty sees and hears all, and understands the heart without long speech. Sanctificetur nomen tuum. Hallowed be thy name. Ege ma father heita, nema barn ege. No one may rightly call God Father except his children. We pray that his holy name, given to us in baptism, be hallowed in our hearts and deeds. Adveniat regnum tuum, thy kingdom come. Thou aller Guths men komnir til rikes. When all God's will comes to his kingdom, let no sin reign, but let all reign according to God's justice. Fiat voluntas tua, sicut in cielo et in terra. Thy will be done on earth as in heaven. Tver viljar Guths. God has two wills, one just, one permissive. We pray that his just will be done fully, forgiving sins and granting life to the righteous. Panem nostrum quotidianum, da nobis hodie. Give us this day our daily bread. Brauth vart fel gift, och vetsla es Guth veter os. Our bread is all gifts and sustenance God provides, both heavenly and earthly. Jesus Christ gives the living bread from heaven. Et dimite nobis debita nostra, sicut et nos dimitimus debitoribus nostris. Forgive us our debts, as we forgive our debtors. Vorar skuld synth. Our debts are our sins. Forgive us as we forgive others. Et ne nos inducas in tentationem, sed libera nos a malo. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. Bithium ver ad Guth ege os egi ad falla I fresten. We pray that God will not allow us to fall into temptation, but protect us from sin and evil in this world. Amen. Amen. Thank you, my children, the old voice came back. Now it is time to recite the Nicene Creed in English. Repeat after me. Ik geliefe onene God. I believe in one God. Vader elmechtigne. Father Almighty. Virtsend heofenan and eorden. Maker of heaven and earth. And elra gesevenlikra dinga and ungesevenlikra. And of all visible things and invisible things. And on ene Christ, heil and drichten. And in one Christ, Saviour, Lord. Heiland equals Saviour, drichten equals Lord. Thone anchenedan godes sunu, the only begotten Son of God. Of them Father achened eale vorulda, begotten of the Father before all worlds or ages. God of Gode, Leot of Leote. God from God, light from light. Sothne God of Sodom Gode. True God from true God. Achenedne nagevotne. Begotten, not made. Effen edvistlikne tham Father. Of the same substance, Jurthone sind ele thing gevorte. He, for us men and for our salvation, descended down from heaven. And werd geflasgemod of them, Halgen Gaste, and of Marian tham Madane, and was made flesh from the Holy Spirit, and of Mary the Maiden, Virgin, and werd man geworden, and became man. He rowed each swils on rode a hangen for us. He also suffered, likewise, on a rude cross, hung for us. And he was beburged, and he was buried, and he arras on them the ridden dag. And he arose on the third day, swa givritu Seidr, just as the writings say. And he asta to Hephonem, and he ascended to heaven. And he sit at Swithron his father, and he sits at the right hand of his father. And he eft kimth mid wuldra to demen tham cuicum, and tham dedum. And he will come again with glory to judge the living and the dead. And his rises ne bith nan ende. And his kingdom shall have no end. And ik geleife Ondhon Halgan Gast. And I believe in the Holy Spirit, one life fastened in God, the life-giving God, se gaith of them Father and of them sooner, who goes from the Father and from the Son, and say is mid them Father and mid them sooner, gebeden and gevuldrod. And he is with the Father and with the Son, prayed and glorified, and say sprak through witegen, and he spoke through prophets. Ik and det, tha anan halgen, and tha gelia fullen, and tha apostolican geladunga. I confess the one holy and believing and apostolic congregation, and unfullet on forgifenis sinner, and one baptism for forgiveness of sins, and ik and bidige aristes dedra manna. And I await, or look for, the resurrection of dead men, and thus eken life's there toorden worlder, and of the eternal life of the coming world. See hit swa. So be it.
Chapter 34.
The homily. Where there is the will, there is the way, the old voice continued. How much longer are we going to be here? A childlike voice could be heard complaining. As long as your father's medicine keeps him under, a familiar motherly voice responded. But we just got through a play and 2 prayers, the child protested. Quiet, Ingvar, Bodil snapped under her breath. Excuse me, Bodil, did you have something to say? The old man's voice questioned from the front. No, nothing, father. Please continue, Kai heard her suddenly respond. As I was saying, where there is the will, there is the way. He is the one you should take with you in every endeavor, every battle that may need to pass. He is your rock and your salvation. Forget this not, my children, but yearn for the adult diet of faith, which consists of truly trusting God in the daily. Do this, and you may prosper under his good will and provision. Or you may suffer. But it is most important that during this time of suffering, you take the time to look up at him. For as our apostle Peter put it so well, servants, be subject to your masters with all respect, not only to the good and gentle, but also to the unjust. For this is a gracious thing, when, mindful of God, one endures sorrows while suffering unjustly. For what credit is it if, when you sin and are beaten for it, you endure? But if when you do good and suffer for it, you endure, this is a gracious thing in the sight of God. For to this you have been called, because Christ also suffered for you, leaving you an example, so that you might follow in his steps. This is all we have for tonight. Do this, and see your blessings grow closer to the living God. Through every circumstance you are so called, is my humble prayer in Jesus' name. Amen. Amen. Kai, quickly realizing he was about to be seen, turned to run down the hidden tunnel and get away in time to conceal his presence. But before he could reach the end of the tunnel, a pleading, familiar voice beckoned him not to run, but come and remain with the group. It was Bodil. Inguz, please don't run. You must meet the rest of us. Here now we are going to take communion, she said desperately under her breath. Communion? Kai replied under his breath, matching her tone and looking at her from across the dimly lit hall. What is that? Come and you'll see, Bodil pleaded. Something that didn't seem right to Kai, a certain dark presence that was not him, was wanting Kai to avoid this circle altogether, to turn around, return to Ragnbjorg's hut, and pretend nothing happened. A chill pressed into his spine, a whisper not from within, but from beyond, urged him to flee. But there was something greater inside him. That first voice that said this was his Wyrd, made him stop in his tracks and consider understanding more about this Christ God, whose practices had been outlawed in the Traust and Langr tribe from since before the Great Schism. For fear of an alternative grand narrative coming into competition with the traditional pagan gods, both King Gorm and King Frode decided that they would prevent the possibility that Christians might unite under a single thrall and stage a rebellion. This restriction on Christian practice and worship was not a practice endorsed by Sage Stein, but was nonetheless mutually devised after a suspected uprising from a leader known as Kristin took center stage a few years before the Great Schism had occurred. The Carl's name was Kristin, and King Gorm's right hand, Herseer, Asbjorn Eric, had successfully sent in a double agent, a man already in high ranks within the army, who played the role of an ambitious top general who bought into the faith of Kristin and into the ranks of Kristin's rebellious leadership circle. The Christian suspects were rounded up and severely tortured and killed by King Gorm's men, while the news was related to King Frode. King Frode sent forth a declaration of debate, calling together a thing, and asked his tribe what it is they wanted him to do about the potential same risks of Christian rebellion within their own circles. The vote was strongly cast in favor of outlawing any and all Christian practices within their circles. This had simply become common practice and procedure in the 300 years separating Kai from King Gorm's and King Frode's reign, although there were occasional outbursts of violence and punishment throughout the centuries of suspected worship activity that had been uncovered predominantly in thrall groups. "Is this the kind of group I want to be associated with?" he thought to himself, half fearful, yet half drawn in by something greater that he could not quite articulate. Walking forward, Kai bowed in Bodil's presence, then turned the corner and entered into the concealed, dimly lit room that 6 shadowed figures occupied in quiet reverence. The air was warm, heavy with breath and anticipation, as 6 figures turned slowly toward him, each bearing the weight of tense curiosity coupled with an expression of hopeful intentions.
Chapter 35.
Communion. "Come closer, dear Inguz," the old man said, his face radiating with joy in the dim-lit chamber of the secret passage as he stood behind a table that had a goblet and bowl of bread resting in the center. In the aisle on each side of him were 2 figures to his right and 2 figures to his left, facing Kai with Bodil directly behind him. The soul's voice from the play he recognized as Astrid's, and saw her standing at the right side of the old man, a hood over her blonde hair that reflected off of the candles everyone was holding. Directly across from her, on Kai's left, was the king's son, the one that was Kai's age, and that Kai had seen the night he was called to the king's assembly before the battle with the Langrs had broken out. Kai slowly stepped forward, and looking to his left with his mouth wide open, stated, "But you are—" "Yes," the king's son replied, with a tone that gave him away as the body voice from the play. "I am the king's son, Prince Bror, son of King Bluetooth." Looking directly at the king's son, Kai took note of his exhausted eyes that appeared to be weary and hopeful at the same time, as if he had, over his shoulders, some weight of responsibility he was burdened by and far too young to carry, and yet still seemed grateful to bear. Next to Astrid on the right side stood Ingvar, excitedly jumping up and down in having discovered Kai's presence. Across from Ingvar on Kai's left stood an unfamiliar face that could only have been the one who called for the demons and wolves to pounce on and drag the soul away. Here he stood, pale, quiet, while holding a suspicious gaze at Kai. "Hi," the young man with pale skin and a beard, left with patches from having just come in, said, "My name is Varg, son of Askir." "While you are not yet ready to receive communion, Kai," the old man continued, sensing the tension. "Please enjoy observing us perform one of many holy acts our Lord Jesus prescribed to all his apostles and adopted children." This old man's voice appeared familiar as Kai racked his brain to recall where he had heard it last. It then dawned on Kai like the rising of an unexpectedly bright sun during a cold winter storm. This man was the one who was talking to Ragnbjörg about the one mighty and strong the morning after I fought the wolf. The one who said that the Langr's path is not Odin's work, but is fated by men, and has been fated by men since its inception. Kai suddenly remembered. "Now let us gather together for the Lord's Supper," the old man said aloud. And with this instruction, the two rows facing each other on the right and left side of the old man quickly got on their knees before the table as he began to speak. "But now thus says the Lord, he who created you, O Jacob, he who formed you, O Israel. Fear not, for I have redeemed you. I have called you by name. You are mine. When you pass through the waters, I will be with you, and through the rivers, they shall not overwhelm you. When you walk through fire, you shall not be burned, and the flame shall not consume you. For I am the Lord your God, the Holy One of Israel, your Saviour. I give Egypt as your ransom, Cush and Seba in exchange for you, because you are precious in my eyes and honoured, and I love you. I give men in return for you, peoples in exchange for your life. Fear not, for I am with you. I will bring your offspring from the east, and from the west I will gather you. I will say to the north, give up, and to the south, do not withhold. Bring my sons from afar, and my daughters from the end of the earth, everyone who is called by my name, whom I created for my glory, whom I formed and made." Continuing, the old man went on. "It is truly right and just, our duty and salvation, always and everywhere to give you thanks, Father most holy, through your beloved Son, Jesus Christ, your Word, through whom you made all things, whom you sent as our Saviour and Redeemer, incarnate by the Holy Spirit and born of the Virgin. Fulfilling your will and gaining for you a holy people, he stretched out his hands as he endured his passion, so as to break the bonds of death and manifest the resurrection. And so, with the angels and all the saints, we declare your glory, as with one voice we acclaim. Holy, holy, holy is the Lord God Almighty, who was and is to come. Everyone cried out together.
The old man then proceeded.
It is truly right to give you thanks, truly just to give you glory, Father most holy, for you are the one God, living and true, existing before all ages and abiding for all eternity, dwelling in unapproachable light. Yet you, who alone are good, the source of life, have made all that is, so that you might fill your creatures with blessings and bring joy to many of them by the glory of your light. And so, in your presence are countless hosts of angels who serve you day and night, and gazing upon the glory of your face, glorify you without ceasing. With them, we too confess your name in exaltation, giving voice to every creature under heaven as we acclaim. Then, after the old man had said this, everyone in unison replied, Holy, holy, holy Lord God of hosts, heaven and earth are full of your glory. Hosanna in the highest. Blessed is he who comes in the name of the Lord. Hosanna in the highest. The old man continued, The mystery of faith, to which everyone again responded, When we eat this bread and drink this cup, we proclaim your death, O Lord, until you come again. Through him, and with him, and in him, O God, Almighty Father, in the unity of the Holy Spirit, all glory and honor is yours, for ever and ever, the old man exclaimed. Amen, everyone in the room, including Bodil and her son Ingvar, replied. Lord Jesus Christ, who said to your apostles, Peace I leave you, my peace I give you, look not on our sins, but on the faith of your church, and graciously grant her peace and unity in accordance with your will, who live and reign for ever and ever. The old man breathed aloud. Amen, everyone responded, except Kai, who stood, intrigued. The peace of the Lord be with you always, the old man said. And with your spirit, everyone responded. Let us offer each other a sign of peace, the old man, stretching out his arms, exclaimed. And after he had said this, Kai saw the two lines of people, including Bodil directly behind him, begin to wave at each other with two fingers raised, nodding their heads up and down in acknowledgement. Then, as the old man began to break apart the bread in the bowl on the table, everyone cried out together, Lamb of God, you take away the sins of the world, have mercy on us. Lamb of God, you take away the sins of the world, have mercy on us. Lamb of God, you take away the sins of the world, grant us peace. When the old man had finished breaking the bread, he then said, holding the bread above his head, Behold the Lamb of God. Behold him who takes away the sins of the world. Blessed are those called to the supper of the Lamb. Everyone responded, Lord, I am not worthy that you should enter under my roof, but only say the word, and my soul shall be healed. Then, after arising from their knees, Kai saw each of the hooded figures in the hidden chamber walk up to the front of the table, 2 by 2. The old man, placing the bread before their face, firmly said, The body of Christ, to which each person, kneeling again before him, had the bread placed on their tongues. After this, they stood up and made the same sign of the cross the thralls made walking away. When everyone had partaken of the bread, they lined up again in front of the old man as he held out a chalice to them and said, The blood of Christ, after which they drank. Everything in Kai's world came together at once as he recalled the dream he had about the cup of blood. Is this the cup of blood I saw in my dream? Could this be the love that surrenders? He thought to himself. Inguz, Astrid said, looking directly into his eyes. I have a word of knowledge for you. You have seen this before. This room, this feeling, this cup. It's all familiar to you, and I would encourage you to press into what the Lord has shared with you, she said with such authority and power. He realized he was interacting with someone completely different than the Astrid he knew in the forge. In my dream, Kai responded, I saw a cup of water being passed around my tribe. With each look into the goblet containing the liquid water, people drank to their satisfaction. But their satisfaction was limited, almost as if it was being held captive by transient factors like time and circumstance that come and go. But there was an everlasting cup, a cup of blood, that when passed around my people, not everyone accepted, while others with joy consumed the blood-filled grail. Suddenly, those who had refused began to hunger and feel pain, gnashing out loud, while those who had their fill of blood were completely satiated. It was the difference between night and day, Kai replied. But then, Kai continued, there was an outline of Odin being hanged on a tree, to which he then transformed into the outline of Christ himself, with arms stretched out wide. Then a voice came to me and asked, the wisdom that conquers, or the love that surrenders?
And so it is, Inguz,
said Astrid. You have been called into the fold by the one Lord King and God Almighty. enter into trusting him in the eternal blood of his covenant. And like him, you too sacrifice for love's sake, she said, with a kind of self-assurance that surprised even herself.
Chapter 36.
An invitation. A feeling of elation took possession of Kai as he stood stupefied. The old man beckoned Kai to come forward. Slowly, Kai walked to the front of the table, where the man stood behind it, the candles showing just parts of his wrinkled face in the darkened room. Inguz, I don't know if you know this, but I am the Traust village sage. My name is Sage Ulf. People come to me to pray on their behalf to the gods. And while I may pretend to call on them for the sake of preserving my life, at least preserving it at this time, that is, my sole allegiance and faith is in Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ died for my sins. Do you know what sin is, Inguz? The old man asked, calmly and quietly. I've heard thralls use that word before, Kai responded. They usually bring it up whenever they've made mistakes or have done something they regret. That's right, the old sage continued. It is when you commit an act of injustice against yourself, your fellow man, and foremost, against God. King David, a great man of God, once said after raping a woman and killing a man, "For I know my transgressions, and my sin is ever before me. Against you, you only, have I sinned, and done what is evil in your sight." So now, how could King David make the audacious claim that he sinned only against God when he power-raped a woman and sent her husband to the grave? The old sage asked. Because there had to have been at some point in the king's decision-making process a place and a time where he resisted the very voice of God, the voice that beckoned him to stop and to turn. Christ himself once said, "For judgment I came into this world, that those who are blind may see, and those that see may become blind." Know this, Inguz, that the very presence of Christ in this world is like the rising of the sun, the same light that gives clear vision to healthy eyes, ready to admit their mistakes, ready to see their faults, will also be the same light that blinds those eyes that are prideful and unrepentant. Yes, our Lord's light shines on all people, but it is what you so choose to do or not do with his light that will be the difference in what his light will do to you. The illumination of Christ will have opposing impacts depending on his creation's oriented soul, an orienting that is a choice. It is those who admit they are blind at first who approach him in utter humility and transparency, whose eyes will, through the healing hands of the physician, be a recipient, bearer, and partaker of the light he so shines upon their heart, mind, and soul, for revelation, for vision, for understanding, and for peace. But forget not, Inguz, that those who are so self-assured that they can already see, that is, being so consumed in their own self-righteousness, they refuse to turn. These Inguz are the ones whose eyes will be blinded and burnt up by the powerful light of Christ's incomprehensible and everlasting sacrifice. Their eyes will shrink back, and they will be shut off into blindness by his powerfully radiating beams of justice. This judgment of Christ is not some arbitrary condemnation, but is, in fact, the very unveiling of hearts. What does this mean for me? Kai asked, as something in his heart, from since he was a child, began to resurface, a kind of innocence, a humility that was never afraid to be open about his flaws, but that had yet become suffocated and suppressed by the sheer desire to attain the raw, untamed God power of Vikinghood. It means this, the old man went on. If you can see you are blind, that you are a sinner, and place your faith, your belief in Christ's sacrifice for you on a tree, you will see. He will give you real vision. If you think you see without Christ, you will only become more blind. Like Odin, Jesus died on a tree, you know this? But unlike Odin, Christ did not die for himself. He died for you specifically, and not only you, but for all of humanity. I speculate that while he hung on that cross, Inguz, that he stepped outside of time and stared into every human's face while bleeding and hanging in agony. Do you wish to place your faith in the one true God, the one mighty and strong, and enter into the waters of baptism? Baptisms are actions only thralls do in secret, not warriors, Kai began to think. But never in his life had Kai heard such words of wisdom that struck him with an air of seriousness and joy to the very depths of his soul. It always shocked Kai how he felt he could see how much of a sinner he truly was, while others seemed to be far more resistant to admitting their weaknesses. This did not frustrate Kai so much as it now amused him. This was a part of him he felt comfortable stepping into and coexisted well with becoming a Christian. Yet there was another part of him, one that longed for glory and accomplishment, especially glory and accomplishment that superseded and dethroned others, that made him shudder at stepping into the religion belonging almost exclusively to thralls. In fact, this self-concept of the desire for power, accomplishment, status, and glory made up such a considerable part of his identity, his leanings, and his predispositions, that to turn to meekness and away from the thrill of competition for victory made him recoil with the fear that he was, in a significant way, giving up his manhood. His Norse worldview seemed here to clash completely with this Christian one being presented. A long pause ensued as Kai began thinking deeply. Somewhere deep inside, the Viking code he'd been raised on surged violently against the sage's gentle invitation. Strength meant dominance, and victory meant glory. The thought of letting go of these realities made his stomach turn. Finally, Kai broke the silence. "No, old man, I will not become a Christian, and I'll tell you why," Kai said quietly at first, before gradually raising his tone. "Christians are weak. They are powerless. They believe in a God who, in spite of supposedly having every power known to man, still allowed himself to be trampled by the human race. No, there is no glory in the surrender of a God. Surrender with such power can only be weakness, stupidity, or madness." "Ah, but you don't see, do you?" the old man exclaimed in excitement without missing a beat. "It is precisely because he had such powers from since before the beginning, and yet chose to step away from them, to empty himself of them, that makes him all the more glorious." Kai thought about it and realized there was in fact something deeply beautiful behind such a reality, such a narrative. "No," Kai said again, "I will die a warrior's death, a Viking's death, and enter into the gates of Valhalla. I will rage for honor and power and dominance. This is where true strength lies." And before anyone could say anything else, Kai turned around, walked past the cloaked figures on his right and left, and began making his way slowly, cautiously, and contemplatively back to the hidden dungeon hall and up the steps. As Kai stepped outside, a fierce gust slammed into him, pushing against his chest as if the world itself resisted his choice. He pulled his cloak tighter and pressed on toward Ragnabjörg's hut.
Chapter 37.
The Norns. The next morning, Kai was awoken by Ragnbjörg, who was suffering from a hangover after having drunk himself into a deep slumber. The room smelled faintly of smoke and stale mead, and the morning cold pressed against Kai's skin as he blinked awake. Ragnbjorg rubbed his temples with thick fingers, groaning as he stood. "Ah, Ingus, you are awake," Ragnbjorg said, waking Kai up. "Yes, Ragnbjorg," Kai replied under his tired breath. "Do I have to play dead still?" Ragnbjorg let out a harsh laugh that cracked in his dry throat. "Ah, my boy, let's hope not. Ha ha! I'm going to go into the center of the village today and see what I can find out by ear," he said, adjusting the fur on his shoulders. "You should know I have ears on the ground, Ingus. Sage Ulf bears much of the village's burden. Many berserkers come to him to petition the gods with prayers of vengeance against any Langrs responsible for their family's death. He reports to me regularly. Have you met him?" Looking as nonchalant as he could, while finding his heart leap through his chest, Kai paused. His hands tightened slightly into the bedding without him realizing. Finally, in breaking the silence as quickly as he could and attempting to change the subject, Kai responded, "No, I have not. Is he as close to the gods as Frigg?" Ragnbjorg gave a grunt, shifting his weight as if the question surprised him. "Ah, Ingus, he is closer. There is not a single man I trust more holding the scepter of strength that could open the very floodgates of the gods' unyielding powers than Sage Ulf. Everyone sees this in him, even many of the thralls who follow him. Frigg is his daughter, and she learned everything about the gods from him." "Oh, she did she?" Kai replied half-heartedly, realizing now that the old man he had seen last night was Astrid's grandfather. His stomach tightened. "Ragnbjorg, what do you think his thoughts are on the Christ man?" Kai asked, treading lightly, though trying to still gain a better understanding of how much Ragnbjorg knew. "Bah! Christians? The Christ man? Ha ha!" He slapped his thigh, wincing from the hangover. "What farce humor you have, my boy. Sage Ulf, like all the sages before him, defies the very thought of the weak god-man who allowed his own blood to be spilled without once spilling the blood of others." He roared in laughter. Kai remained silent, unsure of what to say next. The laughter lingered in the dim room like smoke, and Kai's chest felt tight. Then Ragnbjorg, sensing there was something off, lowered his voice. "What do you think of the god-man?" Kai swallowed, trying to steady his breath. "I think that whatever doesn't kill you makes you stronger. But to go down without fighting is not strength. It reeks of weakness and cowardice. I have no interest in such a god." "Right you are, my boy, and neither do I," Ragnbjorg replied, smiling in such a way that expressed understanding. His eyes softened for a moment before his brow furrowed sharply again. "Ragnbjorg, aside from Fafard, the Langr berserker you killed who stood watch over me on my path, how many other men have you killed?" Kai asked, looking straight into Ragnbjorg's blue, crow-wrinkled eyes. Ragnbjorg's posture stiffened. The question hung in the air with intensity. Thrown off by this sudden question, Ragnbjorg replied in a confused tone. "Such strange questions you ask, Ingus, but if you must know, I couldn't tell you. Too many to count." "And do you think," Kai continued, "that every man you encountered in battle who fell by your sword was fated to do so?" Pausing, Ragnbjorg smiled at first, though the smile barely touched his eyes. Then, with an expression that insinuated such an answer was obvious, he said slowly and with a serious look, "Yes." His voice echoed slightly in the wooden room, landing with a finality that made Kai's skin prickle. Ragnbjorg then asked Kai, "How much did the Langrs teach you about the Norns?" "More than you think," Kai replied. "Well, we've got time. Tell me what you know." Kai sat up a little straighter, the blanket falling from his chest as a draught of cold air swept across him. "What I know is that the only beings who did not have their lives determined by fate were the Norns. The Norns, a trio of very wise female entities with unmatched magic, were the beings who actually shaped all fate in the first place as they lived at the base of the Yggdrasil tree. Some say they carved into this tree the fates of all creation, while others describe it as them weaving fates with a thread that, at the end of a creature's life, they cut. It would appear that our tribes have not drifted so far apart after all, Ragnbjorg said with a pleased look. And the one mighty and strong? Kai asked. Is he a sacrifice that's been made, or that the Trausts have yet to make? Something in Ragnbjorg's expression suddenly changed. His jaw tightened, and a shadow seemed to pass over his face. He looked down at the floorboards as though they held a painful memory. It was a change from that of a fatherly familiarity to one of guilt, of concealing something that he was ashamed to conceal. That I do not know, Inguz, he stammered, looking away quickly. His fingers drummed nervously against the table beside him. A few seconds of silence passed, thick enough to feel. Kai watched him carefully, noting every twitch in the man's eye. Then Kai continued, taking note of this strange response. One last question, Ragnbjorg. Do you think there truly could be free will? Silence again ensued. Ragnbjorg's breathing grew heavier, as though the question itself wore weight. Finally, with a deep and firm undertone, he said, Only the free will of the Norns, who determine all fate at the base of the Yggdrasil tree. And before he could continue, there came a sudden knock at the front door. Both men froze. Ragnbjorg's face sharpened instantly, all warmth replaced with alertness. Quickly, lie down and don't make a sound, Ragnbjorg hissed under his breath as he stepped out of the room to answer. Open up, Ragnbjorg, a woman's voice from the outside could be heard yelling. Right, give me just 2 seconds, damn you, Ragnbjorg replied as he stormed to the front door. Ah, Ragnbjorg, so pleasant to see you this fine morning. May myself and these fine men escorting me step in? Kai heard Frigg's voice near the front door almost shriek. Well, you caught me at a bad time, Frigg. I was just on my way out to help one of my men bury their firstborn son. He fought like a lion in the last Langr battle, and the boy's father, a berserker commander of mine, is beside himself. Right, Ragnbjorg, he is beside himself. Are you beside yourself too, knowing what one of your men's rage— No, excuse me, what a unit of your men's rage could mean for Inguz? She asked him, sounding as if she read his thoughts of wanting to protect Kai. I don't know, Frigg, he stammered. Why would I care about Inguz? Why would you care about Inguz, Ragnbjorg? I don't know, maybe because he saved your wife and child. You can give up the act now. We had a living witness testify that Inguz is awake. He was seen attending a Christian gathering last night. He was seen. What are you talking about? That's impossible. I watched him all last night. Really, Ragnbjorg? Because your breath smells like you were in a heavier coma than you claim he is in now. Now step aside, or I can have 50 more berserkers help you step aside, she said with a high level of sadistic rage. Kai quickly realized that his situation was more dire than Ragnbjorg had described to him the day prior. How divided the town was in either promoting him to the warrior class or cutting off his head, he did not know. But he knew that he was facing life or death in the next few hours. Then something caught his mind, a memory that made him tremble with even greater fear than the footsteps now entering the hut. You don't think he could be the one mighty and strong? Kai remembered a voice questioning the morning after he fought the wolf. But before Kai could process what this could mean, he heard heavy footsteps make their way into the room he was in.
Chapter 38.
The Thing. 3. Kai stood boldly with both eyes open, staring up at the berserkers entering the room. Following close behind them came Frigg, with a firm expression that showed she was bold in her resolve to carry out the plans conjured in her mind. She pushed her way through both of them and stood before Kai. "Inguz, you are awake. How was your little Christian gathering last night?" she asked, smiling in a peculiar way that was both smug and patronizing. Kai remained silent, staring her down with an air of indifference. "So you're awake but dumb now?" she asked slowly. "Inguz, you are worth more than you realize. You are a bridge between the Langr and Traust feud that will bring peace to this 300-year tribal conflict. Do you know this? Do you know your fate for the people?" Still, Kai said nothing. "Seize him!" she screamed, impatient and humiliated by his silence. Suddenly, 2 berserkers grabbed Kai from underneath his armpits on each side, tied his hands in front of his body, and began pushing him out of the house. Kai quickly realized that there was something very different about his journey to the Thing this 3rd time around. He was not met with merely the angry eyes of passers-by, but by a crowd that had formed outside of Ragnabjörg's hut, some shouting at the berserkers escorting him, while others shouted directly in his face. "Without a doubt, there seems to be a massive divide within the Traust tribe now," Kai began thinking to himself as he did his best to avoid eye contact, walking through the crowd of both angry and enthusiastic onlookers. "Some are praising me as a hero, while others seek to vilify me as a Langr." Kai now found himself in the main hall of the king's assembly, where again King Bluetooth and his wife sat on their thrones, on a platform with Prince Bror and his 2 sisters sitting below them at a table. This time, Ragnabjörg was not with the berserkers, but having trailed Kai on the way to the Thing, now stood with Bodil and Ingvar by the exit. The berserkers had formed a circle before the prince's table, where the Logsögumadr stood in the middle. Behind the circle of berserkers entered the crowded village of Thralls and Karls, where both Frigg and Astrid stood. Kai gave Astrid a look of betrayal, convinced that she was the one who had exposed him. She shot back a look of pleading, but Kai turned his head to the front, where he stood, sandwiched between the crowd and the circle of berserkers, refusing to acknowledge her. His chest tightened in frustration as the sting of betrayal bit deeper than he wished to admit. But then, upon looking up at Prince Bror, who refused to reciprocate eye contact with him, Kai began to reconsider his accusation and suspect the king's son. "Who came forward?" he thought in exasperation. Suddenly, a horn sounded. "Silence! Let the Thing begin!" The Logsögumadr, in the center of the berserker circle, screamed aloud, raising his staff. A hush fell, carried by tension and whispers. "Inguz," the Logsögumadr continued, "you have come here today as a hero and a villain in the eyes of this Traust tribe. Many claim that you inspired the berserkers to action with the help of the gods when you defended Ragnabjörg's family. For this reason, there are countless Karls and Jarls who desire to free you from slavery, to promote you to the warrior class, and to make you a Karl with all the rights and privileges that such a title accompanies. But in attempting to flee 2 days ago, and in attending a Christian gathering, many others gathered here today wish to sentence you to death." The silence continued. "While your actions were noble and your deeds brave to defend Ragnabjörg's family, it does not negate the wrong that you have done. We will begin with the first charge, your attempt to flee and run away." The crowd erupted. "Traitor!" yelled one man. Another shouted, "Innocent!" "Silence!" the king's voice broke through. Instantly, the room fell dead. "We will not," King Bluetooth began, "charge Ingus here, for there is nothing here to charge him with. There is no substantial proof that he actually attempted to flee the village. He was merely seen by the gates. You may move on to the next charge." Whispers returned like a low tide as the Skóggangr raised his staff. "Very well, we will continue," he said as the crowd quieted again. "On account of the second charge, we will bring forward the witness who claims he saw you attend a Christian gathering. Varg, you may come forward." Everyone's eyes locked on the young man pushing through the crowd into the center of the berserker circle.
So it was Varg!
Kai's mind raced, a heat tightening in his stomach. "Varg," the Skóggangr went on, "tell us what you saw last night." "As many of you know," Varg began aloud, shooting a smirk at Prince Bror, who returned the glance with distaste. "Sage Ulf and his granddaughter Astrid are as close to the gods as any family in this Traust tribe. But what few of you know is how dedicated they are to them. Last night, after pretending to be Christians, they tested Ingus by soliciting the Christ God to him." Gasps echoed. Kai watched Sage Ulf and Astrid stay motionless, unshaken. Frigg's gaze remained fixed on him. "Silence!" the Skóggangr yelled as voices died down. "And what did he do, Varg?" Attention, like standing on the edge of a cliff, gripped the crowd. "His response," Varg said slowly, pausing as hearts pounded, "was refusal." The crowd exploded again. Many who wanted Kai dead went silent. "Yes, it's true," Varg went on, looking directly at Kai with endearment, before suddenly raising his voice. "This man Ingus before us today is a true man of the gods, and deserves to not only live after killing a wolf, but to be promoted to the class of warrior, and join us in our next English raid, for having refused the Christ God." The crowd went wild as Kai slowly inhaled, realizing the thing was turning in his favor. Relief trembled through him, though he dared not show it yet. "Wait, wait, wait!" Frigg's voice screeched, cutting through the noise. She stormed into the center circle with fury. Seeing her arrive, the Skóggangr raised his staff. Silence returned. "Who else, Varg, was there present at the gathering?" she demanded. Varg's warm expression toward Kai twisted into sadism. "Ah, yes, great question, Frigg. It was Bodil and her son Ingvar." Instantly, Ragnbjörg drew his axe and roared, "Come anywhere near my family and I will cut your head in two," as the crowd parted around him. Bodil moved closer to him, Ingvar clutching her skirt. "Stop, Ragnbjörg, stop, it's okay," Bodil said, placing her small hand into his giant one. Ragnbjörg stared at her, then back at the crowd. "Ragnbjörg, look at me," she urged, gently turning his face toward hers. "It's okay. It is true," she said softly as his eyes bulged. "Yes, dear, my love, yes, it is true. I am a Christian and have been for some time now. Ingvar is as well. We wanted to tell you for the longest time, but we always knew how zealous you were for the gods." Kai felt the air ripple inside his chest as he was shaken deeply by what he now only saw as an innocent betrayal. Caught between shock and fear for their lives, Ragnbjörg kept his eyes on the crowd. "So fucking be it, Bodil. I will not go down without a fight," he said, as breaking tears blurred his vision and Ingvar began to cry. "Ingvar, you are safe. Everyone back up," he roared. King Bluetooth, stoic, signaled for 6 guards to advance. The crowd parted. A wide space formed between Ragnbjörg and the king's men. Bodil and Ingvar stood behind him. 2 guards charged. Ragnbjörg shoved his family backward and swung his axe, slicing one guard's throat clean as the man's head rolled and blood began to spray. He kicked another, who collapsed backward. A 3rd guard swung, but Ragnbjörg ducked and struck upward with a dagger, splitting his chin. But before he could recover, 3 guards tackled him to the ground, wrestled away his axe, and slit his throat in one brutal motion. Kai, tied up and held by berserkers, found his world collapse before him. As the blood began draining from Ragnbjörg's throat, Bodil quickly wrapped Ingvar in her arms and looked up to the sky, up to her god, before their earthly lives were no more. Chapter 39. Adoption. Every man, woman, and child stood looking at the bodies of the 2 dead guards and of Ragnbjörg, Bodil, and Ingvar, cut down in the main hall, with shock and dismay. Even the 3 guards responsible stood frozen by what they had done. "The thing has ended," King Bluetooth yelled at the top of his lungs. "Everyone leave, now!" Quickly, the hall began to empty as people left in droves, still in shock and still completely silent. The atmosphere carried a weight of displacement and grief in the air. Kai stood stupefied, unsure of where to go or what to do next, as he began walking away from the circle of berserkers he stood next to. "No, Ingus, you stay behind," King Bluetooth said, looking not at Kai, but through him. With everyone having exited, Kai remained in the grand hall, facing the royal family, where one berserker cut the ropes around his wrists and another stood guard on the queen's side. "Where would you go, Ingus?" King Bluetooth asked Kai, from on his throne, with an air of seriousness. "I don't know," Kai replied, after glancing at Prince Bror, sitting at the table in front of him with suspicion. "Not really thinking about that at the moment." "I understand. You knew Ragnbjörg and his family well, did you not?" "Yes. I did too. It breaks me to have seen them go the way they did." 20 seconds of silence passed. "How do you feel, Ingus, about staying with us for the foreseeable future?" the king asked in a soft and open tone. In his mind, Kai could not care less about where he stayed. A big part of him wanted to simply run, to run anywhere, even back home to his Langr tribe. But he was still a subject to the orders of the Trausts, and he knew this. This sense of captivity, of control over him, in being unable to have some semblance of power over his surroundings, began to gnaw at him with a rage that was reaching its tipping point. It didn't matter to him whether he was brought into the royal family or remained an impoverished thrall. In both cases, he was still captive. But beyond his captivity, he was still mourning the death of Ragnbjörg's family. "Sure," Kai replied, looking directly at the king and then surveying his family. The Queen Belette, gave Kai a look of both understanding and concern, while her 3 adult children, sitting before Kai at the table located below the throne platform, looked at him with deep curiosity. Prince Bror wore a red tunic like his father, covered in black leather plates stitched tightly across his chest, a look that indicated he belonged to both the royal and warrior class. While he had broad shoulders, there still remained a slight softness to his youth, which reminded Kai that he was hardly older than himself. Bror's hair was thick and black, braided down the back of his neck, while his eyes gave off a grey colour that appeared to be always exhausted and yet always calculating and searching. His beard was moderately long and seemed to come to a fork at the end. He looked at Kai, not with fear, but with a sharpened kind of interest, like someone who was either assessing a potential rival or trying to unveil a mysterious or unpredictable piece in a game. On his left side sat Princess Embla, who was the eldest daughter. Her posture was straight as she folded her hands neatly in front of her, with eyes that exuded the look of an intellectual. Her hair was brunette and braided down to her front right side, hanging just above her breasts. She had light brown eyes, and her dress was a dark and deep burgundy, embroidered with silver threads weaving in and out like vines. She watched Kai with a thoughtful gaze like her brother's, only she seemed to give a look that implied she already understood Kai in the deepest recesses of his heart. Kai found this look too assumptive and even condescending. On Prince Bra's left side sat Princess Aera, who was younger than Princess Embla by a few years, but who also radiated a much different presence. Her hair was blonde, but not a slightly darker blonde like Astrid, but a nearly white blonde, whose hair flowed freely down her back in waves instead of braids. Her dress was a lighter blue that was cinched at the waist, and her waist contained a silver belt, while her shoulders held up a fur-lined shawl resting loosely. Her green eyes were earnest, which did not carry the calculated look of her brother or the all-knowing look of her sister, but simply the meek and shy look of a young woman still breaking into her confidence and self-assured identity. While meeker and far shyer than her two siblings, Princess Aera gave Kai a look of sadness and grief in light of the dead family that lay behind him. Queen Bolette shifted slightly beside King Bluetooth, still watching Kai with a soft, maternal concern, as the king leaned forward and continued speaking. "You may stay with us," he said again, more gently now. "But understand, Ingus, your place and progression here is your own doing. You are no longer a boy wandering your Langr path or a thrall fighting through Ordeal for freedom. You are a Carl and will be raised in the way of the warrior by the same Drengrs that trained my son Bra. Will that work?" Kai barely heard the words, his jaw tightening as the weight of grief and captivity pressed into him. The hall felt both vast and suffocating, and somewhere beneath it all, the rage coiled tighter. "Yes," Kai said, bitter and suspicious, still holding back his rage. "That works." King Bluetooth nodded once, slow and deliberate, as though expecting Kai's response long before he gave it. The torches crackled along the stone walls, their light flickering over the carnage behind Kai and the living faces before him. "Good," the king said. "Then you shall remain in royal quarters from this day on. Bra will show you. Tomorrow morning, after first light, you will meet with Hrolf to begin your formal training." Prince Bra rose from the table with a scraping sound of wood against stone. "Come," he said, with a friendlier demeanor than Kai expected. "I'll take you to your chamber." The queen's eyes seemed to soften. As Kai turned to walk with Bra, he paused and looked up toward the king. "King Bluetooth, do I have your permission to say goodbye to Ragnbjorg and his family?" Kai asked. "Of course," the king replied. Kai turned around and walked the 20 feet that separated him from the now deceased Traust family. Looking down at the lifeless bodies before him, he saw what seemed to be their last expressions before leaving. Ragnbjorg held a look of anger and yet satisfaction for having done everything he could to protect his family. His eyes were open, and Kai, reaching down, closed them. Bodil lay face up, with a slight smile on her face, eyes open, like the look of someone who had arrived back at home after a long journey. Kai brushed her forehead and left her eyes open. Finally, Ingvar lay in his mother's arms like a tightly coiled ball. His eyes remained closed, like a child taking a nap. Looking at his small hands coiled in fists, he spotted something familiar. Ingvar still had, in his little hands, his Yggdrasil necklace. Kai gently removed the necklace from Ingvar's hands and slipped it into his pocket. Then, before turning and following Bror to his new chamber, he paused and looked back with sadness and gratitude at Ragnbjörg and his blood-soaked family, knowing both himself and his views on the God-man would never be the same again.
Chapter 40.
Martyr. What was it that I just witnessed? Kai's mind frantically began thinking as he lay in the finest bed he had ever slept in. Here a man, fearful for his loved ones and rightfully defending his family with rage, and yet there was something in Bodil, something different, something sacred. How did she embrace death with such confidence? With more confidence than many men have shown in battle. That look that she gave looking up to the sky, what was that? It was a look of serenity, of absolute peace, of glory, of release, of letting go, of trusting in something, in someone perhaps. That can only mean so much more than any single thing or situation conceivable to the mind. What kind of power is this that even a woman can go to her grave with assurance? Fearlessness, that is, absolutely devoid of terror when terror is so close. It does not make sense. It cannot make sense. It is unnatural. It is unreasonable. What a fool she is. And yet, what she possessed within, whatever it was, perhaps even what she still possesses, is a possession that to have, to behold, is to have and behold immortality itself. Looking down at his hands, Kai's vision began to blur as sweat and shock from out of some dark abyss began overriding his senses. It's not her death that I am altogether sick over, though I am sick because of it. No, it was the life she had within her before she died that is making me the sickest, the most confused. This power, what was it? What is it? To look death in the face and take the path of embracement, the path of acceptance, the path that will only haunt the men who took her life is a contradiction. The image of her expression, her eyes, her entire embodied demeanor of love for her enemies will burn forever in the forefront of King Bluetooth's men from this day forward. There was in it something peculiar, something unique, something special, something entirely out of place that is more terrifying than if she had expressed fear, helplessness, or even rage before being slain. What I saw cannot be real. It did not happen. Blinking twice and looking down again at his hands, Kai's temples began to pulse as his mind was drawn to the void of confusion and his head heavy with chronic fatigue. Why is it that upon looking into men's eyes before slaying them, there is some sense of satisfaction, some sense of conquest, of winning, when they return a look of rage before they die? The killer retains his power because he has elicited a reaction from the one he slays. And why is it that one still possesses a sense of authority and control when, before slaying a man, the prey looks back at their killer in fear or terror? Here again, there is power retained by the slayer, an element of control that they possess, that they hold, that has been taken from their prey through no consensual volition. But the look, the demeanor, the reaction, the entire embodied state of Bodil before leaving this world. Why is such a state of being the mechanism by which the killer's power is forever disarmed, is forever lost, is forever torn asunder? Why does Bodil's reaction to the very threat that goes as far as taking her life, a reaction that turns the tide of control and of power away from the guards who slayed her, and becomes repossessed and forever retained by herself beyond the grave. What a fool she is! And yet, what power she possessed! Kai looked at his hands again. I cannot distinguish fact from fiction because what I just witnessed was fictitious. It was impossible. It transcended the very laws, the very order and expectations of nature itself. Could I be mad? He thought to himself. How I hate Bodil for that look. How I despise her for such bravery, for such tranquility and peace in the face of death. How I loathe the very essence of her for turning my world upside down, for destroying the very structure and nature of my reality regarding true victory, for shifting the very paradigm from which I operate. Kai looked up. And yet, how I respect her. This veneration I have for her, I find grounded in the contradiction I witnessed, in the coexistence of tragedy and peace that together bear a symbiotic relationship in the life of Bodil. A symbiotic relationship powerful enough for her to retain complete power, to retain complete control, even when, by all outward measures, her power and control seem to have been altogether stripped. Kai took another deep breath as his vision began to narrow between two walls of darkness in both his eyes. If this is the strength of one who embraces death, then what hope have I without it?
Chapter 41.
Training Ground. Kai woke up and found sadness immediately consuming his chest and heart as he remembered the tragic day behind him. In a sense, Bodil and Ragnbjörg had become like parents to him and little Ingvar, his brother. Because of this connection Kai felt, there was now planted within him a strong urge to honor the Christian faith in a way he never expected, for the mere reason that by doing so, he was somehow honoring the dead. What had before seemed to be nothing more than a religion of weakness, Kai now recognized a distinct and unique power that those who believed in the God-man Christ possessed, especially after witnessing Bodil's martyrdom. And yet Kai still recognized the power and nobility of Ragnbjörg's actions to fight and defend his family. Because he had arrived at his chamber later at night the previous day, the room he occupied was not all too visible, as he could only make out glimpses of light and shadow from the torches that hung throughout the room. Now, with the morning light breaking through, his new home became visible. His bed was made of mattresses stuffed with feathers, and on the wall, directly above his head, hung a hunting spear. The blankets he had were also comprised of wolfskins, and these wolfskins were not just limited to the bedding, but the flooring as well. Large wooden beams around the room held up the straw and wooden roof above him, while there was, on each of the walls, a display of swords and various red-troused tunics that spanned through time, perhaps throughout the centuries. There were no significant cracks in the walls like the previous huts he had lived in, and there seemed to be, all in all, far more space. His chamber was located in the back house behind the main hall, which main hall was where Bror and his family lived. "Time to rise, Inguz!" Bror's voice could be heard walking into Kai's hut. As Bror entered, Kai felt a sense of anger, suspicion, and resentment burn inside him, as he didn't know whether or not to trust Bror. Why wasn't his name brought up at the thing last night? He attended the Christian gathering just like Bodil and Ingvar had. Was Varg too scared, perhaps, to accuse a member of the royal family of being a Christian? Is Bror really a Christian, or was he pretending to be one like Astrid and Sage Ulf? His thoughts raced as the memory of Ragnbjörg and his family gave him a nauseous feeling and an emboldened desire for revenge. Kai didn't have the answers, But one thing he still carried on his back and in his heart was mad fury for anyone he could point to that was responsible for his old Traust family's death. As Bror walked in holding a set of warrior clothing, Kai hid his expression of grief and anger as he stared forward. "Inguz, I know you might have a lot of questions surrounding last night, but there are some questions I simply cannot and will not answer, at least at this time," Bror stated, looking directly at Kai. "I don't know what you're talking about," Kai shot back with an air of superiority and defiance. "Exactly, and for the time being, we're going to keep it that way," Bror replied. A few seconds of silence continued before Bror went on. "Your warrior preparation begins today. I brought you a new tunic and some chainmail. Make your way to the training grounds within the next few minutes. Hrolf is waiting." After Bror placed the clothing on Kai's bed and left the room, that same feeling of being told what to do without having any semblance of control struck again in Kai's heart. But a second thought entered his mind, one that reframed his situation into a more positive light. "These Trausts have no idea just how trained up I am in the art of battle and hand-to-hand combat. My Langr training will make them think twice about where I should stand before them," he said with excitement under his breath. Rising, Kai pulled up his wool trousers, threw the red tunic over his chest, equipped himself with chainmail, slipped on his leather shoes, and made his way to the training grounds, the same place where he was branded on his shoulder the morning he was introduced to the Traust tribe. As he walked throughout the village, he found far more carls and jarls giving him a friendly look. But Kai also noticed something unique and different. Many of the thralls that crossed his path either avoided eye contact with him altogether or briefly shot him a look of disgust before bowing their heads back down or looking away. Upon arriving at the enclosed training grounds, he met a berserker at the front entrance, who, upon smirking at him in a condescending way, opened the gate. There were various warriors in action, dueling each other for dominance with wooden sticks and swords. From a distance, he saw a man, dressed in jarl clothing, approach him slowly. He was equipped with the most advanced and finest warrior armory he had ever seen. As he approached Kai with his hands behind his back, Kai could just make out an image on his tunic of a wolf devouring a spear. This man seemed to look not only at Kai, but into his very soul, as he inspected him like a carl merchant would inspect the new inventory he received. "Inguz?" he questioned. "Yes, that's me," Kai replied. "Very well. My name is Hrolf. I've heard many different things about you from various villagers. It appears you are either a hero or a villain to the people. But being the villain that you are to some, or hero, it is important I equip you with the best training you'll ever receive, just in case push comes to shove in the future. I've already received the best training in my Langr upbringing. You can place me in front of any opponent." "Very well," the man said, and without any second thought, the man signaled for a younger warrior to come forward. He had red hair, thick arms, and a broad chest, and appeared to be 4 to 5 years Kai's senior. Grinning, the man cracked his neck to one side while striking his wooden sword twice in the palm of his hand. Almost immediately, many of those who were dueling each other stopped and formed a ring around Kai and the red-headed warrior, curious to see Kai's hand-to-hand combat skills and just what young Langrs were capable of. "Begin!" Hrolf screamed. With full force, the red-headed warrior came rushing toward Kai as he raised his sword over his body to strike downward. Without any second thought, and going off of his second-nature instincts, Kai stepped out of the way, allowing the blade to cut empty air. After his opponent stumbled, Kai wasted no time as he pivoted and struck the man's exposed ribs with his wooden sword. With the wind knocked out of him, the warrior gave out a gasp as he tried to recover. Stepping back, he looked directly at Kai and then swung wildly again, this time in a motion that would strike the side of Kai's stomach. Again, Kai ducked underneath the blow, stepped in close, and swept the man's legs from under him, causing him to come crashing into the moist soil. Immediately, a wave of murmurs began making their way through the crowd as some Traust warriors expressed they were impressed, while others looked more surprised. Kai regained his breath in time to meet the second opponent that Hrolf signaled forward, this time a taller, leaner man with far more reach than Kai. He had on his face a look of cold focus as he stood steady and ready. This opponent, Kai knew, would be more difficult. "I fought bigger, taller people with more reach before. This is nothing new," he thought to himself with confidence, yet still unsure what level of skill the fighter had that was before him. "Begin!" Hrolf shouted again. Slowly, the two men circled each other. Kai did his best to gauge the distance and the reach that he and the man had between them. This time, Kai attacked first, making a distracting juking move to the right before striking his sword from the left. Immediately, the man snapped his sword back with such force and speed he almost hit Kai's shoulder. As they exchanged blows, the cracking of the wooden swords could be heard by each spectator in the now quiet training grounds where everyone inside had come to watch. Kai landed a strong strike to the man's leg, immediately after which his tall opponent slammed his hilt hard into Kai's chest, knocking him backwards and taking the breath from his lungs. Kai regained his composure as he gritted his teeth. In spite of the aching he now felt from the strong blow to his chest, Kai surged forward again, remembering and using all the Langr footwork his father had trained him in since the very day he first walked. Angling left, Kai slipped inside the tall man's guard and gave two strong strikes, one to the side knee and another to the back shoulder, causing his opponent to falter. Seeing the advantage and wasting no time, Kai cleanly knocked the wooden sword from his opponent's hand with a fierce upward strike before driving his shoulder into the man's chest with enough force and speed to send him onto his back. Before the man rose, he found himself looking up at Kai, who was pointing a wooden sword to his throat. "That will do," Hrolf told the tall man before continuing. "Bror, you're up." Bror stepped forward into the ring. Kai noticed that Bror was missing his tunic and wore only leather armor across his chest as he gently began tapping his wooden sword casually on his shoulder. Immediately, Kai's body stiffened as his blood began to burn with anger, a ruthless attitude rising like
A tsunami.
the image of Bodil collapsing, of Ingvar's blood-soaked body, and of Ragnbjörg fighting to defend his family's lives and honor flashed with horror before his eyes. As he gripped his sword tightly, he barely heard Hrolf shout, "Begin!" before springing himself forward with explosive speed that was evidently far more reckless than the speed and approach he had taken in his previous two matches. Bror was ready as he bobbed and weaved every swing Kai made at him, almost as if he could read each of Kai's moves before they happened. With rage, Kai swung again and again, and with complete serenity, Bror continued to dodge every attack. Finally, in sidestepping Kai's two-handed swing, Bror took the offensive as he struck him across his back, causing Kai to stumble. Immediately, Kai spun around and wielded another furious strike that Bror caught with his sword. Twisting the hilt in Kai's hand, Bror forced him backwards. Snarling and consumed with hate, Kai charged again, this time aiming for Bror's neck. Yet again, Bror dodged this blow by ducking smoothly before slamming his shoulder directly into Kai's torso as the Langr fell back and hit the ground, disarmed. To Kai's surprise, Bror did not follow up with a blow, but waited patiently, almost mockingly. Wasting no time and feeling far from giving up, Kai scrambled to his feet, disarmed and with clenched fists and with bulging wild eyes, lunged bare-handed toward Bror's sword. But before he could reach Bror's weapon, Bror firmly struck him across the chest, causing Kai to again crash to his knees. This time, Bror wasted no time as he placed the end of his sword under Kai's chin, lifting it just slightly. "Yield!" Bror demanded. Shaking with hatred, Kai felt his breath rapidly increase as he remained defiant to yield and accept loss. "That'll do," Hrolf blurted out, looking at Bror. All the spectators who had formed a ring were now silent. There was a kind of unnerving feeling within them, a discomfort that had risen in observing Kai's ferocity. In spite of some being impressed by his skill, many others were aware that they had witnessed a battle fought less with controlled technique and more with the weight of something boiling inside the young Langr. Bror took a step back. Then, bowing just slightly, he looked into Kai's eyes, with both confusion at being the recipient of such uncontrolled fury and understanding that Kai was largely still in the dark about his own involvement in the Christian gathering and Ragnbjorg's family's death. With that look, something inside Kai began to open up as he remembered something his father said to him during his childhood. "You have so much potential, and yet you throw it away when you lose your temper. You need to learn to harness your anger and use it as a tool for strength. If you cannot do this, it will rule you, and you will never be Viking." But before he could allow this moment, this introspection, to truly take root within him, a loud voice broke out as the berserker who stood guard at the training ground gates could be heard running and screaming. "To arms! To arms! The thralls are rebelling!"
Chapter 42.
Uprising. "Let's make our way to the armory to intercept the weapons supply before they do," Bror yelled aloud as he broke into a run. Unarmed and holding a wooden sword, Kai quickly followed Bror and the group of onlookers that had formed a ring around them. Peering just beyond the training ground walls, smoke could be seen rising on the other side of the Traust village as various Carl and Jarl women and children began running into the forests. The smoke continued rising like black pillars just beyond the walls as the crackling of wood consumed by fire could be heard like twigs snapping under one's foot. As Bror slowed down his running pace to scan the rooftops and treetops in the distance, so too did his men. Suddenly, something caught the attention of all the men, something that made their hearts drop and a chill run down their spine, with a kind of fear they never knew thralls were capable of imposing on them. On all the trees and various hut posts, both Bodil and Ingvar's names had been carved into the wood alongside a plethora of crosses. The berserker from the front entrance of the training grounds said, "This was not here yesterday." "Neither was it this morning," Bror replied. Just as they had reached the clearing below the armory hill, there came a sudden, high and sharp scream that cut through the air, followed by two more screams. As the smoke drifted upward from beyond the village's food supply huts, thrall bodies could be seen running. Men with long, uncut hair and clothes covered in dirt were sprinting between sheds as they held torches and threw baskets of grain onto the dirt floor. The group Kai was with spotted one thrall, a bald old man with long grey hair on his sides, slam a wooden beam into the doorway of the food storage hut, splintering the entrance. While he shouted a dialect Kai could not understand, as most thralls were foreign slaves captured during raids, his voice was evidently furious as he held onto a torch in his hand next to the thatched roof of the food supply hut. "Don't do it!" Bror shouted, but it was too late. As the torch's flame brushed up against the straw-thatched roof, it instantly caught fire, as the now bright orange fire could be seen erupting against the pale morning sky. Immediately, the warriors surrounding Bror broke into a run as Kai followed. Anarchy had stricken the village. One thrall kicked a fish-drying rack over, while another dumped woven baskets of dried herbs into the mud. A younger thrall grabbed the biggest stick he could carry and swung it at one of the guard's shins, after which the guard ran and tackled the boy to the ground, tying him up. A thrall woman was seen overturning a barrel of salt and was consequently shoved into a corner and tied up. As the guard grabbed her wrists to tie her, the woman screamed, notifying her husband, who snapped. Grabbing a rake leaned against the hut, the husband, with a bony face and bare feet, swiftly walked to the place his wife was being held, tapped on the guard's shoulder, and with all the force he could muster, smashed the instrument against his face, breaking his nose and instantly splattering blood onto the soil and hut wall. 4 men rushed the fallen guard. Another threw a torch into the side of a grain hut. Someone hurled a clay jug at a warrior, shattering against his chest. A woman ripped open a salt barrel, the white crystals pouring into the mud like spilled treasure. The thralls were erupting like lions and lionesses, protecting their cubs. For decades, the tribe knew these people by name, passing them daily. Now, the thralls were rising with a fury they had never witnessed, a righteous anger born from the death of Bodil and Ingvar, whom they had likely taught about the God-man, and who they probably worshipped with as well. "The carvings!" a Traust warrior shouted. "They marked the whole forest. This had to have been planned." "No," Bror shouted. "This is a response for last night." As Bror and Kai reached the armory steps, they spotted 2 thralls attempting to break open the door with a large wooden pole. Without hesitation, Bror struck one across the face with his forearm, sending the man tumbling, while Kai swung his wooden sword into the ribs of the other, causing him to fall down. "Inguz, follow me!" Bror roared. The entire village could be heard screaming from miles away as smoke began curling past the rooftops and chickens scattered wildly. While Traust warriors were quick to pin as many thralls down as they could, they still struggled to restrain them as the thralls clawed, kicked, and scratched. In the background, a voice could be heard screaming Bodil's name repeatedly like a war chant. Upon hearing this, there was something in Kai that awoke, that felt the call to rebellion, and that desired to join the thralls in their rage as they rioted for the woman and child they had grown to love. There was also something about their god that, since Bodil's death, was drawing him in deeper. But before he could allow his emotion or imagination to move him any further, Bror's voice tore through the village noise like an avalanche. "Traust! Form a line!" Snapping to attention, the Traust tribal warriors came to their senses almost instinctually as berserkers, carls, and even young boys capable of swinging a stick or holding a shield rushed to Bror's location. "Shields front! Hold formation! Push them toward the center!" Hearing Bror's command, the warriors began forming a tight crescent around the thralls as they ran scattered in various pockets of chaos, some still overturning food stores, while others, noticing the formation, began running toward the woods. As the heavy and disciplined Traust shield wall began to advance with the synchronized steps of every capable warrior, the thralls, whose rebellion seemed to be fueled more by emotion than by strategy, began finding themselves compressed between burning huts and the warriors now in formation. Suddenly, a thrall man charged the shield wall with a shovel he stole from a garden while screaming, "Christ is king!" before finally slamming directly into oak shields. Shoving in unison, the warriors knocked him backwards before another thrall attempted to flank them. He was quickly intercepted by a berserker who threw his spear and sent the man to the ground in pain, holding the side of his stomach where he had been stabbed. Kai found himself, for reasons he didn't know, beginning to move beside Bror, helping him drive the formation forward. As the thralls began striking as best they could to break through the wall of shields, they were met with an equal and even greater force driven by the Traust warriors who pushed back in unison. With the wall remaining intact, the warriors used their wooden swords against shoulders, ribs, and shins as a means of deploying non-lethal blows intended to subdue but not kill. And yet still the thralls, cornered as they were, fought relentlessly. Within minutes, the rebellion found itself folding inward, not because of surrender, but from mere exhaustion. While the Traust warriors felt a strong sense of confidence in having regained control, their hearts sank as they noticed that the fires had run their course in destroying the food stores. The initial fury that ignited the uprising began to die down now that the warriors had the exhausted thralls surrounded. Coming from the further end of the village were two berserkers dragging two thrall men and one woman who had around their necks crosses and whose hands were covered in fresh cuts. These thralls have openly and proudly admitted to carving the trees, organizing the burnings, and starting the uprising. A berserker could be heard yelling. Kai immediately recognized the woman as the one who made the sign of the cross just a few days prior at the well, whom he had followed to the front gates. "Bind these thralls," he heard Bror yell, looking at the inside of the formed circle that had the rebels trapped. "Bind them all and take them to the dungeons. Bring these 3 rebel leaders with me." Despite shouts, thrashing limbs, and loud cries, the warriors tied the thralls' hands behind their backs with thick ropes and began hauling them away. Quickly, every free man of the village did everything in their power to put out the flames. The smoke above the village began to thin as the cries of the captured slaves subsided to the sound of low, crackling embers from various fires that continued burning, but at a significantly smaller pace. Chaos had now settled into a grim, austere quiet. Bror stood in the clearing with his hands on his hips and breathing heavily, while the warriors of the tribe looked to him for direction as dust and ash clung from their hair and tunics. "Gather the council," Bror raised his voice, staring into nothing as he stood deep in thought. "A thing will be held outside the great hall within the next hour, and every free man must attend. The fate of these 3 rebels will be decided." As the warriors dispersed to inform the carls and jarls, Kai took a long breath and felt the weight of everything that had transpired around him. The smoke, the broken grain stores, Bodil's name etched throughout the village and forest, and most disturbingly, the shocked look of the thralls, both amongst one another and directly towards him. There seemed to be in their expressions towards Kai something familiar, something that almost said, "You were once one of us just yesterday. If not a Christian, at least a thrall. Do not forget it when they come for us." For an instant, He wondered if the thralls followed in Bodil's Christ, a strength he had never dared to measure against his own. And in that thought, he realized their God, this Christ they died with on their lips, was anything but weak.
Chapter 43.
The Thing. 4. The village was gathered on the outside of the king's main hall, many villagers hungry for blood, and the 3 captured thrall Christians satisfied that they had had their fill. One group hungry for justice, while the other convinced that they had rightfully executed it themselves. Smoke from the morning fires still lingered in the air, mingling with the sharp scent of ash and burnt food. The cold wind tugged at cloaks and braided hair, carrying with it the low murmur of anticipation. In the village centre, drums began to beat, each pulse vibrating through the frozen ground, played by angry warriors who wanted to do nothing more than inspire fear in the rebel leaders who had caused such immense destruction, chaos, and instability in their homes. Freemen, we have come today after anarchy and chaos has spilled through the streets of our beloved Traust home. We have here with us today the culprits responsible for such destruction. Let the people, through the gods, decide their fate, the Logsugumother said. Everyone sat on edge, furious and ready to enact vengeance. Eyes darted between the accused and one another as hands tightened around weapons. King Bluetooth was seen walking out of the main hall. He sat on his throne with a serious look, his cloak brushing the frosted ground. "Bring the accused forward," he said firmly. 3 berserkers quickly pushed the woman and 2 men thralls to the middle, where, again, the circle of berserkers had formed in the front, with all the village people, comprised of carls and jarls, standing behind. Kai was invited, with Prince Bror, to stand in the front of the assembly with the royal family. People noticed, but couldn't care less about Kai's new status within the royal family, and were far more concerned with the execution of justice for the destruction enacted that morning by the thralls. Kai felt something stir within him, a kind of half-dread, coupled with a kind of half-recognition as he watched. The woman and 2 men stood stone-cold, their faces and posture uncompromising. There was no fear in their eyes, only a quiet defiance, which only angered the people more. "You 3 are accused this day of instilling and perpetuating violence in our homes. How do you plead?" With their hands tied in front of them, the 3 said nothing. Silence fell over the crowd. Then the woman, with a smile on her face, made the sign of the cross with one foot, mocking the king in front of the assembly. "You stand here to face judgment for inciting rebellion within our ranks. Bring the witness forward," King Bluetooth continued calmly. A berserker stepped forward. "My king, as I patrolled the forest this morning, I found something interesting catch my eye. I heard screaming and fire from the village while witnessing various people running from the town and towards my direction. Suspecting an invasion and not an uprising, I began making my way toward the village where, to my surprise, I saw these 3 thralls carving something I couldn't see into the trees. This immediately made me suspicious. If an invasion had occurred, the thralls would more than likely have picked up arms to fight or would have continued running away, but would not have stopped to carve words or symbols into trees. I signaled to the 2 berserkers on my left and on my right to detain these 2 men while I myself detained the woman. Upon looking at what they had written, I saw the words Bodil and Ingvar carved into various trees with multiple crosses surrounding their names. The woman immediately spat aloud. "Christ is king!" A gasp filled the crowd. Slightly smirking, King Bluetooth stood up and, looking at the woman, said, "Do please tell more. What exactly do you mean by Christ is King?" The woman remained silent for a few seconds. Then, before making another sign of the cross with her foot, she said in a low and plain voice, with a joyful look, "I mean that Christ is King." Silence again fell over everyone present at the thing. The king continued, "Where is his throne then? Where is his crown? I don't see." "The blood of the martyrs cry out from beyond the grave, and the Christ will return again in all his glory to judge both the living and the dead. The righteous will enter into eternal life, but those who have slain his children without repentance will be forever damned to hell for time and all eternity," the woman suddenly said, before bowing her head. The crowd broke out again, but this time in a rage. "Off with her head," one man yelled. "She is haunted by draugrs," said another. "If we do not shed her blood with the two others, the gods will come back with a vengeance we cannot bear," came a final voice.
"Silence!" the king shouted.
"I understand that emotions are very high right now, but I have also been informed that more than half of our winter's food supply has been destroyed. We must be as logical as we are just, my fellow Trousts. We need workers to farm, do we not? How can we expect to survive without the hands of the thralls? I propose we do two things." Everyone stood on edge, eyes wide, waiting for his decree. "Number one, we will bring to justice and execute these three responsible for this uprising." A loud cheer broke through the crowd that was both a roar of relief and of fury mingled. People felt an emboldened sense of joy rise within their chests. "And the second thing we will do," the king said slowly, before pausing and looking around him with eyes that gave off both suspicion and affection. "The second thing we will do is we will legalize the practice of Christianity and the worship."
Chapter 44.
Blóðörn. A hush fell across the thing. The crowd blinked, unsure if they had heard a madman speak or if they were themselves mad for mishearing what their king said. Shocks began to ripple through men, women, and children. Kai gazed at the woman on trial as he saw in her face an unshakable, radiant joy that, despite facing a death sentence, could not dissipate. It was the same kind of look and joy that Bodil had when looking up to the sky in her last moments of life. Suddenly, the Skóggangr broke the silence and railed aloud. "Who brings this wickedness, this evil, this absurdity, this vile thought to our tribal land? King Bluetooth, hear the voice of the people you claim to rule," he continued, lowering his voice slightly in an attempt to reason. "My grandfather was Skóggangr before me, and my father after him, and both stood in this very assembly and spoke plainly to kings, because in our lands the law is above the king, and the people stand above both. We remember how the great kings before you ruled with the counsel of their people, not by their own stubborn will. They won victories, held peace, and kept the land whole because they listened, because they honored the ancient ways. But now you refuse the will of the people. You break with custom. You make decisions alone. And this, King Bluetooth, is not how our fathers governed, nor how any ruler in our Traust lands shall govern while free men still gather at the thing. So understand this. If you will not heed us, if you will not uphold our laws and traditions, then we shall no longer endure your rule. Our forefathers deposed kings who set themselves above the people, and we are no less ready than they were. Choose, then, peace with your people or a broken crown. For the power you think you hold is ours, and we may give it or take it as we will. Hold your tongue, or I will have it cut out from your mouth." King Bluetooth screamed loudly, realizing the importance of this moment in retaining his power and perhaps even his life. "I alone bear the weight of this crown. You merely speak the law. And the law makes very clear that in times of distress, extreme danger, and war, my power supersedes that of the aristocratic Jarl Council or any conclusion the thing comes up with. Listen to me, and listen closely. Our lands were invaded by the Langrs no more than a few days ago, and now we face open rebellion by our own thralls, who have nearly completely destroyed our food supply. If there was ever a time that our logic should supersede how we feel, that practicality should superimpose itself over and above our own rage, it is at this time, and it is now. How do you expect us to survive summer when the majority of the crops yielded from last year are now gone? Are we to farm without the thrall's work? No. You listen to me, and you listen very closely, Skóggangr. You listen like your fucking life depends on it, because right now, it does. We will take every thrall sitting in every dark dungeon we've placed them in. We will bring them back to their masters, and we will let them know that they are free to worship how, where, or what they may. I am not asking you to do this. I am telling you. Anyone who feels otherwise is more than welcome to face Blóðörn. The right to execute Blóðörn is reserved only for those who have unjustly suffered a loved one's killing at the hands of someone else. The Skóggangr fired back. "Seize him!" King Bluetooth screamed at the berserker standing by his side. The berserker, pausing and looking out at the crowd, quickly walked to the Skóggangr, grabbed his hands as the old man dropped his staff and began tying them with thick ropes. Looking up, the Skóggangr said boldly, "Then let the people judge you as they judged kings before." Standing up with the look of a king in a berserker state, King Bluetooth yelled, "I have decreed what will be done, and yet you still defy me. Skóggangr, prepare yourself for Blóðörn." Before anyone could think or process, before the berserkers could decide among themselves whether or not to follow orders or overthrow the king, they sprung into action, for fear that by not so doing, they would be the next one called out. Two berserkers shoved the Skóggangr face down in the frozen hard dirt, while a third approached the old man with a knife containing jagged edges that wove in and out. Looking up at the king, and then looking to the crowd, the berserker paused, as if he was unsure whether or not to proceed. "Give me the blade," King Bluetooth shouted, as he aggressively descended the platform of his throne. Slowly, the berserker reached out his arm, and held out the semi-sharpened and jagged blade to the king. Without sparing even a second, the king grabbed the small weapon from the berserker and sunk the blade into the old Skoggangr's back, just slightly to the left of his spine, with enough force to slowly puncture the skin, the shoulder blade muscles, and all the tendons moving downward, as blood began oozing out of the opening incision. "Ah!" The Skoggangr's screamed with agony like he had never before felt. The crowd remained silent. "Do you dare defy the king and betray your people, your tribe, during a time of war and rebellion where I am sanctioned to wield emergency powers for the sake of our survival?" The loss of the Skoggangr's blood began making him lightheaded, as he desperately hoped he would lose enough of his own blood to pass out before the king continued. But eager to instill as much pain and agony as possible, the king continued the Blóðörn. Standing up, King Bluetooth drew his sword, and holding it above his head, proceeded to swing it to just the left and right of the Skoggangr's spine. severing the bones that connected the ribs by sheer, blunt force. "Ah!" the Skóggangr continued, screaming. "I am the king, and if I make the God-man Christ a legal deity to worship, my word shall stand." Never in Kai's life had he witnessed such gruesome torture. Blóðörn was merely something the Langrs spoke of as legend, but was never something he had witnessed instituted as punishment in his lifetime. As warm blood that could be seen steaming in the cold and early springtime air began pouring down the old man's sides, there was a stench of iron that could be smelled among the crowd, causing some of the warriors to look away. The king continued to cut, to pry, and to strike, again and again, with each new motion drawing a fresh roar from the Skóggangr, until the mere sound of animal noises began tearing from his throat. Blood had now sprayed and splattered on the king's face and beard as he cut through arteries, while with a stoic face he reached for and gripped the now broken ribs of the old man's body, turning them outward alongside the flaps of his back skin, to display the appearance of a man who had eagle wings. The Skóggangr's entire frame was now bowed upward as his spine arched like a drawn bowstring. His eyes rolled white and foam bubbled from his lips before his entire body went limp. The king looked up, as if he were in an entranced state, with a kind of spell that had overtaken him that he was just now waking up from. Kai caught a glimpse of Frigg, who gave Varg a look that seemed to question something they had previously discussed. Varg responded with a nod before catching Kai gazing at them both. "I am the mouthpiece of the gods for the time being," King Bluetooth said, staring down the Jarl aristocratic assembly surrounding the Blóðörn ritual. "Anyone who feels otherwise can join the Skóggangr in the same way he has now arrived at Helheim." The king now slowly walked back to his throne, calmly and slowly, and after sitting down, looked out at the crowd with a smile. Silence continued before the commanding berserker yelled, "Long live King Bluetooth!" Without missing a single beat, each individual in the crowd responded with competing fervor for what felt like the sake of their own lives. "Long live King Bluetooth!" While they chanted the king's name, many in attendance had conjured the same resounding thought, the same resounding feeling. Something ancient had been broken.
Chapter 45.
Anselm. Months passed after King Bluetooth formally declared the practice of Christianity and the worship of Christ legal. There was in the Traust tribe's air something tangibly tense, something heavy and weighty that rested on everyone's unsure soul. Nobody spoke of the day the Skóggangr had undergone Blóðörn, but it weighed on everyone's mind, while many thralls found themselves the victims of violent retribution by carls and jarls who were lashing out in their distaste for the god of the cross, alongside their underlying pride for Odin. Anselm was a monk who voluntarily left his privileged standing in the English Roman Catholic Church to travel to the Scandinavian regions to proclaim Christ to the people. Upon arriving at the Traust tribe, he was quickly captured, branded, and made a thrall under Sage Ulf's roof as requested by Frigg. Frigg desired to see Anselm trained and transitioned into the ways of the Nordic gods. He refused, however, to renounce his faith even after being promised his own freedom at the cost of reciting Sigurdrifa's prayer and saying, "Hail Ausa, hail Asinur! Hail the Aesir, hail the goddesses!" Upon saying these words, he would be released from his bondage and promoted to a carl, But to everyone's surprise, the man maintained his resolve to remain loyal to his one god. Frigg introduced him to the English thrall. Kai discovered the story of this man's bondage and refusal to renounce his faith when, upon arriving, he met and conversed with the monk under Sage Ulf's roof, alongside Frigg, Varg, and Astrid. A faint unease stirred in him as he entered, a feeling he could not yet name. "Ah, come in, Ingus, come in," Sage Ulf beckoned Kai with a look of both excitement and some small semblance of fear. "I want you to meet the man who, for some mad reason, chooses to retain his faith in the God-man at the expense of his own freedom." After walking in from the outside cold, Kai took off his Jarl wolf fur, gifted by the king's family, and sat by the fire next to Frigg inside the hut. Frigg was seated on Sage Ulf's right, Astrid on his left, while the monk sat across from them, with Varg on the monk's left. Kai noticed Astrid's posture was stiff and careful, and the memory of that night he had found her among Christians flickered at the edge of his thoughts. "This man," Sage Ulf continued, "does not believe in the inevitable, unwavering pull and power of fate. What do you say, Anselm, about fate?" The monk was a decade younger than Sage Ulf, with a beard made up of mostly black and white hairs. He had dark grey eyes and a bright smile that seemed to transcend his life circumstance. Varg's stare toward him was sharp, measuring, and almost angry. "The question of fate versus free will must fall first under the question of the debt which we owe God," he replied, looking at Kai like a person who was studying something he had just come to discover. Sage Ulf gave out a laugh, while Frigg retained her firm and fixed face. Kai noticed Astrid looking down uncomfortably before looking up to the monk with a hidden expression of both endearment and familiarity that Kai could not ignore. "Well then," Sage Ulf continued, looking at Frigg and Varg, who began to smirk, "the man has us stumped. And what is it, Anselm, that we owe to this god of yours?" "Every wish of a rational creature should be subject to the will of God," Anselm replied, this time with a more serious tone. "We think nothing could be more true, but not of God, rather of the gods," replied Sage Ulf, almost mechanically, though Kai saw his fingers lightly tapping his knee. "How, if everything is subject to fate, can you ever truly subject yourself to the will of the gods?" replied Anselm. "For it is such a will only, when it can be exercised, that does works pleasing to God. And when this will cannot be exercised, it is pleasing of itself alone, since without it, no work is acceptable." "A fair point you make, Anselm," Sage Ulf replied, glancing at Astrid and then at Kai. Kai's stomach tightened. Something hidden was happening beneath the surface of this conversation. The monk continued, "He who does not render this honor which is due to God robs God of his own and dishonors him, and this is sin. Moreover, so long as he does not restore what he has taken away, he remains in fault, and it will not suffice merely to restore what has been taken away, but, considering the contempt offered, he ought to restore more than he took away." "You talk of owing something to your God, as if you have, by default, fallen from his good standing," replied Sage Ulf.
In that you are correct.
"The truth is, we have all fallen short of being in good standing," replied Anselm, this time looking directly at Varg. Varg's jaw tightened. "And in the sense that we are not our own, but inherent to our very existence as creation, is the need to worship the Creator. An action accomplished by offering our bodies as living sacrifices, there lies within us the need to possess more than absolution for our wrongdoing. Within us is the need to proactively enact love and obedience while feeling the Lord is satisfied with us when and because we do. A man properly atones for an offense who offers something which the offended one loves equally, or even more, than he detested the offense. But by suffering out of love and obedience, Christ gave more to God than was required to compensate for the offense of the whole human race. And therefore, Christ's sacrifice was not only a sufficient, but a superabundant rendering for the sins of the human race. The fire dimmed as the conversation waned, and Varg leaned forward with a look that could make all things but the embers shrink beneath him. His eyes fixed on Anselm with a cold and hunting impatience. "We shall see," Varg said quietly, "whether your Christ can stand when the gods seek retribution and the tribe finds itself at odds." Everyone remained quiet, as the air inside the hut felt suddenly smaller, as if the walls themselves had drawn breath and held it. When Sage Ulf finally dismissed them, Kai rose to leave, still unsure what he had just witnessed. But before he reached the door, a hand caught his wrist, one that was light, quick, and trembling. It was Astrid. "Kai," she whispered, her voice scarcely more than breath, with her eyes full of a meaning she dared not speak out loud. "There is more you must know. Just not tonight." She released him at once and stepped back beside her grandfather Sage Ulf, as if nothing had happened, leaving Kai with only the ghost of her touch. "There is more I must know, as if I don't know everything yet," he thought to himself as he stepped out into the biting cold night air. Did not Bror tell me the same thing? Being in the king's household was beginning to feel less and less safe, as thoughts of confusion began consuming him more than he liked to admit. Something inside him began to tell him that despite surviving his path, and despite surviving Ordeal, his fight for survival was far from over. It was, in fact, just now beginning. The tribe's unrest shifted beneath his feet in full collision, like when an unstoppable force comes in contact with an immovable object.
Chapter 46.
Revelation. Making his way back to the king's hall, Kai felt a pull towards something bigger than tribal narrative. It was a pull towards this prophetic godman that seemed to somehow conjoin, or perhaps even transcend, narrative itself. Kai reached into his coat pocket and felt the weight of something in his coat. He discovered he now had, at his fingertips, the contents of some kind of crumpled-up paper. What was that old man saying about free will? He thought to himself, as his breath nearly stopped, realizing Astrid had slipped him a note. What a compelling point he made in saying that no sacrifice to the gods can be worthy if our wills are not ultimately our own to exercise. And this superabundant atonement he speaks of as coming from the Christ and his sacrifice. What could this even mean? Does the power of this bloody sacrifice truly satisfy the craving for power and blood? And what could that old monk have meant when he said that the debt which every creature owes God is to be subject to his will? These thoughts sped through Kai's mind like a whirlwind before he reached the front door to his newfound home. Peering to his left and right, he saw that no one was in the main hall. They were, in all likelihood, sleeping. Quickly, Kai walked to his room in the back part of the grand hall, and with the small fire burning in his warrior-furnished hut, he opened the letter Astrid had slipped into his coat. For a minute he stopped, daring not to open it, before, without giving any kind of hesitation or second thought, he quickly looked back down at it, opened it up, and began to read. While all things may be unknown and up in the air, my good God, YHWH. I do come to you today with the hope that you and the glory of your name may forever be praised in a way that is righteous, holy, and reverent to that which you are worthy of, which is nothing but perfection. And even when you weren't given perfection by the very same breath that owes it to you for its existence, yet you made a way for the great return, the great reunification, the holy right to not only be called creation, but children of the very living God. Forever, Yahweh, you are great. And in this faith and reality, I remain and will remain to the end of my days. Now taking you on my name, I say, forever to the way, this day and always. Astrid, your daughter. Closing his eyes, Kai tried to regain his thinking. Giving glory to this God, what is it? He began thinking to himself. The thought came to him as a possibility he could no longer ignore, and he remembered the look in Astrid's eyes the night he witnessed her take communion. It was the same surrender, the same sacrifice, the same submission he had seen in Bodil's face before she was slain. Her eyes had spoken to someone so great that the mere presence of entering such a spirit seemed to lift her beyond the natural world. And yet, upon taking communion in remembrance, there is something of him still present in this world. Kai continued thinking, uncertain but drawn in. This man, this God-man entered into creation. Somehow. The idea pressed upon him in a strange and heavy way. It is unfathomable. It is seriously preposterous. And yet, perhaps, it is still purposeful and somehow perfect.
Chapter 47.
The Inquiry. In the middle of the night, Kai was jolted awake by a man standing over his bed, gripping his shoulder. "What is it?" Kai demanded. "Sorry, brother, it's me, Bror," the king's son said, almost cautiously. "Tell me about your night. How did everyone seem?" "Everyone seemed like themselves. Why do you ask?" Kai shot back. "The only reason I ask," Bror replied coldly, "is because I have every goddamn right to." And with that, the prince turned and walked out of the room. Kai rose to his feet, ready for a fight. He did not like the king's son toying so lightly with lives, especially those he himself might have taken. Ragnbjörg's, Bodil's, and Ingvar's. His intuition urged restraint, and for the time being he reluctantly chose to trust it. It did strike him as odd that Bror himself delivered King Bluetooth's message that he be present at Frigg's gathering.
Chapter 48.
Passion. As Kai awoke the next morning, he felt the crumpled letter Astrid had given him underneath his wolf sheets, and realized that she was one who in all likelihood had secretly given up the gods of her youth in favor of the one preached by Anselm. Then a thought hit him, with as much weight and force as the blunt instrument had that knocked him out in the battle with the Langrs. He thought of Tora Ingrid. Having been in survival mode for so long, Kai realized his thoughts had long wandered from her. Suddenly he felt pangs in his heart as he began to consider what she was doing, and if she was thinking of him too. "I am a mind divided," he began thinking to himself, as the crumpled letter in his hands began giving him a sense of guilt. "I need to make it clear to Astrid that I am committed to someone else, and cannot give her what she may want." As he began dressing, he heard a voice call from just outside his door. "Inguz, permission to enter?" Bror's voice could be heard. Kai paused. Why is Bror suddenly acting polite in stark contrast from last night, he thought to himself. Then, without giving a second thought, Kai replied, "Sure, come in." Bror entered Kai's quarters, holding a scroll. Walking up to Kai, he handed it to him and said, "A letter from my father, King Bluetooth. I was told to receive your reply now and deliver it to him immediately." Kai reached out and grabbed the scroll before slowly unraveling it. Quickly he read, "It has come to my attention that there will be a blót this evening. Many admire your loyalty to our gods and expect your presence at our ritual. As a Langr who demonstrated fidelity to our Traust tribe, it would be amiable for you to attend. Your attendance will be received as a sign of goodwill. Please let me know your decision. King Bluetooth." "You will be welcome there," Bror said to Kai as he held the letter. Kai looked deeply at Bror, who stood still with a simple and expressionless look. "I suppose this is a ritual the tribe knows you will be attending this time," Kai said with suspicion, still unsure why Varg neglected to mention Bror's name with those accused of attending the secret Christian meeting staged by Sage Ulf. "Yes," Bror said, without any further elaboration. "Very well, I will attend," Kai replied, before turning back around and continuing to button his tunic. As Bror left the room, Kai's thoughts returned back to Tora. "I have loved Tora from since I could wield a sword, and yet there is something in Astrid, a kind of boldness in her demeanor and reverence in her eyes that I can't help but feel drawn to when she brings her god to the surface in letter and word." Kai stood a few more seconds in silence before muttering under his breath, "I must return to the Langrs before the end of next year, before Tora is taken by another warrior. Astrid must know I belong to someone else." And with this, he decided to catch Astrid before attending the evening blót. On his way out of the king's main hall, he caught the eye of a berserker who seemed to maintain eye contact with him longer than he was comfortable with. The man had long, brown and braided hair that fell to his sides, with a fine red tunic and a steel axe holstered on his side. His eyes were softer than most warriors, but his lips remained tight, as if he was holding back the urge to speak. "Can I help you?" Kai asked aggressively, stopping in front of the berserker. "Oh no, Langr. I was only curious if you planned to attend the blót tonight." Kai paused. "Yes." "That's great, Inguz," he replied, slightly ashamed he had asked, yet deliberate to make Kai a friend. "It will truly be a time of reconciliation for our tribe and a rally to and for our gods. Some of my warriors might not respect you yet, but I want you to know, Inguz, that I do." "What's your name?" Kai asked, surprised and grateful a berserker had befriended him. "Ah, glad you asked. I am Bjorn. I was one of Ragnbjorg's closest friends. It was truly heartbreaking to see his end, but Ragnbjorg was never more stubborn and fierce than when it came to protecting his family, particularly Bodil. It didn't have to end the way it did, but it would be absurd to assume he wouldn't go down without a fight before allowing his family to be jailed. I consider his death a warrior's death, and am sure he is now in Valhalla feasting with Odin." "That is something we can agree on," Kai replied, grateful to receive the support and encouragement. As Kai walked out into the mid-spring season, his mind quickly came back to his next task. He had to find Astrid. Walking down the dirt-paved road, he found that most people looked at him with strong admiration, smiling as he walked by. There was a buoyancy in the air that seemed to have spread across the tribe. The disturbed beehive nest that was the Traust tribe when he first arrived still had the same energy of people moving in and out of huts, and the market. Only the energy held a more optimistic tone than one of suspicion. Walking along the main road, Kai turned right to where Astrid lived with her mother Frigg and grandfather Sage Ulf. Pounding on the large hut door, He stood waiting patiently. Silence ensued before he heard light footsteps approach. Slowly, Astrid opened the door and, looking up, locked eyes with Kai. She looked as beautiful to Kai now as she did the night they first met in the glowing embers of the firelight. "Yes?" she asked. "Can I speak with you?" Kai asked. "Yes, I am the only one home. My Moor and Morpher are out getting supplies for the Blót, and my Far is in the blacksmith shop. Come in." Kai walked in slowly and began. "You're attending tonight?" he asked. "Yes." A pause was audibly felt between both of them as the distant preparations for the Blót outside seemed to dissipate in each other's presence. All the laughter and voices seemed to fall into some silent void as they stood gazing at one another. "You're not afraid?" Kai asked, quiet and inquiringly. "I am. But fear is not something I avoid, nor even sometimes feel with the God that I follow. It is something I willingly lean into." Kai nodded slowly, then held out the worn, soft, and folded letter. Slowly he replied, "I read this again this morning." Astrid dropped her eyes before lifting them slowly to meet his face. "I meant every word," she said softly. "I know, and we can discuss that later. For now, I have to say something very plainly, as I've found my heart divided in recent weeks. My heart is not unbound. There is someone else, someone I have not stopped belonging to, even before we met." Astrid slowly inhaled, steadying herself. Kai continued, "I cannot pretend otherwise, and I don't want my silence to mislead you. I cannot give you what you may hope for." Another moment of silence continued as the noise of the gathering outside filled the space between them. "Thank you for not letting me hope for something false," she replied. In the attempt to break the hard news, Kai brought out the letter again. "This letter," he said, lowering his voice, "it carried more than affection. I felt it carried truth." "Indeed. And there is something greater than the affection I've felt for you, or perhaps you have felt for the one your heart is bound to. It's a person who does not require the blood of man because he gave his own." After another pause, Astrid turned her gaze toward the side wall, where the torches were beginning to glow. "They will welcome you with open arms tonight," she said. "I know," Kai replied. "And they will mean it," she said softly. There was something in the way she said it, a soft and knowing way, that undid him. He looked at her again, boldly, slowly, and closely. Her breath caught just before she swallowed nervously. He felt the pull rise up from somewhere deep and unguarded, the ache of a warrior who had been holding himself together by sheer will for too long. He knew he should have stepped back, but he didn't. His hand found her arm. Her fingers tightened in his tunic. He leaned in, less than 2 inches from her, their lips almost touching, causing a slight and small smirk to spread across her soft mouth. She moved in just 1 inch from him. This daring and subtle movement brought out a nomadic, beastly spirit within him that had been born the first night they met, but was now returning with a vicious vengeance. He met her mouth with a level of aggression and passion he never knew he possessed. Far from gentle, it was sudden and firm, like a volcano had erupted after they had been holding on to their breath for days. Her lips parted as she opened her mouth to him. Their tongues met in a warm, unthinking, and possessed manner as they shared passion back and forth. All around them, the world narrowed as the heat of the fire and the warmth of their bodies radiated against one another. Astrid gasped softly against him, giving out a noise that made him feel crazier than a berserker in the middle of battle. Her soft moaning broke something open inside him. Kai kissed her deeper as their mouths moved against and into one another. Suddenly, after coming back to his senses, he realized what he was doing, and the realization struck hard. A big part of him wanted to continue, but something in his mind and heart, the flash of Tora's face, pulled him back. With his heart hammering, he gently grabbed her arms and pushed her back only slightly.
Astrid stood frozen,
her eyes bright and unashamed as she stood shaking and burning upright. "Kai," she whispered. He shook his head, shame rising hot in his chest. "I said I was bound," he muttered. "I didn't stop you," she said quietly. Before he could gather his senses, the Blót's summoning horn sounded from outside. Astrid stepped back and put further distance between them. "You should go," she said softly under her breath. Kai tasted the moment still lingering on his lips before turning away from the firelight and towards the door, towards those voices that would soon welcome him with open arms.
Chapter 49.
Hávamál. Kai left Astrid's hut and made his way to the sacred grove, where he knew the Blót would be held. As he walked, he noticed families moving in rapid unison, all dressed in linen, wool, and cotton that resembled brown, green, and blue earthly colors. Few noticed the young Langr, as their minds were focused on the sacrifice to the gods before them. Looking for a carving booth nearby, he saw one had been set up on the outer edge of the village, just before entering the woods. "Hello there," an old woman said, looking up before realizing it was Kai standing before her. Suddenly, her eyes bulged as she went silent. Realizing the impact his reputation had on the woman, Kai continued the conversation. "Hi, my dear Traust sister. I am looking for a carving of Odin that I can use for tonight's Blót. Do you have one?" he said inquiringly. Yes, I do," she replied, smiling. Looking down below her wolfskin-laden booth, she pulled something up from under it that immediately drew in Kai's attention. "I have here Ingu's, an Odin carving that dates back many generations in my family. My great-great-grandfather wished for it to go to the one. Well, he wished for it to go to someone of importance," she said with both enthusiasm and wonder, looking deep into Kai's eyes with curiosity. "Here, take it at no charge." "Oh, I could not do that," Kai responded, pulling out the silver bullions that King Bluetooth had delivered to him that morning for the Blót ceremony. No, I insist, please. You are of great importance, and my ancestors would roll in their grave knowing I charged you, of all people, for it." Something about this conversation seemed off and austere, as if there was some unspoken knowing that the woman presumed Kai understood. But Kai was very much in the dark. "Then, thank you very much," Kai replied, taking the carving before sliding the silver coins back into his tunic pocket. "Remember myself and my ancestors in the Book of the Wyrd, the law, for this ceremony, please, when the House of Odin is set in order," she said finally, before waving to the person behind Kai to step forward. "Remember her in the Book of the Wyrd, the law, when the House of Odin is set in order?" he thought to himself. Those words rang in his ears as something he had heard before, but he couldn't quite call from where to mind. Turning, Kai began walking away from the booth at the edge of the village and into the Traust forest that blocked out all light in its overhanging pine and oak trees. Suddenly, he saw the back of a man he recognized, a man he had spoken to that morning. It was Bjorn. Picking up his pace, Kai reached him and tapped him on the shoulder. Turning around, Bjorn's expression changed from one that appeared focused on the objective at hand to one of embracing his newfound friend in front of him. Ah, Kai, you're on your way. This will be great. I'm so glad you're here in presence and spirit. It's dusk now. The fires in the sacred grove will start soon. I have a few questions from Hávamál for you to answer as we make our way to the place of sacrifice. These are the questions spoken by Odin after he was hanged from the world tree to gain the runes. Let's begin with the first two. Veitstu, verista skal, veitstu, verada skal. Do you know how to carve? Do you know how to read? Of course, Kai responded. My Farfar was a woodcarver who taught me a little bit of the trade. I think Langrs and Trausts have more in common than you think. Then, raising the Odin carving for Bjorn to see, he showed him the idol he had brought with him for the night's worship and ritual. Ah, I see you've selected Odin holding a sword, Bjorn replied with a jovial look and tone. Yes, Kai responded, and while I didn't carve it myself, I am nonetheless skilled in the trade. Also, my Moor spent a significant amount of time training me in the art of reading before I hit the training grounds every morning. She would have me rise early in the morning and read the ancient runes of our people. Great, Bjorn replied. Only remember that carving refers to not only carving runes, but to creating meaning and taking action in the world and fate you are destined for. But don't stop here, young Ingus. It is not enough to just act. Knowledge requires insight. It's not enough to do things, you must also understand the consequences and meaning behind them. So, in carving and reading, you are both taking action and understanding the meaning behind your action. Now I must also ask, veitstu, ve skal, veitstu, ve freista skal. Do you know how to color? Do you know how to test? I haven't colored this particular carving, but like reading, I spent a significant portion of my childhood coloring. As for knowing how to test, well, we'll see tonight what kind of test I can conjure up with this carving. I have a few in mind.
I love to hear it.
Bjorn exclaimed. Only remember, coloring doesn't simply refer to physically coloring your carving with blood or dye to energize it, but is a metaphor for committing to what it is that you have made. In testing, you not only empower ideas or commitments, but you examine them. You must always know that strength without discernment is dangerous. And I must also ask, veitstu, ve bidja skal, veitstu, ve blóta skal. Do you know how to ask? Do you know how to sacrifice? Thinking about it, Kai realized he hadn't really considered invoking the gods on matters of asking or sacrifice. He was neither sure what he would sacrifice nor what he would ask for. Well, I do, but I'm not sure I've considered what to sacrifice or ask, Kai replied to Bjorn honestly, dropping his voice. That's okay. You still have time to figure that out. Regardless, when you do figure that out, only remember that asking implies praying, seeking wisdom, requesting help. These are acts of humility, and to sacrifice is to give something meaningful up in exchange for deeper wisdom, much like Odin did, sacrificing himself to gain runes. Remember, wisdom always costs something, and by both asking and sacrificing, you gain insight, blessing, and power. Now the last two questions, and perhaps the most important, are veitstu, ve senda skal, veitstu, ve soa skal. Do you know how to send? Do you know how to yield? Well, I'm quite sure I know how to send, but I am far more reluctant to yield, Kai replied, thinking about how much he detested the notion of fate and admired the reality and utility of free will. Yes, this is probably the most complex, important, and yet difficult and delicate balance to achieve. To send is to send spells, to send words, or to send commands and intentions into the world so as to exert your will or influence, while yielding is to know when it is time to pull back, to submit, and to surrender control. As a wise man once said, "Your fate is hardly more important than what you do with your fate." The attitude you have for whatever fate you have in store is not irrelevant. There is no honor in being merely passive and surrendering to fate. Instead, honor is found in approaching your fate as a battle to fight heroically, even if, ultimately, it is a battle you are doomed to lose. So, know that true wisdom means knowing when to assert power and when to step aside. Mastery is not mere domination, it's a balancing act. Kai remained quiet as he felt a surge of dark anger overtake him. Suddenly, the words and cross-examinations spoken by Anselm flashed through his mind like lightning opposing Thor, the very god of thunder himself. How, if everything is subject to fate, can you ever truly subject yourself to the will of the gods? For it is such a will only, when it can be exercised, that does works pleasing to God. And when this will cannot be exercised, it is pleasing of itself alone, since without it, no work is acceptable. "I'll tip the scales in favor of will over submission," Kai muttered under his breath. "What was that, Inguz?" Bjorn asked. "Oh, nothing. I was just saying that these are great things for me to consider going into tonight's Blót." "Right," Bjorn replied. They had reached the threshold of the sacred grove now, where the forest thickened unnaturally, and the last fragments of dusk were swallowed whole by towering pine and oak. Firelight flickered ahead, casting long, wavering shadows that danced against the trunks like figures already engaged in ritual. As Bjorn stepped forward, Kai slowed, his grip tightening around the Odin carving. Something compelled him to look down once more, something that was not so much curiosity as it was pressure. Only then did he see what he had missed when the woman first placed the wooden idol in his hands. Odin's eyes were not hollow, as tradition demanded. They were filled, darkened, and sealed, almost with something that looked like resin or old blood. The grooves of the runes along the god's chest were deeper than he remembered, cut with a precision that appeared to have been made deliberately. A chill ran through him as the woman's words returned to him. "Remember myself and my ancestors in the book of the Wyrd, the law, when the house of Odin is set in order." Kai lifted his eyes toward the grove and suddenly became aware of the way some of the Traust were watching him. They were not open or joyous, but held a gaze that seemed to convey something of expectation, as if they were waiting on him, waiting to see whether he would act or yield. Chapter 50. The Blót. Looking out into the Traust tribe that had begun to gather around the fire, Kai spotted Astrid, Frigg, Sage Ulf, and Toke, Frigg's husband, standing 30 feet across from him on the opposite side of the formed circle. Frigg's eyes pierced into Kai's soul like a lioness stalking her prey as she never took her eyes off him. Astrid pretended not to notice Kai, while Sage Ulf was distracted by the various tribal men and women greeting him with the words, "Heil, Thulur! Hail, Sage!" Bror and Varg stood next to each other, while Princess Embla and Princess Eira, Bror's sisters, stood beside them. Before turning his eyes from Princess Embla, he noticed she had in her gaze something seductive as she stared at him, as if, instead of assuming to know Kai, like she had done in their last interaction, she now wanted him to know her. Her look of desire might be my imagination, Kai thought to himself, as he noticed half the people in attendance were staring at him, only to break eye contact when he met their eye. Everyone had brought their pledged sacrifice to the gathering as drums continued to beat in unison, just outside the massive circle. King Bluetooth and his wife, Queen Bolette, were nowhere to be seen. This not only surprised Kai, but seemed to surprise everyone else as they began looking around and whispering. As Kai surveyed the circle more, he noticed that Anselm was present beside Sage Ulf. Suddenly, Bjorn caught Kai's attention and reached out his hand to embrace him in the circle, forcing Kai to drop his Odin carving on the ground by his right side. "So we've made it, and you this far, Inguz. You are truly special and esteemed in the eyes of many here, a true bridge and link between our Langr kin and the Traust tribe. You've survived your path, you've survived ordeal, and you've survived battle. So, in all these things, you are not only esteemed in the eyes of the people, but must surely be esteemed in the eyes of the gods who seem to favor you, and perhaps expect an offering from you beyond what's expected of everyone else. Yes, it's been wild, but I'm just trying to get through this summoning with the minimal amount of attention on me as is possible," Kai replied, unsure what Bjorn meant by him needing to possibly offer something beyond what others were offering. "Well, that's a great thing, Inguz," Bjorn replied in a low tone, "because the gods are not drawn to noise." "No?" Kai shifted his feet in response. "Then why do men shout their names before battle?" Bjorn gave out a faint smile. "Because men are afraid mere silence will not hear them." Finally, after turning his face toward the fire, which caused his eyes to reflect against it, Kai saw something in Bjorn's expression change from warmth to depth. "The gods listen for weight," Bjorn went on, "particularly for those who carry something costly without boasting of it." "And do you suppose there is something that I carry that is costly? Perhaps a more costly sacrifice than most offer here?" Kai shot back with suspicion. "That I cannot say," Bjorn replied in a lower tone. "There are many who live long lives and leave nothing behind, and there are others." Pausing, Bjorn looked directly into Kai's eyes, assessing him for what Kai felt like a questioning of his very character and resolve. "There are others," he continued, "who burn brighter in fewer seasons." Kai's jaw tightened. Is burning brighter in fewer seasons always better than having lived a simple, humble, and quiet life of longevity? But before Bjorn could respond, Sage Ulf suddenly walked to the center of the circle where the fire was beginning to grow and slowly raised his staff. The drums immediately stopped as the people's voices died down into just a few scattered whispers. "We have come to Blót today to honor the gods, both the gods who have aided us in our endeavors and the gods we have ourselves selected to honor. We do this through sacrifice, both in offerings and in blood." There seemed to be in the crowd a sense of pure bliss as people beamed with excitement in having prepared their minds and hearts for the ritual that was about to take place. As is custom, we must have everyone step forward and lay their offering before my feet, before the blood sacrifice is selected and dispersed. Only keep in mind that our offerings to the gods are not only so we can get something in return, or merely to appease their wrath, but also for the sake of simply giving to them. Kai quickly leaned to his right side to pick up the Odin carving he had dropped, but to his sudden shock, found he had grasped for only air. Looking down, his eyes bulged. His carving had gone missing. Immediately, he shot a look in Astrid's direction and found her mother Frigg, looking at him with a dark smile. "I must offer something, or what will the people think?" Kai rapidly thought to himself. One by one, Sage Ulf went around the circle and raised his staff in front of each individual person, after which they dropped their offering before his feet and called out to the god of their choosing. "Heil Thor!" yelled one man as he dropped coins at Sage Ulf's feet. "Heil Tyr!" yelled another. "Heil Sif!" a woman screamed, dropping mead in anticipation for the coming harvest. With each passing person offering their gift, Kai felt arrows cut through his body as Sage Ulf got closer and closer. Suddenly, as if beckoned and protected by some unforeseen force, Kai gripped the Yggdrasil necklace Tora had given him and quickly ripped it off his neck. It hurt him to see such a personal gift offered, but something in him also said that it was precisely because giving it up was painful that it was all the more appropriate to do so. As Sage Ulf reached the person next to him, Kai looked out again at Astrid, whose face had gone pale white. Her eyes remained fixed on not the fire nor the sage, but on his hands. Slowly, the drums deliberately resumed, an occurrence that began to drive Kai up the wall. "What do these people want from me?" he thought as he stepped forward. Rather than shout a god's name or raise his voice, Kai reached out his arm, holding the Yggdrasil necklace, and opened his hand, allowing it to drop at Sage Ulf's feet. Immediately murmuring began as the Traust people did their best to interpret the underlying meaning behind the silent Yggdrasil offering. As the low murmuring continued to make its way through the circle like an electric current, a portion of the tribe bowed their heads in reverence, while others stared ahead in thought. A few began exchanging lingering glances, with eyes that seemed to heavily disagree with the meaning they had interpreted before them. Then, without warning, a man from the further side of the fire blurted out, "He gives up the tree," before another quickly cut in. "No, he gives up himself." Frigg, stepping forward, loudly exclaimed, "The one does not bring a token, because the one is the token." Instantly, agreement seemed to pour out amongst the gathering, before Bjorn quickly stepped in and said, "Yes, but be cautious. The house is not set in order by confusion." "And yet," Frigg shot back, "order does not come without cost." Looking down at the necklace, Sage Ulf quickly raised his staff and, looking into Kai's eyes with an almost pleading look, said, "Do you offer this in place of blood?" Kai opened his mouth to speak, but nothing came out. "If I say yes," he thought to himself, "then I claim a meaning I do not understand. But if I say no, I invite blood I cannot undo." Swallowing and thinking on his feet, Kai met Sage Ulf's gaze before saying, "I offer what is mine. Let the gods judge the rest." Sage Ulf studied Kai for a long moment. Then, lowering his staff until its tip touched the earth, said quietly, "Then let it be weighed, only not by men." Looking again at Astrid, he saw colour return to her face as her mother Frigg gave out a noise of frustration and distaste. It was one that was stifled beneath her breath, like the sound of someone whose expectations had been disrupted, yet not altogether denied. Sage Ulf, turning from Kai, motioned his staff as two men stepped forward, leading a thick-necked ram toward the fire. Scraping its hooves against the packed earth, the animal resisted as the men's firm hands steadied it. Drawing the blade, one man held the goat's head up, while the other slowly cut into its throat, as the animal's squealing turned into gurgling, after which its neck and body became drowned in blood that began spilling into the bowl beneath it. Not one man, woman, or child looked away, but in a wave of ecstasy, the appearance of satisfaction crossed their faces. Sage Ulf dipped a bundle of twigs into the bowl and, turning slowly, began walking the circle, flicking the blood outward on people one by one across their shoulders, foreheads, and hands. Dark droplets marked the earth-colored linen and wool. Closing his eyes and turning his head up to the sky, Kai felt the warm blood splatter across his face without flinching. Finally, the drums resumed in a steady, rhythmic motion. Yet, as the bloat continued, Kai hoped that something essential had passed, that the blood given was sufficient to both honor and appease the gods for everyone. But the meaning of what had been offered before him, the blood offering itself, he now sensed, had not settled some underlying and unsatisfied hunger amongst this people. And as the fire continued burning on and on, with the circle closing once more, Kai couldn't help but sense that the sacrifice this night would not be remembered for the blood that had just been spilled, but for what he had laid down before it.
Chapter 51.
Tyr. Sage Ulf, standing before everyone inside the bloat circle that surrounded the fire, looked in Bror's direction, almost as if to ask if he was ready. Bror gave a slight nod, to which Sage Ulf yelled, "We will now petition the gods for the summer season. Bror, you may come forward." Bror, looking as if he had prepared for this moment for some time, stepped inside the circle. "My fellow Trousts, for glory in Valhalla and for the preservation of our people, I have a special request to make. As many of you may know, the thralls have burned a large portion of our livestock and food for this upcoming season. We have enough supply as a tribe to last only a few more months, and the gap between the ripening season and the season we find ourselves in now is too long to sustain us, especially for the upcoming winter. As such, something must be done. I propose that we release or kill off thralls that need feeding, but Sage Ulf suggested otherwise. Sage Ulf, in consulting me, said, "Why waste valuable blood that has and can continue to serve us well? No, we shall not kill the thralls, but we must rather view our scarcity as an opportunity for both expansion and further prosperity. The gods have willed destruction for prosperity. And so, I asked our great sage, what will we do? His response is one that he has assured me came not only from him, but from the gods themselves. He has proposed that we all, together, that is every capable man and every capable willing woman, show the English just how frightening the gods can be. And so, in 1 week's time, we raid. We will plunder gold, we will bring back more slaves, and we will feast well. To Odin, to Thor, to Tyr." Immediately, all the men, women, and children lifted their hands and screamed aloud. Then, taking the gold ring off his finger, Bror bowed before the bloody goat sacrifice, dug a hole in the ground, and placed it inside before covering it again. Turning around, he slowly looked each man, both old and young alike, in the eye one by one, as the weight of silence yet again burdened some and excited others. Bror continued speaking. "I know it may be scary for those who are going for the first time, or perhaps even for those who have already shown valor. But know this, we fight with the gods on our side. Remember the story of Tyr. Our god Tyr was brave and bold enough to subdue the great and ferocious wolf Fenrir by offering his hand. Yes, Fenrir was suspicious of the dwarves, especially after they failed to bind him in chains of various material. But then, after the dwarves forged the magical and unbreakable fetter known as Gleipnir, which was a silken ribbon made from things impossible, things like a woman's beard and fish breath. Yes, after doing this, Fenrir finally agreed to be bound by it, only if one of the gods would place their hand in his mouth as a sign of good faith. Many of our gods hesitated, but you know well that Tyr did not. Tyr, the god of courage and justice, bravely volunteered by placing his right hand in Fenrir's jaws. And so, after the gods tightened Gleipnir around him and the vicious wolf couldn't break free, he realized he had been tricked and decided to then bite off Tyr's hand. Know this, the English are our enemy. They are our Fenrir. Take up Tyr's example of subduing the enemy before us, of showing self-sacrifice, of showing trust, and ultimately of showing the cost of honor. Yes, it can be said that Tyr suffered physical harm to protect his community from a fated threat. Yes, some of you may come back with a few less fingers, or perhaps even one less arm or leg. This happens, and this is the nature of battle. But you men, you Trausts, you warriors, you savages, you berserkers, you drengers, you go and do likewise. Another roar from the crowd took off as more people, having left their state of fear, found themselves entering a state of bravery. Kai became lost in thought. He was not afraid, nor did he lack the desire to fight with the Trausts. He welcomed blood, and every fiber in his body that had sought the glory of war in raiding since before he could hold up a sword, now found itself at odds with someone he knew he could not afford to neglect. Tora. The thrill of battle waged war in his soul with the pull of love, each screaming relentless reasonings in his ears. Astrid, looking down at her feet, slowly raised her head and peered at Kai, trying to gauge his resolve, confused by the change in his look. The surrounding noise of war chants and shouts of valor began to dull, becoming little more than a distant echo as something heavier settled in him. He realized then that if he wanted more answers, he needed to return to the place where he had first received them. And if he needed a guide, he would need to be guided by someone who could provide guidance. Only then did the thought begin to take shape. In 3 days, I must make my way back to the known unknown, and from there, back toward the Langr lands, he thought to himself. Whatever the truth of the path may be, I must face it and bring it to light to Tora. But how he would make such a claim, Kai did not yet know, for he had been passed out when Ragnbjörg had brought him to the Trausts, and much of what he had learned lay scattered and unconfirmed. The shouts around him meant nothing now. What mattered was whether the truth could stand when he spoke it in front of her. And then it suddenly and unmistakably dawned on him, like the feeling of the sun upon first waking. I need the Madman.
Chapter 52.
The Request. That night, Kai mapped out his journey, moving between certainty and fear in anticipation of what was to come. The next morning, he would meet with King Bluetooth and make his request to both visit the Madman in the underground dungeon to substantiate the corruption of the path, and then request 3 days to extract Tora from the Langr tribe before voyaging with the Trausts on their raid. But I cannot just reveal this truth to Tora alone, his thoughts began consuming him. This evil mechanism of control that has caused unjust bloodshed must be brought to destruction. It is not the gods who have decided the fate of countless brother Langrs these last 300 years, but the ambition of corrupt men. And if orchestrated by corrupt leadership and not the gods themselves, do the gods really have control? Is our Wyrd really substantiated by the gods? And if not the gods, then the Norns. At which point do the Norns override the choice of the gods? For even the gods themselves cannot escape fate, nor can those who have been unjustly treated on their path. But if I act instead of being acted upon, can I not alter fate itself? Suddenly, cracks of doubt began creeping their way overwhelmingly into the heart of Kai. Then another thought struck, one that, having been so lost in his thoughts, he realized and felt somewhat ashamed he hadn't considered earlier. Halfdan. Halfdan was nearing his 16th birthday this summer, and Kai didn't want to take any risks in him not being chosen by Bror's men to survive his path. He had to notify him as much as Tora, and trust that if they would not leave with him that night, that they would at least inform the tribe and reveal the dark history of their people's treasured path. The next morning, Kai awoke and felt a feeling of both sickness and urgency as the reality of the stakes of what lay before him hit his stomach and mind like the force of an axe thrown into an enemy's flesh. Getting up, he quickly dressed in the extravagant clothing the king's family had gifted him with, a red tunic with black trousers and thick leather shoes. Slowly, he circled the sword hilt around his waist, equipping his weapon before looking up at the roof and saying a prayer. Something inside Kai, for the first time in his life, said a prayer that was divided by two powers, two entities, two deities. It was to both Odin and Astrid's god, and he hoped that a divided loyalty didn't mean an act of betrayal to his pagan roots. Walking to the main hall, he found King Bluetooth sitting on his throne, while Bror sat just underneath him at the main table, looking at maps for the upcoming English raid. Bjorn was by the entrance of the main hall, where he usually stood. Kai, approaching slowly and with as much courage as he could muster, stood before the king. The king, discussing something with the berserker next to him, turned his face towards Kai and gave an intrigued look. "Permission to speak with you, my king?" "Inguz, I thought you were comfortable enough in our quarters to know that to do so is not something you have to ask for. You are no common man. You are as much a member of the Bluetooth family as any other in it." After saying this, Bror looked up and flashed a menacing look, before quickly concealing it and looking back down at his maps. "Yes, I thank you, King Bluetooth. Only I was hoping I could speak with you in private on this matter," Kai replied slowly, with as much courage as he could muster. Looking even more perplexed, the king slowly turned to the berserkers to his right and left, as well as Bjorn at the entrance, and waving his hand, signaled for them to leave. The berserkers on the king's right and left side stared at Kai with suspicion as they left the main hall. Kai did not trust Bror and remained silent, hoping the king understood his hesitancy. Picking up on the look and silence, the king looked down at his son and said, "Bror, he has asked for privacy. It is his right to do so. Please be so kind as to give us time alone." Getting up with a jolt, before quickly catching his temper, Bror slowly left the hall. "Speak," the king said softly. "King Bluetooth, I don't know how much you know about the path, the rite of passage that every young adult embarks on at the age of 16 in the Langr tribe. Have you heard of it before?" he asked. "Yes, I've heard of it, only it's rumored in our tribe that it is not so much the will of the gods as it is the corruption of man that determines who returns."
In saying that, you are correct.
There is so much that I don't know, that remains hidden and unknown, and yet those rumors came to my attention when I was locked up in the underground dungeon not too long ago. There was a man I spoke to. At first I assumed he was mad, for the way he sounded was certainly of someone unstable. And perhaps this was because he hadn't seen the light of day for so long, but I couldn't help but be drawn and persuaded by the things he spoke of. If what he has told me is true, if the rumors circulating the Traust tribe confirm and substantiate that the path has, since its inception, been a tool used by evil kings throughout the centuries to retain control of the throne, there is a big part of me that cannot sit idly by and watch it continue on my people. There is not only a girl, but a best friend, whose lives and survival I cannot in good consciousness leave to the whims, suspicions, and paranoia of wicked men," Kai said, pausing and looking up at the king in a questioning manner. The king remained silent before slowly replying, "Continue." Looking back down, Kai continued, "I have come to love this tribe deeply. I am grateful for all of the love and support I have been provided here, and I fully intend to build a life here in the future by the grace of the gods. Only I cannot continue living in the comforts of peace and security, knowing that the same is being withheld from my kin who live under such hostile despotism. I therefore beg you to provide me with a guide who can lead me back to the Langr land, so that I can expose this evil to the ones I love, and maybe bring them back here by your good graces. I also beg you to allow me to bring with me, or at least speak to the prisoner, the madman I spoke to in the dungeon, as proof of this atrocity. I need only 3 days." Not knowing what else to say, or where to go from there, Kai paused. The air felt heavy, and his perspiration moved at a quicker pace than he anticipated it ever could. The king said nothing. He looked at Kai, studying him like a man who was trying to solve a mystery. Kai sensed that he felt both suspicious and graceful all at once. "Inguz, look up at me," the king replied. Kai raised his eyes and locked them in with King Bluetooth, who retained a stoic face that quickly turned into understanding. "What you are asking of me, you must know, is serious, not only for yourself, but for me as well. There are many people here who might even take to arms, knowing I allow you to return to your homeland. You know our fortress. You know our weak points. You know where we lay our weapons. You have enough intel to cause serious harm to our tribe and people should you return and remain loyal to the Langrs or get captured. Do you understand this?" "Yes, I do." "Good. Which is why you must exercise the deepest level of caution upon your return. I will send you with my best envoy of men. You are welcome to visit the dungeon, only I am unsure of who you speak of. There is no madman or prisoner that I am aware of who claims to know the secret corruption of the Langr path. Regardless, Bjorn will accompany you on your journey." Kai looked up, confused at first by the king's ignorance of the man he had spoken of in the dungeon. But realizing his requests had both been granted, Kai, with the greatest level of endearment and gratitude he ever felt in his life, nodded as those same emotions swelled in his breast. "Thank you, Min King," Kai said, this time with more boldness and felt trust. Then, bowing, Kai started to make his way to the entrance of the main hall. Before reaching the entrance, the king said aloud, "Inguz, you must remember one thing, and I am serious when I say take this to heart. You must trust no one, not even those I send with you." Too excited about the path before him, Kai nodded, before quickly making his way out of the entrance and towards the dungeon he had been, just weeks earlier, a prisoner in. Kai's footsteps faded down the corridor. For a long moment, King Bluetooth did not move. Only when the echo of Kai's departure was fully gone did he lean back into his throne, his fingers slowly tightening around the carved armrest. His eyes did not drift to the door. Instead, they remained fixed on the maps still spread across the main table. "Bror," the king said at last, his voice calm, almost weary. "Return." From the shadows near the far column, Bror stepped forward. He had not gone far. "Yes, father," he replied, his tone measured and respectful. The king gestured to the table between them. "Inguz is leaving our lands. He has been granted permission to return briefly to the Langr territory for 3 days only." Bluetooth's gaze hardened slightly. Bror inclined his head, studying the markings on the map as though this news were of no great consequence. "Dangerous," he said quietly. "It is," the king replied. "What matters is who moves when he does." Bror's fingers traced the edge of the table, slow and deliberate. "And what would you have me do?" Bluetooth finally looked at his son. "Nothing that would draw attention. Watch. Listen. Let those who speak too freely reveal themselves." Bror met his father's eyes and nodded once. "As you wish." The king waved a hand in dismissal. Bror turned and began to leave, his boots echoing softly across the stone. Just before he reached the threshold, Bror paused. "Father," he said without turning, "if Inguz does not return, what then?" Bluetooth answered without hesitation. "Then we will know who not to trust." Bror gave a fading nod and then disappeared as he stepped out into the corridor. Chapter 53. Tokens. As Kai walked swiftly down the dirt road leading to the place where the meditating man sat by the concealed dungeon entrance that lay below his hut, his mind began pacing. On his way there, he heard a shout behind him. Turning around, he found that Bror was trailing him, attempting to catch up. Eager to move forward with his plans, but knowing Bror might have something important to share, he slowed his pace before coming to a full stop. Many of the villagers turned their heads, seeing that the noble king's son had been chasing Kai. Trying his best to keep a low profile, Bror slowed his pace before reaching Kai. Brother, I am here to help in any way I can. I've known about the path for some time, and I was never sure if you knew or not, or if you would even believe me if I told you. I am sorry I didn't say anything earlier." Kai looked at him suspiciously before a thought crossed his mind. If King Bluetooth trusts his son enough to confide in him, maybe he is worth trusting, his thoughts began. Quickly he responded, "Do not worry about it, brother. Of course, I've had my doubts and sometimes still do. Thank you for your encouragement." "Anything I can do to help? Can I ask, what is it that you plan on doing in returning to the Langr tribe? Do you have a plan for exposing the path?" "Currently I do not. Only I intend to bring someone back whom I am bound to. A girl that I've known since I could wield a sword, as well as a loyal friend who has been a hunting partner and rival since I could walk. My goal is to relay the warning of the path and have them return with me." "Okay, I understand. May I make a suggestion? My father has told you to trust no one, and you must trust him when he says so. I know you don't know everything now, but you really should believe him plainly in this. Your safest strategy is to plan a time for a messenger known to the royal household to bring them back here after you relay the message and depart quickly. It is too risky for them both to disappear at the same time with you. There will be eyes watching, hunters, scouts, and men who know how to read tracks better than you or I. We must establish that the guide and the guided are confident in whom they are traveling with. Provide your friends with a royal coin and let them know that their guide will too possess one. Then leave quickly. What are their names? The bearer must know exactly who he is to retrieve." Kai stopped in his tracks. The flash of Varg's sadistic face upon calling out Bodil and Ingvar the night they were slain burned in his mind. His suspicions of Bror were still high for not having been exposed for attending the Christian gathering. But then he remembered the look of disgust that Bror gave Varg for his cruelty, and his suspicions faded. "Tora," Kai said at last, "and Halfdan." Bror nodded once. "Good. I will see to it that the coins are prepared, bearing my father's Bluetooth rune symbol. Have them meet our warrior on Langr-Traust border, near the known unknown, where Ragnbjörg found you. Where are you headed now? Bror asked. I have to see a prisoner who can substantiate the path claims for my Langr tribe. Okay, go now swiftly. I will prepare the tokens. And Kai, tell no man of the token I am preparing. Let the men my father sends with you know of our arrangement only after you have left. They are under your orders, and believe not only my father, but myself, when I say you can trust no one, Bror replied quickly. And with that, he stepped back into the flow of the village, leaving Kai alone with the road ahead. Reaching the hut, exactly where Kai remembered it stood, there was in it the same eerie stillness surrounding the entrance. Kai entered, noticing that no man was sitting in the hut. Grabbing a lit torch and quickly removing the logs out of the place that concealed the dungeon entrance, Kai stepped in and descended the mouldy stairs. Walking through the cell chamber, he held out the torch towards each of the cells. "Madman of the Dark, are you there?" he called softly, slowly walking forward. But there was no reply. Continuing to walk, he realized that there was not only silence surrounding him, but emptiness in every cell he held the torch out to. Standing there in silence, Kai realized that whoever the madman was, and whatever he knew, he was now gone.
Chapter 54.
The Departure. Making his way swiftly back to the king's quarters, Kai found that the main hall was empty. Surely the king is preparing the men for my departure. I must pack and prepare too, Kai thought to himself as he urgently made his way to his dwelling. Packing everything he might need in his knapsack, Kai's mind drifted to thoughts of Torah. I have been negligent and unfaithful to the love of my life, but it is not what I have done at this point that matters. It is what I am obligated to do and must do, moving forward, now, in these moments of importance. I will tell Torah of Astrid when the time is right, but for now, I need only focus on getting her and Halfdan home. Then more thoughts of confusion began circulating in his mind as he became overwhelmed by sudden doubt while packing his belongings. Was this madman telling the truth, or was he a plant to re-educate me? Why is he now missing? Kai began thinking to himself with confusion. Am I stepping into a trap? A lie? Am I some kind of pawn, some decoy for something bigger in all this? He couldn't help but shake the idea that he was being used by powers greater than him, by powers whose existence he could feel, but that he was all but blind to momentarily. The sense of being watched returned to him, not as a presence, but as pressure. I have no time. I must move. I must continue. Time is of the essence, he exclaimed underneath his breath. It was this going back and forth in his mind about what the simple nature of reality was presently that began driving Kai to the point of madness. But in this moment of confusion, he decided to give his doubts up to the Wyrd, to fate, to the very thing that he himself despised so much. He chose to continue with the plan at hand and trust what he couldn't control to the gods. If the gods are watching, then let them watch, he thought. I choose to act. Before making his way back out to the hall, he saw, planted by the side of his bed, a royal gold coin with the emblem of King Bluetooth's initials inscribed on its face, the runes of Smul and Is. Grabbing it rapidly, he threw it in his pocket as the weight of it began to feel heavier than it should have. He then proceeded to make his way back out to the main hall, where King Bluetooth stood with a group of 4 men. "Welcome, Inguz," the king began. "You move quickly. I hope you found what you were looking for in the dungeon, though, as I said before, I am still unsure of who you spoke to." King Bluetooth then gestured to the men beside him. "We must move quickly. I have gathered here, without forewarning them, 4 of my most loyal and best berserkers to escort you through the Langr lands. Meet Halldor, Hakon, Sigurd, and of course Bjorn, who you are familiar with. Sigurd is our best scout, and Halldor our best tracker. They will help you move with the utmost discretion in order to both spot the enemy ahead of you and conceal your movements behind you. Are you ready? Looking up at the king, Kai felt in him a sudden surge of energy, of something burning in him that showed in his face as his brows tightened. He had a desire to fight, and not fight just any random man, but to fight the Langr king, King Bard himself. A rush came over him as he felt something in him brewing, wanting to go directly to the man responsible for continuing the corruption of the path and cut off his head. But it was the wisdom and art of warfare he had been brought up studying that restrained him. But this sudden rage was, yet again, replaced with the doubt of truly knowing whether the madman's words in the dungeon had rung true or not. I must be tactful with both who I go with and who I go to, he thought quickly before replying to King Bluetooth. Yes, I am ready. Very well, these men will leave with you in the darkest hour of the night. This is not only a quest that must be kept discreet from outside these walls, but must remain discreet from within. I have told their families they are embarking on special wilderness training and nothing more. You may depart soon. The slightly warmer spring night air hit Kai with a sense of relief. He was making his way towards his homeland, something that stirred both longing and dread. This journey would be unlike the one he had embarked on that previous winter, when, on his path and on his way to the known unknown, he had walked alone. He had with him protection and moved not as an individual, but as a unit. And though he was surrounded by some of King Bluetooth's most trusted and sharpest berserkers, he could not somehow shake the feeling that they were not alone.
Chapter 55.
Love. The first night Kai lay in one of the many lean-to shelters that he and King Bluetooth's men built under the stars of the forest. He could not sleep as he began recalling the events of the Blót. Kai recalled everything he craved for growing up. He craved for blood. He craved for power. He craved for status. He craved for sex. He craved for wealth. He craved for everything and anything that could fill the void in his chest that he was just now realizing left a gaping, massive hole. While he had slayed men in battle, while he had connections to the king's family with more power than most in the tribe, while he was beloved by the people with more status than many jarls dreamed of, while he had proven himself a warrior thus far, while he had, in some sense, conquered not only Tora's heart in his youth, but now Astrid's as well, and while all his physical needs could be met by the good graces of the king's throne, something up until that night had remained disordered, and he felt it. He was living his life, his end, his very telos, for himself and himself alone. The events of the Blót began pressing in on him as he continued losing sleep. The phantom feeling of the necklace that had once been across his chest was now gone, and the dream he had, while cold and nearly dead on his path, returned. It was the dream of the cup passing from hand to hand, the dream of people passing a cup of water around before swapping it out for a bottomless cup of blood. Then this dream, this vision, began to come into contact, to synthesize and to fuse with the reality he had experienced the night of the Blót ceremony. He remembered how everyone in his dream was satisfied for only a few minutes after drinking the water, and yet how those few who had consumed the bottomless cup of blood remained in a perpetual state of bliss and satisfaction. The thought of those who refused the blood, of their weeping and gnashing of teeth, began to overwhelm him as they seemed to mirror the painstaking looks of the people at the Blót that night. Those weeping and gnashing their teeth had on their faces the same look that the Traust tribe did after offering their sacrifice and receiving the goat's blood. While their thirst was quenched, at least temporarily, it was not altogether resolved in its finality. Desire had not been altogether transformed, only momentarily appeased. This weeping and gnashing of teeth in his dream was not only seen that night on the faces of the Blót tribesmen, but was now felt at the very core of his being, the black and angry soul that now consumed him. "I laid something down, and it did not feed them," he said under his breath. "Rather, it merely showed that they, like myself, still hunger and still thirst." His mind drifted into what love could mean. He loved Tora, that much he knew. But what did it mean to love her? He desired her, her beauty, the attraction he felt when looking at her. But was love this shallow and simple, or was this simply desire? This love I think of is but a feeling conjured in my being by her mere appearance, her dark black hair and dark blue eyes. There must be more to love than this, for love cannot remain sustained by this alone, as our hairs turn grey and our bodies wither. Then his mind drifted on the feeling that he had when Tora rejected the warrior who had completed his path in favor of him. The feeling that stirred within him was not so much pride in himself as it was the love of being desired, of being deemed desirable. His successful hunts in the forest growing up and dedicated practice on the training grounds was directed towards this purpose, to make himself desirable for her, for in so doing he reaped the feeling of competence when she looked at him with desire. But this making of himself desirable not only benefited himself, it too benefited her, as she was given the confidence and self-assurance that comes from being with someone desirable. Yes, in being desirable, we both gain. But could there be a greater love? A love even deeper than this? His thoughts began to slow as he deepened his thinking. Then the words of Bodil returned to his mind, the words that he despised her for, the words that he, by all measures, considered her utterly foolish for saying when he first remained locked in Ragnbjörg's cage. The gods of men demand blood, but perhaps there is a greater god, one who asks not for blood, but gives his own, and gives his blood not entirely for himself. Immediately his heart sank, as the memory of his response to Bodil's shared wisdom resurfaced. If such a god exists, I have not seen him, and if a god did give his own blood, it could only be foremost for glory and exaltation in Valhalla. He remembered saying this, and he regretted doing so as he thought of what motivated him toward Tora. Surely I am returning. I am risking my life, my blood, for something that may well, in the end, not benefit me at all. He began to speak under his breath as he rolled to his side. And I do this, now, not for glory or exaltation in Valhalla. If my blood is shed, if I bleed in pain and agony, I do it voluntarily, out of love for her and my people, love that wills their good for the sake of their good alone. It was suddenly at this point, this moment in time, that Kai couldn't help but think, whether by the sword or not, that his willing the good of Tora and his tribe was somehow similar to how the God-man, the Christ, willed the good of the world.
Chapter 56.
Run. Kai awoke in the middle of the night to the sound of footsteps outside his lean-to shelter. "Come, Ingus, it's time to go," Kai heard Bjorn's voice say through the branches that separated him from the night sky. "While we are still in Traust lands for the time being, we are going to take extra precaution and travel at night. Kai pushed one of the logs up and out as he rose to his feet. Looking in front of him, he saw Bjorn, Hakon, Sigurd, and Halldor armed and packed, ready to move with impatient and serious looks on their faces. "Let's go," Kai said, boldly holding his composure as he began to move forward, walking with the uneasy men through the woods. As they moved throughout the cold spring night forest, Kai felt a sudden burden lift off of him. He felt courage and hope towards a new deity, a god he felt he was now walking with as he began embracing, with each step closer to danger, that same godman Astrid prayed to. "Maybe when this is all done, I'll lose my sanity and aspire to emulate the one hung on the tree for love and not for wisdom, for others and not for self," he thought, as Sigurd moved in front of Bjorn and Hakon on his left and right to scout any movements ahead, and Halldor trekked behind, covering their traces. The stars above the four Trausts and single Langr walking seemed to beckon the warriors on their journey towards their Wyrd, their fate, the one the Norns themselves had woven. While the starlit sky above them secretly held the awe of their origins, as well as the mystery of what lay beyond their world altogether, it also cruelly seemed to maintain an air of indifference to any violence that could break out just beneath it. The paradox of the beauty of a starry night sky, coupled with the sounds and smells of countless wars that throughout time have been fought under its gleaming light, was, for Kai, the height of tragic irony. Beauty and destruction had a way of coexisting in the same picture, though they remained eternally distant. "We should arrive in the Langr's tribal land at nightfall tomorrow. Do you know a route that can conceal us as we arrive at your loved one's hut?" Bjorn asked Kai quietly as they continued walking. Remembering the route he had taken on the outskirts of the forest to arrive at Tora's the first day of his path, Kai firmly shot back. "Yes, I will lead the way once we have reached outside the glade of the known unknown." "Do you know where that is?" "The known unknown?" replied Bjorn almost coldly. "You mean the place Ragnbjorg found you passed out because of the loaded scouse potion you had drunken minutes before he ambushed the berserker holding the axe above your head, putting 3 arrows in his chest. Yes, I am familiar, though you should know it is still disputed land between our tribes." Kai remembered Fafod and the night he had been offered the red scouse bowl. While he pushed the idea from his mind that he had been drugged, he felt himself beginning to accept the reality that the sustenance Fafod offered him was, like the theft of his blue bread sack, another means of corrupting his Wyrd, his path. "I'm sure by now, if my old tribe did not spot me in our last battle, much of my Langr kin now deem me a dead carcass by way of the god's will, or one too weak and unworthy of honor to return." Kai began thinking to himself as he wondered what narrative was now circulating about his disappearance. Then another thought came over Kai. The rune-symbol coin from Bror still buried deep in his pocket. How am I going to tell these men that someone else has been assigned the task of bringing Tora and Halfdan home? He thought to himself as he remembered Bror telling him not to trust even those he was with. And if I cannot trust even these 4 berserkers now, how are they going to react to the news of me telling them I have other plans of retrieving Tora and Halfdan? This thought suddenly awoke Kai to the possibility that those surrounding him could, actually, pose a real threat. And for what cause? He still could not say. Minutes passed as he continued walking, thinking hard, as the crunching of the leaves sounded off just underneath the young Langr's feet. He remembered the conversation he had with Bjorn the night of the blot, and how Bjorn had spoken in an odd manner about some who burn brighter in fewer seasons. At the time, Kai had dismissed the words as poetry, and yet now they returned uninvited. He remembered Bjorn's reply to Frigg that same night. "The house is not set in order by confusion." The phrase had carried weight then, and yet had carried more weight now. His breath slowed as another memory surfaced. The old woman who had given him the small Odin carving earlier that day. "Remember us," she had said. "Remember our ancestors in the Book of the Wyrd, the law, when the house of Odin is set in order." The words began folding in on one another. Then, as though stricken by some force, the prophecy of the one mighty and strong rose in his mind. The prophecy of the man the Trausts believed would be offered up. The sacrifice through whom the house of Odin would be set in order. Kai felt a cold awareness creep up his spine as the forest seemed suddenly too quiet. The spacing of the men around him felt closer than before. It dawned on him then that Bjorn and his men might be leading him somewhere isolated, somewhere marked and chosen. Trying to retain his composure and maintain an indifferent face, Kai felt Bjorn's eyes on him, as if he suddenly sensed a change in Kai's demeanor and expression, one that Kai was evidently concealing poorly. Bjorn's gaze lingered a moment longer than before, searching Kai's face in the moonlight as though weighing something unspoken. Kai forced his eyes forward and continued walking, his pulse now loud in his ears. The forest began to thin as the trees spaced wider apart, their roots clawing at a shallow dip in the earth where the ground sloped unevenly downward. Kai felt his breath hitch as recognition crept over him, recognition that did not come all at once, but that emerged in fragments. It was the shape of the land and the way the earth folded in on itself. It was the faint, almost imperceptible drop where the ground gave way. It was the same gully he found himself in on his path. His pace slowed without his willing it. He remembered standing here once before, bowstring drawn, the cold bite of the air in his lungs. He remembered the mother elk emerging from the brush and how just before releasing his arrow, the calf stepped in front of her, slain in her place. He recalled the raging mother elk charging him, stomping on his left shoulder and nearly killing him. This was that same place. He was not far off from the known unknown, but close enough that the memory of it began pressing into his chest. He realized that this, too, was a place a man could disappear without leaving a trace. The realization settled into him with a weight that could not be shaken. If they mean to do this, he thought, it will be here. His hands rested deep in his pockets as his steps began to slow even further. He could feel the men behind him adjusting unconsciously, their spacing tightening, their silence deepening. No words were exchanged, yet everything about the moment felt planned. Kai inhaled once before breaking out into a full run. He broke sharply to the right, driving his shoulder through a curtain of low branches and tearing downhill toward the gully, his leather boots skidding over loose soil and leaf rot as he pushed himself forward with everything he had. The forest erupted behind him as he heard the sound of names shouting and the sudden crash of pursuit. Without looking back, Kai continued running, allowing the gully to swallow him whole as he leapt, allowing himself to disappear into the dark land.
Chapter 57.
The Reunion. Kai did not return to the Langr tribe by the gates. Men who did so were either welcomed or put to death. He moved from the glade already marked for exile, keeping to the tree line, cutting through the narrow animal paths he had learned as a boy, paths never meant for men returning from the path. The village fires glowed ahead. Every sound set his body on edge, a snapped twig, laughter in the distance, the clang of iron and wood from the training grounds. Tora's hut sat on the outer edge of the village, in the same place it was when he left his Langr village to set out on his path. Kai waited in the dark until it seemed the nightly rhythm of the village settled in. Only then did he step forward. He crouched low beside the hut and waited, listening. When no movement came, he picked up a small stone and flicked it gently against the outer wood. "Tora," he whispered, barely louder than his breathing. Kai spotted a shadowy figure step out of the front door of the hut. Then their eyes met from afar, locking in the moonlight. Tora peered forward in disbelief. Kai remained quiet. Never had he been on higher alert. Rapidly, he motioned for her to come forward with his hand. Looking to her right and then to her left, Tora, in utter disbelief and shock, felt a sudden and growing sense of self-consciousness in seeing Kai again, for she did not know how she looked. Then another thought crossed her mind, and it made her completely forget what she looked like. "Why is he hiding?" she thought to herself, confused to see him return, only to return not through the main gates of the tribe, like those who completed their path always did, the same gates she hoped and imagined for years that Kai would. Walking as swiftly as she could without making a scene, Tora met Kai where he was and observed that he was wearing a red tunic, different from the blue one he had left in. Suddenly, everything in her world fell apart as her heart sank. Her love for him quickly morphed into anger and confusion, then suspicion that he had truly abandoned his path, that he was a Skóggangr, a forest man who could only be exiled. "Where have you been? What are you wearing? Why are you hiding?" she asked, still not believing that the person before her was, in fact, the boy she grew up loving for most of her life. "Tora, listen," Kai replied, trying to soak every second he could with her, while knowing that doing so risked never seeing her again. "I have to tell you something important, something about the path." "You mean the path you never completed? It's said, publicly at least, that you are dead, while it's rumored in closer-knit circles that you were spotted with the Trausts, and not only spotted with them, but fighting your own brothers alongside them. Is this true?" she asked him, wide-eyed and trying to grasp her breath. "Yes, Tora, but listen." "No, you listen," she yelled before catching herself and lowering her voice. Looking again to her left and then her right, she continued. "You listen to me. I waited for you. And for what? You have on a red tunic. You have sworn your allegiance. You have betrayed your people. And you have neglected your path," she said, in both shock and dismay. "Tora, the path is a setup. It's fixed. It's rigged." Kai spilled out in rage and frustration, while he looked into her eyes in such a way that it would appear to the onlooker he was gripping her very soul without ever reaching out for it. King Bard selects winners and losers based on who he deems loyal to the crown and who he suspects is a threat. It is not the gods who have willed the unfortunate fate of young Langrs for 300 years. It is the lineage of King Gorm and those who have been and are in the top echelons of their circles. A sudden laugh rose from the village fires, causing Tora to stiffen. Her hand tightened in Kai's before she realized she had taken it. From somewhere beyond the huts came the scrape of boots against packed earth, followed by the low murmur of voices. Kai leaned in without looking at her. "We don't have time," he whispered. Kai paused, hoping what he said would sink in. Every second was more than he could spare, though in his desperation he knew he needed every second he could get. As he saw in her eyes a kind of glazed-over look, a demeanor that expressed being struck with enough doubt in him and belief in his betrayal. "You're wrong, Kai," she said under her breath, in such a way that was almost hoping he wasn't. "The path is to protect all the brothers in battle and the tribe's prosperity from weak warriors. It is for good Hamingja, for the tribe's survival in having only the best skills, talents, and influences passed down to further generations." Kai looked deep into her dark blue eyes. Their eyes met where a look of familiarity, a look of knowing, of burning love, held together for 3 whole seconds. Time stopped in this moment, the same way it had the day he held her before departing on his path. He grabbed her pale, perspiring hand. "I need you to get Halfdan and meet someone who will help you escape this place. I will explain everything later, Tora. Trust me. Take this coin. A man will meet you on the outskirts of the known-unknown glade tomorrow night. Show this to him, and he will lead you to safety. Tell Halfdan to go with you. He'll know where the known-unknown is. I love you, Tora. You must trust me." And while everything in Kai's mind and heart wanted to stay longer, he knew that to truly love Tora in this moment was to allow her to go and to trust both his Wyrd and his will, to allow union between these two contradictions to coexist, to consummate together all at once. While he trusted his Wyrd and acted his will, there was something inside him that gnawed deeply, a fear he would not get through to her, like some force, some presence, some evil spirit born from years of deception that mockingly kept hold of her. But despite this dark hold, he was determined by the fate of the Norns and the power of his pursuit to break her out of this bondage, the same bondage that once held him.
Chapter 58.
Conformity. As Kai made his way back through the secluded parts of the forest that would conceal his movements, he took one last look at the tribe he loved, the tribe that raised and formed him, with a sense of endearment and pride. "I am a Traust by all external appearances, but I will truly and always be a Langr at heart," he thought to himself. Just beyond the shadows of the towering night trees, he could hear, reflecting off the fjord water, the sound of laughter, of drunkenness, of people merrymaking without a care in the world. "I will return, and when I do, I will see to it that King Bard hangs on a tree. Only unlike Odin and Christ, it will be without his consent." He spoke slowly, continuing to creep quietly and slowly through the dense, fog-ridden forest on the outskirts of the village. He thought about what his parents were doing, and if they thought or worried about him. They had already lost his brother Arvid to the path, and it pained him to think they may be suffering through a second loss. But then something Tora said made him awaken to the idea that they may still have some semblance of hope for his return, namely, that there were people in close-knit circles that had witnessed himself fighting in the last Langr-Traust battle. "Can I ever return?" he thought to himself. "For I am a man caught between 2 tribes, 2 factions, 2 worlds." As he said this to himself, Kai began to walk slowly up an elevated mountain, pulling himself up the steep incline by holding onto different rocks as he hugged the surface. As he pushed up with his legs, gripping the mountainous terrain with perspiring hands that were accustomed to the fear of heights, he suddenly felt haunted by one creeping question. At what point does obedience become complicity? Kai's mind began racing. Every man is born into some common terrain, some common tribe, some common language, some common people gathered by some commonly shared culture. And to have and to express these distinctions so closely and uniformly within a group is to feel a sense of belonging, a sense of safety and security, even meaning and purpose. But to depart from them, to live outside of them, To be alone and go in your own direction is akin to enduring something like physical pain itself. It's like the taste of death. If there is an afterlife, do noble deeds really mean anything, or is the satisfaction derived from retaining real integrity merely a temporal or transient pleasure and nothing more? Could actionable integrity come back to reward you in some way, giving you some eternal bliss? Or is this physical world all there really is, and nothing more? Else, if this is all there is not a man capable of anything? Where would the gods be to punish or reward him? And should he not eat, drink, and be merry, maximizing pleasure in every sense of the word? For at the end of the day, he ends up fragile, withered, and buried. And yet, to pursue pleasure in the most hedonistic sense will, in its finality, only wreak dissatisfaction, misery, and havoc. Counterintuitively, it is delayed gratification that increases satisfaction, the warmth of a hot fire only after a cold trek in the forest, the honor of prestige and status after achieving a great hunt, the pleasure of biting into a juicy, cooked elk after a period of hunger and sensory deprivation. What a paradox this is! But, thinking on it more deeply, cannot a man say that precisely because someone does not believe this is all there is, because he believes there are deities, gods and spirits, which he should follow or take orders from, that this man is, too, capable of anything? I think about the path, about the loyalty it retains and the sacred level to which it is elevated, and it has turned good people into savages. Kai saw again Ebb's face as it had been that day, eyes wide and searching, not defiant, but terrified, his mouth parted as if trying to speak, while the first stones were lifted against him by jarls, carls, and thralls for having refused his path. Kai's thoughts continued. The dangerous sentiment of a single man, that innocent and far from barbaric individual, becomes amplified and catalyzed into action when he is surrounded by true believers set on what they deify, elevate, and presuppose is holy. It takes not only great courage, but deep, slow, and deliberate thought to understand if, when, and how one must go against the grain of conformity. Kai reached the peak of the tree-laden mountain and started his descent on the other side. As he moved downward, the fog around him began to thicken as it clung low to the earth, like clouds that were reluctant to let him pass. Gradually, Kai realized that the forest had grown quieter, the same way sound leaves a room gradually when conversation dies. There were no birds chirping, and the wind stopped blowing. The mere crunch of leaves beneath his boots seemed to get louder than his comfort could afford. As he slowed down, an unfamiliar ease began to settle in his chest, one that was not so much fearful as it was attention-grabbing. Kai stopped. The snap of a branch was heard somewhere ahead of him. He felt the sound could be accidental, like some small rodent or creature navigating the forest, but it was nonetheless too close for his comfort. Then he heard another sound to his right, and then to his left. A familiar unease settled in his chest, sharp enough to cause fear, and heavy enough to demand attention. The kind that told a man that danger was not only present, but that it had already arranged itself. Turning slowly, he gripped his sword handle, holstered to the hilt on his side. But his deeper instincts knew it was too late. Figures began emerging from the fog and tree line, figures that did not rush or shout, but that stepped forward with a great level of measured confidence. Men armed and armored, whose faces remained calm as their movements appeared disciplined. They had on them blue tunics, Langr warriors. Spreading outward as they advanced, they closed the distance between Kai without any sense of urgency. Kai quickly found himself in the dead center of a widening ring, with far too many Drengrs and Berserkers to count. Finally, a voice Kai was all too familiar with broke the silence with a calm and collected tone. "Welcome home, Inguz," King Bard's son Leif said.
Chapter 59.
Silence. Kai awoke and slowly came to his senses. The ground beneath him felt cold and rocky, and as his eyes began adjusting to his surroundings, he could hear and make out the crackling of fire coming from a barred opening located at the top of the 15-foot-high ceiling above his head. The light from the fire outside reflected on the wall he sat facing. Looking to his right, he saw a wooden bowl of water next to a plate of bread. While the fire provided him dim light, he could not make out whether it was morning or evening. Attempting to spread his hands, he quickly found that they were bound together, while his feet remained free. The four walls that surrounded him were made of solid stone. The wall that led up to the barred window opening had iron-clad steps leading to the surface. There were no voices, only the chirping of birds on the outside and the sound of empty silence. It began to dawn on him that he was still in the forest, hidden, perhaps left to die in some underground hole. And yet, he couldn't help but notice the small provision of food next to him. "Why have they kept me alive?" he began thinking to himself as he remembered the last conscious memory of being surrounded by Longrs. "Who is there?" Kai yelled aloud, but only the silence of the forest and the crackling of the outside fire responded. "Why have they kept me alive?" he thought to himself again. "If the path is corrupt and its outcome the will of corrupt men, they should have killed me by now. I should be dead. Why have they not killed me?" The silence surrounding him, coupled with the weight of mystery that engulfed his chest, felt more torturous than if someone were to cut him up slowly with a knife, piece by piece. Suddenly, the thought of the last thing Leif said dawned on him in a way that made his skin crawl. "Welcome home, Inguz." How does Leif know my Traust name? Kai thought. Pausing, Kai quickly tried piecing everything together that happened, every conversation, every moment that led him to where he was, every clue that could explain his situation and why he had been kept alive. But before he could think any further, footsteps could be heard approaching the barred window at the top of the ceiling. Kai made out two blue tunics hovering over the opening as one man opened the bar quickly and the other slowly lowered a bucket of water tied to a rope. "Hey, what do you want? What have I done?" Kai shouted, quickly trying to grab the levers on the wall that led to the top, but finding it was impossible for him to climb with both his hands tied. Still, the guards did not speak, damning Kai with every second of unspoken silence. The bucket of water reached the bottom, next to Kai's feet. Both guards continued to stare at him. "No, I will not drink. Tell me why I am here," Kai screamed furiously. But there was no response. There was only silence as the two men stared without expression into the hole that concealed Kai below. Kai kicked the bucket, causing the men to slowly pull it back up and close the barred lid ceiling. "Hey, get back here!" he again yelled, as the footsteps crunching the soiled earth above him slowly drifted away. Taking a deep breath, Kai put both tied hands to the ground and slowly sat down against the wall, exhausted, his vocal cords burning. "Why are they keeping me alive?" he began thinking aloud in desperation. As the panic settled in, he began repeating to himself, "Why are they keeping me alive? Why are they keeping me alive? Why are they keeping me alive?" before gradually getting louder, Why are they keeping me alive? Hours passed as Kai got up and paced. Minutes felt like days. As his mind raced and his questioning slowed, he sat again, this time with heavy, drooping eyelids. He found himself drifting in and out of sleep as the fire died down and the walls began darkening. After some time, he heard two low voices speaking above him. "Shouldn't be handled the way the last one was," the first voice said. "That was before it was corrected," the second responded. Still, it didn't end cleanly. It ended. Kai's eyes shot open as he peered up again at the barred ceiling. The voices quieted as the sound of the gated ceiling opened again. One man lowered a bucket of bread, while the other stood silent. Kai did not move. He did not respond. He stared directly into one of the Langr's eyes with untamed rage, followed by exhausted apathy. 1 minute passed, after which the indifferent guard again pulled the bread bucket back up and closed the barred gate above him.
Chapter 60. Mysterious Power.
As Kai sat silently in the dark chamber, the walls surrounding him seemed to close in. For hours he slept, until he heard the routine opening of the barred ceiling entrance in the morning, midday, and evening, yet which was which he could not say. The Langrs on duty would slowly lower a bread bucket, lift it back up, subsequently lower water in the same bucket for Kai to place in his bowl, raise it again, and then close the ceiling entrance. Still, the guards on duty said nothing, and neither did Kai. This went on for a week, as Kai felt the temperature of the mid-spring season comfort him more in the day, before needing to crawl in a ball at night to keep warm. One morning, Kai lay prostrated to the gods, pleading his case. "Have you abandoned me?" he said aloud, not caring who could hear his voice echo on the surface-level ground above him. "What have I done to deserve this? Is it because I have brought this Christian godman, this Christ, into my conscience, and have found solace in his self-sacrifice for motives purer than my father Odin, that you punish me? Is it because I have compared him to Odin that you hate me, that you curse me, that you torment me? Answer me." Waiting for a response, Kai heard nothing but a dark and fearful voice, a blackened spirit almost, affirm in his head, "You are forsaken." Pausing further, Kai remembered the madman that was in the Traust cell next to him. The words of the guards returned to him now. "Shouldn't be handled the way the last one was," and the madman's laughter suddenly no longer felt random. If there was no understanding between the tribes, how did Leif know Ingu's? The thought would not hold still. Kai found himself, like the madman, beginning to lose his mind as his thoughts drifted and broke from any fixed point of rational reality. If they will not treat me like the last one to discover the treachery of the path and keep me exiled, this means they want me dead. But why have they yet to do it? I cannot say. Only I feel death is better than living in a broken and inner turmoiled body that cannot distinguish fact from fiction. Kai sat in silence and pity. Then he began laughing at himself, just like the madman did, as his words returned to him. When men like us are in spaces like these, we come to know the gods more than we ever would out there. A thought resurfaced in Kai's mind, a memory that lifted him, that lifted his very spirit to whatever unknown god there was above watching him. It was his memory of being locked in Ragnbjorg's cage after being branded and feeling the necessity to hope, the embracement of an attitude that he knew made going to the grave right, regardless of whichever outcome outside his will took control. Then, other words spoken by the madman struck him with such passion and pleasure that he felt they could have only come from the Creator himself. Your fate is hardly more important than what you do with your fate, Langr. The attitude you have for whatever fate you have in store is not irrelevant. There is no honor in being merely passive and surrendering to fate. Instead, honor is found in approaching your fate as a battle to fight heroically. Even if, Langr, even if ultimately it is a battle you are doomed to lose. Kai's thoughts drifted to the night he attended the secret Christian gathering, of the joy he had felt when Sage Ulf, whether staging an act or not, spoke to him. He recited his words now clearly. Christ himself once said, "For judgment I came into this world, that those who are blind may see, and those that see may become blind." Know this, Ingus, that the very presence of Christ in this world is like the rising of the sun. The same light that gives clear vision to healthy eyes, ready to admit their mistakes, ready to see their faults, will also be the same light that blinds those eyes that are prideful and unrepentant. Yes, our Lord's light shines on all people, but it is what you so choose to do or not do with his light that will be the difference in what his light will do to you. The irony behind this is that I can barely see in this blackened hole I am in, Kai continued, saying aloud, "But there is yet a presence in here, in the midst of my troubled and cold body and soul, that finds a radiating warmth springing from thoughts of the one who is said to have not only created all things, but to have entered into that creation, and to of all things actually suffer with it. And beyond suffering with it, this god, unlike Odin, ultimately suffered for it. It is my pondering of this that I feel I begin to see again." While the gods now felt far off from Kai, it was the God-man, in this moment and in this place, that felt ever nearer. And it was this feeling that lifted his soul in such a way that his present suffering became more than bearable. It became, in fact, a passion he now embraced with joy as he reflected on the God who could relate. It was as if the suffering of Christ transmitted itself into some mysterious power that healed him. Suddenly, noise from the surface caught his attention. Looking up to the barred ceiling, Kai noticed a group of blue tunics forming as the creaking sound of the gated metal could be heard opening. "You have a visitor," one Langr's voice said, as his words echoed and reverberated on the dungeon walls Kai found himself in. Kai noticed a large plank of wood with ropes tied to each end slowly drop the shadowed figure of a person, with their hands tied, down into the hole he was himself in. Finally, after the plank of wood reached the bottom, this shadowed figure stepped off and spoke. "A true Langr warrior never leaves his guard down," the voice said, the same voice that said it the first day of his path, yet with laughter still in it. Kai smiled. Of course, Halfdan would greet him like this.
Chapter 61.
Doubt. "How you doing, brother?" Halfdan asked Kai, in a way Kai knew he was smirking. "Well, I'm tied up and in a hole, but I don't see you doing much better," Kai replied, matching his tone. "Maybe you can start by telling me why Torah persuaded me to go to the known unknown, brother. The place you know we are forbidden from entering for any other reason besides our path initiation," he replied, getting a bit more serious, knowing that the punishment for doing so was death. "Torah, where is she?" Kai replied, without thinking about Halfdan's question and only about her safety. "For now I do not know. They separated us," he replied. "All I know, brother, is Torah came to me a few nights ago and begged me to take her to the known unknown without giving me exact details. Only she said your life was in danger." "Well then, what happened? How did you end up here?" Kai answered back. Tora told me that we were to meet a man who could take us to you, and that by doing so, we would be protecting you. She wouldn't say anything more than this, brother. Of course, I never believed the rumors that you had joined the Trausts in battle, but I did feel pulled to act on your behalf, knowing you might be in danger, Halfdan replied, confused. Thank you, Halfdan, Kai answered, as the noble deeds of his best friend began to surface while he grimaced at the ignorance he still held. It's a long story, and it's one I am still trying to unravel. So, you took her to the known unknown. And then? And then we saw a man on the outside of the known unknown glade, waiting for us, wearing a black tunic. I don't know who he was or what connection he had with you, brother, but Tora had me follow her to him, after which she pulled out a gold coin with some emblem on it. The man then pulled out a gold coin that matched ours. But before he could say another word, an arrow went through his chest. Our Langr brothers then quickly closed in on us. Kai stood shocked as he realized the man Bror sent to retrieve his friends had been killed. You guys must have been spotted leaving, Kai replied thoughtfully. Yes, you were always better at concealing your tracks, though you were the weaker stalker, Halfdan answered, half laughing, half nervous. He continued, Now that I have answered your questions, brother, maybe you can tell me what the hell is going on. We broke the law, Kai. If they mean to make an example of us, this was enough. Silence ensued as Kai began to consider where he should begin. Well, Halfdan, like I said, it's a very long story, Kai started to speak, unsure how much he should disclose, as he knew something in the path was wrong, but was still unsure himself. I started my path, which I know you don't entirely understand what that means. But during my path, Fafard and I were ambushed by a Traust warrior. Kai paused, unsure of what word to use before continuing. They then abducted me, or brought me, to their tribe. Kai paused, as the heavy weight of silence began to fill the empty hole he and Halfdan were in. Kai knew that giving this information to Halfdan reinforced the suspicions that he fought against his Langr tribe behind enemy lines. Then Halfdan interjected, almost sensing Kai's unease. So it's true. You were living with the Trausts, brother, but surely through no choice of your own. The Trausts are ruthless, evil men. I can only imagine what it was that they made you do for fear of your life, brother. If you fought for them in battle, that's somewhat understandable, though I think it may have been more noble for you to have refused to pick up arms, brother, even at the cost of your own life. Yes, Halfdan, they were not the friendliest at first, he began reflecting. In fact, they made a spectator sport out of watching me nearly die fighting a wolf. But Halfdan, I'm not so sure our tribe is all that innocent either. What do you mean, brother? Halfdan asked, as Kai's slow response made the weight of the silence feel heavier. Well, what I mean, Halfdan, it's just that I'm not so sure that the path fairly makes some men Vikings, nor that it fairly disqualifies others from becoming such either, Kai finally replied. How could you say such a thing, brother? The path is to protect all the brothers in battle and the tribe's prosperity. From weak warriors, Kai snapped back, repeating the phrase he was taught to recite growing up. The same phrase that Tora responded to him with the night he tried to persuade her otherwise, and the one that Halfdan was now repeating in front of him. Kai continued, It is for good Hamingja, for the tribe's survival, in having only the best skills, talents, and influences passed down to further generations. Yes, 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 Halfdan, I know. That is what they say. That is what we've said. That is what they've told us to say since we could walk.
Then tell me, Kai,
If you're so sure, what you think the path really is, Halfdan shot back, sounding curious but threatened. Kai stopped to think. The memory of the blue sack of food tied around Fafard's waist as Ragnbjörg dragged his body through the known unknown, returned with full force. Halfdan continued. The path was never meant to be understood. It was meant to be endured, and men who try to understand it instead of surviving it don't last long. But before he could respond, he heard the barred ceiling entrance open as a group of Langrs lowered the same plank of wood that Halfdan had been brought down on. "Kai," a Drengr Langr said, "it's time to go."
Chapter 62.
Strongholds. As Kai reached the top of the entrance to the 15-foot hole he was in, he looked down at Halfdan with admiration, vowing to return at all costs before turning his attention to the Langr Drengrs before him. While the thickly gathered trees concealed most of the sky that made it difficult for him to distinguish night from day when in the hole, he now squinted as his surrounding environment brightened. He found that he was in a glade similar to the known unknown, only much smaller, with massive oaks in the open ground's background. As 4 Langr Drengrs in blue tunics grabbed him from the wooden plank they had lifted him up on, Kai surveyed his surroundings and found that he was in a camp set up by a small Langr military unit. This must be some kind of secret base the Langrs have established for war times, and the hole I was placed in, a holding place for prisoners caught behind enemy lines, he thought to himself as he realized the ground had been treaded heavily and appeared far from wild. The men around him were not dressed like berserkers with the confidence of lacking armory and wearing in its place wolf skins, but were instead dressed from head to toe in combat gear. War must be upon us, another thought arose in Kai, as he observed that his Langr brothers' uniforms were ones he had only seen them wear when going off to battle. With his legs free, 2 Drengrs escorted him on each side to a large tent at the center of 15 smaller ones. Entering, he saw, standing at the end, Leif in the same combat gear he had encountered him the night he was captured. To his right stood Tora, her face pale and cold, her body in a light blue dress, with an expression towards Kai that looked both fearful and concerned. Immediately Kai stood upright, looking Leif in the face with a serious and unrelenting tone. "Welcome, welcome, Kai. It's good for you to have joined us. Your loved one, Tora, has told us some interesting things. Before we begin, I need to ask you a few questions." Kai remained silent. "Tora tells me that you have some reservations, suspicions, perhaps better said, about our sacred ritual, our holy rite of passage that has preserved peace through the selection of strength from since our forefather, King Gorm, instituted it 300 years ago. Go ahead and speak, Tora." Tora looked at Kai pleadingly. "Kai," she began in a desperate and sheepish tone, "you must know first that it was I who came forward to our Langr leadership with the proposition you gave me a few nights ago." Kai's eyes widened as what felt like stinging betrayal struck him to the very core of his being. He stared at her with a look of disbelief. "Oh, but you must not look at me that way. I did this to protect you, Kai. The things you have said, the accusations you have made about the sacred path, and everything our tribe holds as holy, because it is holy, was too much for me to bear with a clear head and a clean conscience. I understand I am a woman, and I have little understanding and much ignorance of what exactly the path entails, much like many young boys do before they are challenged to walk in it. But you must know this. The path is not rigged. It is the gods, through King Bard's method, and all the kings before him, who have clearly established who is worthy to live and who must not return." Still Kai said nothing. Something inside of him began to tremble as fears of doubt began creeping back in, leading him to feel not only a sense of betrayal from Tora, but a sense of anger for her having questioned his sanity. Yet Tora quickly picked up on the small inch of doubt displayed in Kai's face and leaned fully into it. I see there is a part of you that sees this, that knows the gods delegate the will of the Norns to mankind, and it is through the royal bloodline that has existed since the inception of our peoples that arbitrates this reality, our very Wyrd. Kai loved her very much, and he wanted to be equally yoked with her in holding to this belief. But the reality of his experience couldn't help but superimpose itself on the self-integrity he knew he must, if not vocally, then silently, hold on to. "Are you just going to be silent?" she replied, half frustrated and half sorry. "Please, Kai, for the sake of the stability of our tribe and the prosperity of its lineage, of our lineage, I beg you to abandon these thoughts. Please, Kai." Silence again crept back into the tent as Leif continued staring at Kai, now matching the same concerned look that Tora held. "Thank you, Tora," he said, nodding to her. "Your thoughts are deeply felt and appreciated." Then, looking back to Kai, he continued with a worried look. "Who else have you talked to regarding what you allege about the path? And what have you said? I ask because we must know if discord has been sown amongst our ranks for the sake of resolving unfounded concerns. We must, Kai, retain unity as a brotherhood of warriors, because we fight collectively for order and prosperity, and without unity, our livelihood and way of life will be torn asunder." Something about the way Leif said this struck Kai as far more anxious, as if he was forcefully or fearfully holding himself back from breaking or snapping. There was a heavy and austere presence in the room that urgently signaled to Kai that his own reaction and his response could very much be the difference between living and dying, or at least living longer than dying sooner. Pausing, Kai looked down. Then, upon sighing, he looked up, peered directly into Leif's eyes, and said with humility, "Yes, Leif, you are right. My path was not easy, and I may have conjured these thoughts in my mind for a few reasons. The first is despondency for never having truly gotten the full chance to personally complete my path trials. As you probably know, I was intercepted by a Traust warrior who killed Fafod. I have also been under the control and influence of our enemy Traust warriors for some time, none who have made claims that our sacred rite is corrupt, if they even know anything about it, for I have told them nothing, but who have nonetheless poisoned me into mistrust for our people and our tribe. I think my doubts are rooted in these realities and not in reality itself. Yes, I have been through hell these last few months, and I am just grateful to have returned. There were just things I experienced, that I saw, that seemed so real." "Things that seemed real?" Leif shot in. "Things like what?" "I don't know. I think that the weather and strain of my path threw me into a state of delirium and out of one of sanity," Kai replied, looking down. Leif studied Kai for a long moment, as if weighing him closely. Then he straightened and spoke in a calm and measured manner. "Your path was interrupted," he said, "and Halfdan's was never begun. Neither of you can be judged rightly until that which binds us as brothers is brought to completion. Until then, you will remain under our custody until you finish what you started. Halfdan will begin his path early." He turned slightly, gesturing to the guards. "This is not punishment, it is order." As his words settled heavily in the tent, Leif then faced Tora and with a softening voice said, "You have done your duty. You brought your concerns forward as you should have. You are free to return home." For a moment, Tora remained still, keeping her eyes on Kai, stepping closer to him with her hands clenched at her sides. Her eyes searched his face in a way that did not look for defiance, but for something steadier, for something she could hold on to. When she spoke, her voice trembled, yet her words were clear. "Kai," she said, "if this is truly confusion, then let it pass. Endure what must be endured. When you return, return as the man our people recognize." She hesitated, then added quietly, "I cannot follow you where there is uncertainty." Without replying, Kai nodded once, after which Tora turned away. As the guards closed in around him again, and the flap of the tent fell shut behind her, Kai felt the weight of what had been decided, a weight that was not decided by gods or by kings, but by belief itself. He remained bound, unfinished, and alone, while the world beyond the known unknown would move forward without him.
Chapter 63.
The Caravan. Kai and Halfdan were being escorted in a caravan led by Leif. As the horses pulled the wagon, the two friends sat in the back and said nothing, while the guards beside them appeared lost in thought. Finally, Kai broke the silence and whispered under his breath to his friend sitting next to him. "Halfdan, have you heard of the god-man that the English revere so much?" "Aye, brother, of course I have. You're speaking of the one who gave his blood without shedding the blood of others, no?" "Brother, that is a fool's tale. And if it is a true one, such a god pales in comparison to our great Odin." "Why do you say that, Halfdan?" "I suppose I say so, brother, because if I'm not mistaken, the Christ god sacrificed himself for others, and in so doing gained nothing for himself, as some say. But Odin did have something to gain, namely access to runes and wisdom that he used to draw himself into a deeper relational economy that bound gods, men, and fate closer together." "What do you mean, Halfdan?" "What I mean, brother, is that the Christians speak of their God as if sacrifice means loss, as if a god bleeds only so others may live untouched. But that is not how our God bled." Kai said nothing and stared at Halfdan, asking him with a turn of his head to further elaborate. "Think about it this way, brother. Odin did not hang on the tree to vanish. He hung to return, and to return with runes, with wisdom, and with bonds that tied gods and men tighter than before. He gave himself to himself, not away. If the God-man Christ gave himself, as his followers say he did, in the sense that he gave himself into something, then he is closer to our father Odin than they would like to admit. Do you think, brother, it could be said that this Jesus did not give himself away in death, but that through his death he gave himself into relationship? Do you mean to say that Odin's love is not simply about benefiting the other, but is intended to overcome the very rift between the self and the other, and to bring the self to be in communion with the other? "Think of a statue," Halfdan said quietly. "A beautiful one, carved by a master's hand. No one looks at the eye alone and scorns it because it is not painted like gold. The eye is plain, perhaps even dull on its own. Yet, when it is set within the whole, it gives the statue its life. Remove it or judge it by itself, and you miss its beauty entirely." He glanced at Kai before continuing. "So it is with love, brother. What seems small or even wasted when taken alone becomes beautiful when it belongs to something greater. The eye is not made for itself, but neither is it nothing. It is made to see with the body. Yes, Kai, the end, the object, the very aim of love for another is to be with the other, to unite the I and the you, so that they become an irreducible we. In this sense, brother, There is not so much a false choice between what is selfless and what is selfish, but rather there is a working of the two together so as to connect people into an integrated and ever-emerging state, a shared life where individual and common flourishing are inseparable. Kai thought on this and began to ponder the notion that sacrifice was not some stationary form of self-flagellation where one's gain could only come from someone else's loss, but an action that was, at its core, mutually beneficial as an ever-moving act of reciprocation. The wagon continued rolling forward. Suddenly up ahead, a rider with a blue tunic approached at a measured pace from the tree line. He did not hurry or seem alarmed, but moved calm and collected. Leif raised 2 fingers, causing the line of horses and men in the caravan to slow as the rider dismounted and approached the young prince. Kai and Halfdan peered their eyes forward, trying to make out the exchange. At first nothing was said, as the rider simply handed Leif a small paper sealed with wax. Breaking the seal, Leif read the message and looked up at the man as the guard next to the prince blurted out, "What is it?" "Route change," Leif replied in a controlled manner, "along the ridge pass." A second guard next to him frowned, and with a grave look of frustration and suspicion said, "The valley is shorter." "The valley is seen," Leif shot back in reply. "The ridge is not." After Leif stared at the rider for a few seconds, the rider turned back around and mounted his horse as he headed in the direction he came from. Suddenly, their caravan shifted directions slowly, almost unnoticeably, had it not been for Kai reading the expressions of the flustered guards and taking notice of their new course. As they continued along the road, Kai's mind drifted to the meeting he had just had with Leif, and the tension of the atmosphere when he was asked about who he had told about his suspicions of the path. Kai looked at Halfdan, who seemed more excited than he should be, ready to begin his path early. He then lifted his eyes and saw that the forest had thinned more than it should have. The trees no longer pressed in close, offering him and his best friend concealment. The path widened and opened sooner than he expected, as the guard's silence, which before had felt contemplative, now felt deliberate. Halfdan followed his gaze as the smile of excitement fell from his face. He, too, noticed through Kai's expression and the terrain of their travel that something was wrong. Slowly, he shifted his weight, testing the slack in the rope around his wrists where there was none. His expression did not change, but something behind his eyes hardened. "Aye," he said quietly, "our paths to the known-unknown glade should be narrowing here, and not widening." The wagon crested a small rise, and for a moment the land ahead lay bare, where there was a shallow clearing, framed by stone outcroppings that could be seen ahead. In the place, Leif led the caravan with his horse. Kai's chest tightened. "They're lying," he said, as quietly as he could under his breath. Halfdan exhaled through his nose in a slow and controlled manner that still exuded a semblance of disbelief. "They did not lie," he replied. "They redirected." One of the guards glanced back at them and slowly rested his hand on the shaft of his spear. Then, without looking Kai or Halfdan directly in the eyes, he stared at Halfdan's tied hands before looking forward again. That was enough. Leif raised his hand slightly, not to halt the caravan, but to steady it. "Keep them bound," he said without turning. One of the guards shifted uneasily. "Here?" Leif exhaled through his nose as irritation quickly flashed across his face. "No," he said, "he's not ours to finish." The horses slowed as the wagon entered the clearing. The air felt empty and hollow as Kai listened, his pulse quickening. Then suddenly, just as the lead guard raised his hand, signaling the wagon to halt in the open terrain, a sharp thrum could be heard splitting the air. An arrow whizzed past the side of Kai's head, puncturing a hole through the throat of the wagoner's neck as the spray of red could be seen spewing from his neck. "Dismount!" Leif screamed. "We are under attack!"
Chapter 64.
War upon us. Everything around Kai moved at once. From his vantage point, he spotted countless blue Langr tunics scattering around him as a Drengr quickly grabbed the ropes that tied his hands and began dragging him to a secluded place, with a knife by his side. But just before moving Kai back into the concealed forest, another arrow whizzed past Kai's ear and shot through his captor's chest, and he quickly fell to the ground. Kai peered upward and began looking for Halfdan, who still lay in the wagon in the center of the clearing, attempting to crawl out as carefully as he could, with both his hands tied, while arrows continued flying with the screams of men around him. Suddenly, Kai noticed a Langr Drengr, who, with his back turned, began making his way toward Halfdan. Kai ran through the arrows, trying to catch the man wielding the blade before he reached his best friend. Just as the man raised his blade to strike Halfdan, Kai leaped onto the man's back, causing him to fall backward onto the moist dirt ground, on top of Kai. With as much force and exertion as he could muster, Kai pulled his tied hands back against the man's throat, as the Langr Drengr began gasping. After his face turned purple and his eyes bloodshot red, the man let out a final gasp before becoming still and silent. Kai shoved the limp body off of him and rolled onto his side, sucking in air as the sounds of battle continued pressing in from all directions. The sound of steel clashing with steel, of horses blaring in pain, of men shouting orders that dissolved into the panicked look of faces that hesitated obedience. "Halfdan!" Kai shouted, his voice tearing through the noise. Halfdan had managed to roll from the wagon, but a Langr spear had already found the dirt inches from his shoulder, pinning the fabric of his tunic to the ground. As he thrashed uselessly, his bound hands began clawing at the earth. Kai lurched again toward him before freezing entirely. From the corner of his eye, he spotted a shadow moving with an edge of purpose and not haste. Peering ahead, Kai saw, emerging from out of the smoke of a fire that had been started on the outskirts of the clearing, the man he harbored grave suspicions for days earlier, Bjorn. Remaining calm, Bjorn did not shout or charge blindly, but continued advancing like a man intent on completing what he started. One of the Langrs lunging in his direction never finished his lethal swing, as Bjorn caught it with his shield and swiftly brought his axe down into the man's neck, causing spurts of blood to splash onto the Traust berserker's beard, onto Bjorn himself, the same man whose face remained impassive throughout most of the battle. Then, with a sudden seriousness in his eyes, Bjorn's expression changed to one of rage as he moved toward Leif, who stood in the center of the opening with all his wounded and fallen Langr Drengrs lying either silent or moaning on the ground around him. "Cut them loose," Bjorn barked at Hakon as he began moving past Kai and Halfdan and toward the Langr prince. Leif's face remained soaked in blood as he stood over Sigurd, who had fallen by the prince's sword. After meeting Kai's eyes directly, Leif peered at him with a serious and calculated expression. Then, turning his attention to Bjorn, who continued advancing, the prince said aloud, "If you kill me, my father will burn your land to ashes." Bjorn said nothing and gave him no further chance to speak. Closing the distance in 3 strides, Leif raised his blade, but was too late. Bjorn's axe came firing down on his skull in one brutal motion. As the sound of battle died down and the endearing sounds of Mother Nature returned, that is, as those strange noises of peace and serenity that stand in such stark contrast to the conflict that broke out within its very arms, returned to the forefront. One word entered into Kai's mind. War. We are at war, Kai began thinking to himself. King Bard will return with a wrath and a vengeance of the likes the Trausts have never known. Then another thought cut across Kai's mind, something he remembered Leif say to a Drenga before the battle broke out. He is not ours to finish. If Leif had no right to finish him, then that right was sitting with someone else.
Chapter 65.
The point of no return. We don't have much time. They weren't meant to lose him today, Bjorn said aloud, with a sense of urgency Kai had never seen in him before. Before Kai could gather his thoughts, he found himself alongside Halfdan, following Bjorn, Håkon, and Halldor closely as they moved with speed from out of the clearing and back into the thickening forest. No words were spoken by Bjorn. Only his heavy breathing and vicious cutting through forest branches and bushes could be felt, with a sense of urgency that made the moments they were living in feel like they were veering on the precipice of death, where just one single poor decision could push them over the edge. Suddenly, from the distance, a horn blew, and as the unit moved briefly into a clearing that cut back into the forest, a massive cloud of smoke from miles away could be seen rising. Bjorn paused, looked over his shoulder, and then shook his head, continuing, as if he was evidently flustered by not only what lay behind him, but what lay in front of him. Borders won't matter by morning, he said with precision under his breath before pointing forward, urging the group to keep moving. He did not use words, but motions and signals with his hands to guide the 2 Traust berserkers and the 2 Langrs behind him. The route they were taking, while new to Kai, seemed obvious and predetermined in Bjorn's head. As they continued moving, a kind of rage began boiling inside Kai as he felt, again, the confusion of events transpiring without his consent, events he had no control over, but that directly affected not only him, but those in his closest circles. Events that happened around him, but that he could never deliberately mediate or set into motion. It was as if his presence altered outcomes, even when his will did not. He did not understand altogether how, or by whom, only that his life was no longer being hunted. It was being managed, almost moved from hand to hand without ever being set down. As the realization settled uneasily and he remained quiet, the trees began to thin as a familiar outline of the lean-to-shelter glade came into view, the one that he and King Bluetooth's men had camped in his first night leaving the Traust tribe. He was closer to his newfound home than he expected, and for reasons he could not yet name, that frightened him more than the smoke behind them.
Chapter 66.
Old Roads. Kai stood with Bjorn, Håkon, Halldor, and Halfdan, peering down from the top of the mountain they stood on, looking at the Traust tribe that sat just on the edge of the fjord below them, as distant lights from outside fire gatherings could be seen. Bjorn's edge and hypervigilance did not let up, as he quickly surveyed his surroundings. "Ingus," he said, with a sense of urgent frustration without looking at Kai, while Halfdan looked around to understand who he was addressing. "You and your Langr friend must not be seen, not by anyone, by order of King Bluetooth. The English raid has been cancelled. There is an abandoned alliance storehouse that the Trausts shared with the Langrs, a place used as a trade hall before the Great Schism. You two will remain in it until further notice." Kai did not argue, as the guilt for not having trusted Bjorn earlier began to take root in his heart. Quickly, Bjorn continued moving as they descended the mountain, moving through unpathed roads that had once been used 300 years ago by Langrs and Trausts, but that had since become choked and covered with wild terrain that ranged from weeds to trees and branches. There was, along the now unpaved, untamed and remote path, a kind of eerie and yet nostalgic ancestral feeling of a time where two tribes found great solace in both close fellowship coupled with prideful rivalry. A solace that was not bred from the desire to inflict barbaric bloodshed, but a solace to garner favor of the gods in a way that only slightly outdid the other for the sake of keeping their respective peoples on the path of progress. A solace that saw friendly competition with each other as the tool to bring about a positive-sum game. Under the dark spring sky that was on the precipice of turning into summer, Halfdan looked at the new landscapes beyond the Langr village outskirts, of land within Traust territory, with a sense of awe. He was, at that moment, undergoing a transformation of his own, as the beauty of his surroundings overrode the questions in his mind. For now, he was distracted with the discovery of a new world he had always known existed through stories, but had never, until now, seen with his own eyes. But then, the beauty of his surroundings dissolved with the questions that began springing up in his mind. These Trausts he was raised to hate had, in all likelihood, saved his life. It was this contradiction that caused him to, much like Kai had for so long, move back and forth between properly discerning the nature of reality. Standing in the unknown gave him the benefit of not risking the selection of insanity, that is, not risking letting his guard down where suspicions may be legitimate, but also not risking putting up walls where bridges had been built. The conflict of the thoughts imbibed in his young soul as a Langr about Trausts with his more recent experiences tugged him along a fine line, a line that made making a definitive choice too risky for fear of making the wrong one. Continuing to move throughout the shadows of the night, Kai spotted the faint outline of an old timber structure leaning against the slope of the fjord's outer ridge, with its roof sagging inward, as though the weight of years had pressed its spine into submission. Moss clung to its beams, while one wall bowed outward. What had once been a proud longhouse now stood like a forgotten relic that years of tribal separation had slowly begun to reclaim. Reaching the old wooden door entrance, barely hanging, Bjorn quickly raised his hand as everyone came to a halt. In the distance below them, the murmur of conversations around Traust fires could be heard. Slowly pushing the creaking door open, there lay inside the stale scent of old grain and damp wood, with broken crates scattered around the edges. In the center was a collapsed table, and above the table stood rusty and bare hooks that were once meant for traded goods. As the moonlight pushed its way through the cracks and crevices of the longhouse, the floor had the appearance of prison bars, as light stripes reflected off the dirt. Like I said, Inguz, you and Halfdan stay here. In the corner, there are haystacks. Jump inside of them and conceal yourself if you hear footsteps approaching on the outside. Keep out of the moonlight and conceal yourself for now in the dark corners. Make no noise and make no fire. Kai stood silent and nodded his head as Halfdan looked at Håkon and Halldor with grave suspicion. Then, upon nodding, Bjorn signaled for his berserker men to follow him as they slid out of the longhouse and into the night. For a minute, Kai and Halfdan said nothing as they both sat next to one another in the shadowed and dark corners of the shelter.
A thought crossed Kai's mind.
He had to tell Halfdan what he saw during his path and allow him to process as he saw fit. He was doubtful his best friend could bring himself to believe that the very thing he predicated such a large portion of his hope in was, in fact, a lie. Then, taking a deep breath, Kai whispered under his breath, "Halfdan, I talked to you earlier about how I am unsure that the path fairly makes some men Vikings, or that it fairly disqualifies others from becoming such." "Yeah?" Halfdan replied, keeping his voice low. "And? I told you, Kai, that the path was never meant to be understood. It was meant to be endured. And men who try to understand it, instead of surviving it, don't last long." "Yes, Halfdan, I hear you. But listen, don't you think that that is where the problem lies? Where it begins in the first place? That because someone on their path, unbeknownst to them what it entails, and then thrown into the rapid extremity of needing to survive once they are, before they can evaluate its very equity, that is how power begets power. Enlighten me, brother, what you think the path is. Now that it's evident, I will not be undergoing it, and unlikely you or I can ever return to our motherland." Kai paused. He loved Halfdan immensely, and understood that the shattering of his worldview would not come to him easily, as it did not come easy to himself. He remained silent, allowing a complete quiet to sit between them. Then he continued, "Halfdan, the path is a series of tests we must undergo when we reach the age of 16. Most people in our tribe draw this conclusion themselves, though what actually happens is never spoken of. Obviously, you know there are tests we must undergo, which is why some return and some don't." "Yes, Kai, I figured as much. And do you believe it is the gods who ultimately decide who returns and who doesn't?" "To some extent, Halfdan, it may be. But there are other structural powers at play that heavily influence this outcome that may not, in reality, have the gods' blessing. And this selection by the powers that be, by King Bard's inner circle, are not actions enacted as means of proving who is Viking, but a means of eliminating anyone deemed a threat to the throne. And so, the path is a manipulation of man that self-perpetuates itself due to the structures of deification and the structures of fear that accompany it, that whisper with a kind of quiet loudness in the ears of anyone who observes it, who learn it, and who question it. When the path became a deified rite of passage, a holy ordinance bearing real consequences for not only those who undertake it, but most especially for those who choose never to do so. The structural injustice is gifted with the foundation of both desirable incentive and undesirable deterrence. The desirable incentive is to connect with that which is divine. This is a condition of the human heart. This connection is only amplified when what is deemed divine is experienced within the context of tribe, of group, of collective certainty. It is also the condition of the human heart to avoid pain. There are different kinds of pain, but to turn your back on the path intentionally, much like Ebba did, is to with almost certainty undergo public shame and rejection. This is what keeps the path intact when it is passed down generationally. And it is not these religious or emotional structures alone that allow it to continue, nor is it preserved only by the evil men who birthed it, or those evil men who continue to enforce it. It continues because there are really people who enable it, people who stand by idly and never question it, or people who do question it but would rather not face the consequences and costs that come from exposing it. Halfdan remained quiet for a single minute before responding. "What did you see?" But before Kai could respond, voices from outside the longhouse could be heard as footsteps along the ground crunched against the rocky surface leading to the shelter the two Langrs concealed themselves in. "Shh!" Kai hissed under his breath as he and Halfdan quickly jumped in the haystack pressed against the wall in front of them. Three voices just outside continued to speak in tones that did not display friendly conversation, but almost angry and argumentative frustration. "We should end this tonight. Wherever he is, he must be handed over so we can be done with it," the first voice spat, young and impatient. "And start a war by our own hand?" a second voice replied sharply. "Think before you speak. War is already on our doorstep. Leif is dead," the first shot back. A third voice, older and steadier, cut in. "Killing him fixes nothing." The younger man scoffed and spat into the dirt. "Bluetooth's mercy killed Leif." Silence followed. Even the wind seemed to pause. "No," the older man said at last. "Impatience killed Leif. You don't stop a fire by throwing oil on it." "You call it mercy," the young one snapped. "I call it weakness. We've missed our raid because of this." Footsteps approached that were slower and more deliberate. A new voice entered that was lower, colder, and unmistakably pragmatic. "This isn't about mercy," he said. "It's about control. Keep him alive, and every faction pulls at him. Kill him, and we lose leverage." "Leverage for what?" the older man asked. A pause ensued. "For order," the voice replied. "Or for whatever comes after it." Then another voice joined that was almost quieter and reverent. "You're all pretending not to see it," he said. "The boy survives what others don't. The path. Ordeal. Leif's death." "Don't," someone muttered. "Signs don't disappear just because you ignore them," the voice pressed. "Enough," the older man snapped. "We are not deciding this here." A final voice cut through, sharp and final. Bluetooth said, "The boy lives." Bitter laughs followed, after which Kai heard those same footsteps that had approached the Langr-Traust trade house begin to make their way away from the place he and Halfdan lay still and silent.
Chapter 67.
True Believer. The quiet night after the sound of footsteps receded continued to press in on Kai and Halfdan with an unrelenting pressure on both their chests. As time passed and they lay quietly in the haystack, not saying a word, their eyes began to droop with heaviness after what felt like the winding down of a long journey. And yet there was within them the still unrelenting dread that their journey would mercilessly start all over again in the morning. Halfdan fell asleep first, his head resting on Kai's shoulder. "Caw!" A crow from the outside began making noise as it stood on the edge of the broken-in storehouse roof. As time continued, Kai found his eyes beginning to droop as he dazed in and out of sleep. Then, without any forewarning, the sound of footsteps could be heard walking outside, and not walking from afar, but walking closer and closer to the storehouse. Immediately, Kai's eyes bulged open as his body shook and awoke Halfdan next to him. As the door creaked open, Kai and Halfdan held their breath. Then a voice they recognized gave them instant waves of relief. "You guys can come out of the haystack now," Bjorn said aloud, with a tightened jaw that commanded respect. Immediately, the two young men arose, pushing the hay off of them, and looked at Bjorn with only slight suspicion. "You," Bjorn said, pointing at Halfdan and not looking at Kai, "come with me." Immediately, Halfdan glanced at Kai with a questioning look of confusion that flickered across his face. "Where?" he said with quiet urgency. "Another hiding place that can better conceal you. Now stop asking questions and move," he said, flustered that he was now being challenged after getting no sleep. Kai stepped forward. "He stays with me," he shot back at Bjorn, overwhelmed by how little control he still had and how little he wanted to give up that control now moving forward. Bjorn then turned his eyes on Kai and with a sharp and unyielding voice said with a sense of annoyance under his breath, "Haven't you already learned that you taking matters into your own hands at this point has proven unfruitful? No. You stay because you must not be seen. He goes because he already has been. This isn't a choice. If they follow you, they won't look for him. And if they look for him, they will find you." Kai thought about it for a second and realized that what Bjorn was saying made sense. Sensing this look in Kai's eyes, Bjorn continued, "There are Christians who have built something in a remote place, unknown to most." "A monastery?" Halfdan exclaimed, having only heard of them from English raids. "A hiding place," Bjorn replied. Still, Halfdan hesitated before Kai gave him the encouragement he needed. "Halfdan, I know this is all new terrain for you, and trust me, there is still far more I don't know too. We share that in common. But we can trust Bjorn. We have to. We have no other option. He rescued us, remember? We owe it to him." Halfdan looked at Kai, smiling. "I am not afraid, brother. I was just testing your resolve. Try and keep up with me," he smirked before turning to Bjorn. Bjorn nodded as Halfdan walked with him to the entrance, creaked the door open to peer outside, and then left Kai alone. Kai sat down in the dark corner that he and Halfdan sat in before jumping in the haystack. Kai's world narrowed in as the weight of his responsibility and what he could perhaps be responsible for began to settle in his mind and heart. Pushing off the question of how much control he did have, Kai considered those factors, those principalities and powers in life that blind a man from seeing forward, or that chain him from walking ahead. He thought about what he had told Halfdan, about how the path self-perpetuates, how like a parasite latching onto a host, it continues extracting blood from generation to generation. What could this cause be? The desire for belonging, the fear of rejection, the establishment and enforcement through power, and even the complicity of choosing to do nothing by swathes of enablers. So far, he had touched on everything as it related to choice, to free will. But what were people really doing who deified the path? Were they really complicit enablers who chose to do nothing? Were they really pragmatic loyalists who followed power where power could be enforced? Did they really fear rejection, or was it their desire for belonging that caused them to trust so heavily in his tribe's sacred path? Or were they simply true believers? Could they be true believers, devoid of free will by powers clearly present, yet altogether unseen? Until now, he had framed everything in terms of choice, of free will. But the longer he sat with it, the more this kind of framing did not suffice. What if belief itself could hollow choice out from the inside? What if conviction, once fully surrendered to, did not guide the will at all, but wholly replaced it? A quieter certainty began to settle over his mind and heart, with a kind of warm radiance. "We become what we surrender to," he thought aloud. "This means all are without excuse. Passivity is condemned as much as cruelty. If men surrender themselves to fear or desire, they are not ceasing to act. They only act on behalf of something else, perhaps even someone else." It dawned on Kai that surrender and conquest were not opposites that clashed, but movements that followed one another in order. Everyone surrenders to something, and by that surrender they fight, whether they choose to name it or not, for one side or the other, he said to himself, before suddenly hearing another noise of soft footsteps approaching the longhouse. Quickly, he jumped back into the haystack as his heart pounded in his chest. The longhouse creaked open as the persons standing in front of it quickly concealed themselves inside, closing the old wooden doors behind them. "Kai?" a voice called out. Immediately, a sense of overwhelming joy and excitement took possession of Kai. It was Astrid. "Astrid?" Kai asked, pushing the hay again off of him as he stood up and slowly walked to the center, where the rusted hooks towered above them in the old trade structure. Kai looked at her with a sense of calm confidence that eased her worried eyes. "There is something you need to understand," she said quietly, her voice steady but determined to remain deliberate. "And once you do, you have to promise me you'll still trust me." Kai nodded once, waiting on the edge for answers he was ready to embrace with intentional surrender. Ragnarbjörg, from your first encounter with him on your path, was no coincidence. "What do you mean?" "I mean that Ragnarbjörg was sent to retrieve you for a very specific purpose," she replied, her voice trembling beneath the weight of chaos that surrounded them, that felt like it was closing in on them. "What purpose?" Kai replied, now fully suspicious. "For sacrifice," she said, without hesitation, "as the one mighty and strong." A pause ensued as Kai continued to look at her while retaining his composure. "My mother believed the prophecy required blood," Astrid continued, "and not just any blood, but one worthy of sacrifice. A Langr who survived what should have killed him." Kai's mind began to pull images of all the tribulations he had endured up to that point, his path, his ordeal, and his battle with the Langrs. "He was supposed to deliver you," Astrid said, "but he didn't." Kai's jaw tightened as his subconscious suspicions surfaced to the forefront of his mind. "Because of his family," he said slowly. She nodded. "You saved them, and that fractured the order. Ragnarbjörg chose you over the task he was called to complete. He delayed Varg and Frigg, he misdirected them, and lied. And that, I suppose, is why Varg called out his family?" Astrid said nothing, but did not contradict him. "Then why did King Bluetooth order the killing?" "Because he knew that Ragnarbjörg had joined a faction of pagan Trausts that sought to usurp his throne," she replied assertively before continuing. "You need to know something. When you arrived among the Trausts, the ground was already unstable. My mother's zealous pagan circles clashed with the king's quiet policies. He has also been suspected himself of being a Christian, and this has not been taken lightly by a large portion of the tribe. So Christianity has caused the cracks and fracturing of your people?" he asked her seriously. "No, power did that," Astrid replied. "Faith only revealed where it was already cracking." Then Astrid folded her arms slowly, as if she was bracing against the weight of what she was about to say. "There is a pagan faction that believes King Bluetooth's restraint has endangered the tribe," she said. "They believe his mercy, towards you especially, invited disorder and chaos. They also suspect he let you leave, and in so doing, sparked further Langr conflict. This includes my mother, Varg, and many others who still speak carefully, but are beginning to think ruthlessly." Kai felt the shape of an untamed and hidden beast surface its way before his new home, as King Bluetooth presently faced opposition without banners and a kind of rebellion that had not yet been openly declared. "Many want him removed," Astrid said, "and they need proof that his rule is unstable." She met Kai's eyes. You are proof. Silence that felt deliberate then followed. I have been listening, Astrid continued, for my grandfather, for my mother, for the king. I hear what is said when people think they are alone. Kai nodded slowly. Bror too. Yes, she said. Bror and I have both served as the king's eyes and ears. The words in this dark moment of realization rang true and gave Kai a semblance of comfort and hope. Then Astrid hesitated just enough for Kai to notice. There is something about the known unknown that does not align, she said. About the man Bror sent. Kai frowned. Tora told them about the meeting. Yes, Astrid replied, but that is not what doomed him. Stepping closer, she lowered her voice. The man in black was killed the moment he reached for something, she said. Not after he spoke, not after he named you. The arrow struck before his mouth opened. Kai's chest began to weigh heavy. He pulled out the coin, he said slowly. Astrid nodded. And that is the problem. I never told Tora the man would have one. I only told her to show hers. The words hung with an even greater heaviness between them. It was as if they were waiting for her and Halfdan in the known unknown, before Tora ever told them anything. They were already positioned, he said. Yes, Astrid replied, before she ever spoke. Drawing back slightly, Astrid continued, I do not yet know who fed them their certainty, she said. Only that someone did. Someone who knew the value of delay. Someone who understood that keeping you alive would fracture loyalty more effectively than killing you. Kai looked away before returning her gaze. My grandfather speaks to everyone, Astrid said after a moment. He counsels the king. He interprets signs for the pagans. He knows when restraint is advised and when silence is useful. Kai remained quiet. He has confessed his faith to me, Astrid went on, but his access troubles me. His timing seems too coincidental, and he is rarely surprised. Exhaling slowly, she continued. I cannot see how your absence benefits him personally, she admitted, but I can see how much he knows, and how early. Kai closed his eyes as he did his best to surrender to the labor of gathering his thoughts when it mattered most, which he knew was in these moments. So someone has been feeding both sides, he said. Yes, Astrid replied, through counsel, through roots, and through delay. Then she met his gaze again. I don't know who built the design of all this, she said, only that it requires you alive long enough to continue dividing our tribe, and absent long enough to weaken the king, as many more are expressing frustration and even rage that King Bluetooth allowed you to leave. Kai finally breathed out in a manner that did not express fear, but recognition. For the first time, he understood that the danger had never been the sword raised in hatred, but the hand that knew precisely when not to let it fall. He looked past Astrid and towards the closed door, then back at her. So when Leif said I was not his to finish, Kai said quietly, he wasn't refusing. Astrid's voice was barely more than breath. No. He was waiting. The words settled between them like ash. Kai nodded once. Then I was never spared, he said, and I was never lost. He met her eyes, steady now. I was kept.
Chapter 68.
The Gilded Cage. Yes, you were kept alive because killing you too quickly would have caused disarray in the Langr tribe, for many would suspect you as a potential martyr and internalize your claims that the path was fixed. There were too many witnesses surrounding Tora, and many of these witnesses had to be reassured by their own eyes that you were placed back on your path alongside Halfdan, so that your future disappearance would not be suspect. But I'm confident, Kai, that Leif intended to hand you over to someone here. Someone in the Traust tribe working with the zealous pagan faction that my mother Frigg is a part of, intent on usurping the throne and sacrificing you as the one mighty and strong. Only they needed to keep you in limbo, to keep you away from our tribe long enough to further fracture our people and turn the Trausts against King Bluetooth for letting you go. That is why the Langrs kept you as long as they did. Astrid looked at Kai, who then looked back at her, while a sudden realization emerged to the forefront of his mind. There was a man who redirected the caravan, Kai said, that my best friend and I were being transported in. Only I did not recognize the person who delivered the rerouting message to Prince Leif. He didn't look like any Langr I've seen before. Astrid paused and thought for a few seconds before replying. That messenger was probably working for someone in our tribe who crossed Leif after having already planned your demise. Yes, someone on the inside had knowledge they should not have had, knowledge that moved men before orders were given. In so doing, they fanned the flames of total war with the Langrs, something that has caught ear here already and has put immense pressure on King Bluetooth. There was a silence that took hold. Suddenly, a thought emerged in Kai's mind. "Astrid, why did you keep this from me for so long?" he asked, trying to understand, yet feeling a sense of betrayal he could not shake. Astrid's eyes beamed with a sense of serious enthusiasm before she responded. "Because I didn't want you to do something rash, something irrational. Kai, I've done everything I can to protect you. I've been working alongside King Bluetooth without even my own mother knowing, relaying what I hear to those the king trusts. But you have to trust me when I say I only acted in your interest this whole time. Since I saw you the first night, our eyes met by the fire under Ragnbjörg's hut." Still Kai said nothing. He stared at her and realized there was something different about this young woman, something he had never in his life experienced. She was fragile, soft, and delicate. And yet, there was a kind of bravery in her, and a loyalty to the throne that by all measures felt different than Tora's loyalty to the Langrs. It felt closer to righteous rebellion than anything he had experienced, like a softness without weakness. And yet, he still sensed that this part of her was not something she alone possessed, that it was not a boldness or a power that belonged only to her. Her way of being was a kind of spirit her soul possessed that could only be gifted to her by the god she worshipped. Looking at the door again, and then looking into her eyes, Kai smiled. He then stepped forward, and grabbing both of her hands, kissed her gently on the lips, shamelessly, before pulling his head back and peering down at her. Their eyes met again. "I believe you," Kai replied. "Now what are we going to do?" he asked, smiling with the confidence she needed to move forward. Astrid flushed before smiling back. While the atmosphere felt tense and gravity heavy, the touch of his lips and the look in his eyes began making her feel weightless and light. She felt protected as she stepped fully into her feminine. "There will be a thing tonight," she began smiling before the tense atmosphere returned. "Many Christian thralls have abandoned their masters and disappeared to the hiding place that Bjorn took your friend Halfdan to. Many of King Bluetooth's loyal pagans are also there with their families, preparing for a potential rebellion. They are all now deep in the woods. These are dangerous times, Kai. We are at total war with the Langrs on the outside, while being at total war within our own ranks. King Bluetooth still has men loyal to him that now surround him in the village, but those numbers are dwindling by the day, while the factions involving loyal pagan Trausts and Christians continue to widen with the ambitious and zealous pagan rebels. It dawned on Kai that he might help resolve this contention by coming forward, and his responsibility for doing so began to press on him more. "I must turn myself in," Kai told her, in a way that wasn't asking so much as it was deciding. Astrid frowned. "Kai, you cannot do that. They will kill you," she responded without hesitation.
But is staying here all you would have me do, Astrid?
"Should I really be hiding as our worlds burn down around us? I cannot stand by idly and watch your tribe fall apart, while my tribe amasses an army on your borders." "No," Astrid replied, "you must remain in hiding. If you give yourself up, you are walking into a trap. If I turn myself in, then this division and these fractures subside. If you turn yourself in, the pagan rebels will transmit all the tribe's frustrations onto you, and you'll put King Bluetooth in an even tougher spot. You will be ripened for destruction, and the rebels that desire to sacrifice you will only solidify their relationship with those who seek to usurp the king." Kai exhaled slowly. "Then I won't give them a body right away," he said. "I'll give them silence." Astrid searched his face. "That may be worse." "It may," Kai replied, "but it's best to let them speak first." After a moment, she nodded. "Then you will go unseen?" she asked, as her voice trembled, while she tried everything in her power to conceal her concern with a confidence Kai could take with him. "Yes," Kai said, turning his attention to the door before returning it back to Astrid. "I will leave at dusk. You must go now, Astrid. Be safe returning." Astrid paused and looked at Kai. Then, nodding, she squeezed his hand and made her way back to the door before slowly creaking it open to scan the outside. After the scene looked clear, she looked back at Kai with a pressing look and walked outside, closing the door behind her, leaving Kai to himself in that old Langr-Traust longhouse, the same one his ancestors travelled to in better times. Times of trust that were now, at least for Kai's generation, long behind them.
Chapter 69.
The Thing. 5. Kai left the longhouse before dusk as the light was thinning, while he slipped through the trees. He kept low and moved with practiced caution, focusing on both speed and timing. The air smelled of damp earth, and smoke could be seen moving from the village below as voices gathered and multiplied ahead. The Thing was already drawing people in. Kai kept to the higher ground, moving along the ridge where roots broke the soil and moss swallowed any still, unmoving thing it could cover. Twice he froze as Traust Drenga patrols with spears passed beneath him. They did not think to look up, and by the time he reached the outskirts of the glade clearing, the fires had already been lit. The atmosphere was dark and moist, as the Thing sat in the same sacred grove they had their blot ceremony in just a couple of weeks prior. As the crowd pressed inward, flames continued to waver in the night wind, while bodies pressed shoulder to shoulder. Kai crouched behind a fallen pine at the edge of a slope, where the ground dipped just enough to hide him from the firelight in the glade. From there, he could see the circle, the throne, and the men who sat nearest to it. King Bluetooth had already taken his seat, and even from a distance, Kai could see how the years had settled into his posture, a posture that was breaking not from weakness, but from the weight that came with ruling not just a people, but a people at war, internally and abroad. Around him stood fewer hearsers than were expected, as their absence could be heard speaking louder than any shouts that could soon take place. He scanned the crowd slowly and carefully as he saw faces hardened by anger and others more alert with anticipation. The Christian thralls present stood slightly apart, as their eyes searched potential exit routes, while the pagans were clustered more tightly and closer to the fire in the center. Kai shifted his weight, careful not to dislodge any stones or branches. From here, he could hear only fragments of conversation, as he realized that, while his presence could ignite a fire, his absence had already done so. He pulled his cloak tighter around himself and stayed where he was, as he stood unseen, watching and listening. Finally, the Hersir stepped forward and raised his voice for silence as the thing began. "Silence!" one of King Bluetooth's Hersirs screamed aloud. "We will now begin the thing, called to action by King Bluetooth himself." Everyone's eyes stared directly at the man sitting on the throne before them as the fire reflected off their faces with the sound of crackling alongside the echoes of the forest noises. "Thank you. Greetings, fellow Trousts," King Bluetooth began, with the most serious look Kai had ever seen on his face. "It has come to my attention that many of your Christian thralls have disappeared, alongside many of our own Berserker and Drenga warriors, and this has occurred for strange reasons, for reasons purely speculative in nature." "But are they really all that speculative, Father?" Bror interjected with a soft tone after having walked through the gathered people to the front, standing between his father and the crowd. King Bluetooth turned his attention to his son. "Excuse me?" the king replied. "I asked, Father, whether the reasons for Christians having abandoned their duties and many of our warriors having left their posts is really coming from thoughts or conspiracies that are purely speculative. Or could it be something more concrete, perhaps? Perhaps something that is something that has worried our people for some time now, for a longer time than was ever necessary. All right?" A thickened pause ensued in the crowd as King Bluetooth stared at his son in dismay and confusion. "Maybe you would like to elaborate, son, on what you mean." "Maybe I would like to elaborate?" "No, Father. This departure of our people is not mine to discuss any further, but it is you who must do so. You allowed Ingus to remain in these lands, did you not? To remain long enough to drive an even larger wedge between us and our Langr enemies, no? Then, after not only risking war with them by withholding him, you then allowed him to depart again. Is that correct? You allowed him to return to his own lands with enough information on our whereabouts, our people, our weaponry, and the inside workings of our tribe. Information that could damn us all, as the enemy now amasses an army on our border after we have slayed their king's son." Bror paused and looked at his father with a look of deep inquiry, and then continued to speak. "And was it not you who ordered the killing of Leif, King Bard's son?" his son asked calmly, peering into the king's eyes with a look of dead, cold, and unflinching seriousness. King Bluetooth looked around him and realized that many in the gathered crowd were now looking at him with hatred, while others looked away in pitiful fear for the intense pressure that was being placed on him by not only his son, but the secret whisperings and rumors of the entire tribe, since Kai was discovered missing. Slowly, the king straightened his back as Queen Bolette and Princess Era looked at Bror with confusion. There was, however, a slight smile that spread across Princess Embla's face. Then, in regaining his composure, the king, with a serious and calm look on his face, replied to Bror. "Do please enlighten me, my dear boy, as to why it was you who made Ingus's life sound like it was in imminent danger and requested that Bjorn take swift action. What exactly was it that you meant by swift action? Was his endangered life not a report you said you obtained from those within our own ranks who have been plotting to overthrow my throne before Ingus even showed up? who sought to communicate with the enemy and have Ingus delivered back into their own hands. As the king said this, he looked around the crowd with an equal look of hatred and distaste, as eyes began burning back at him with a sickened pleasure. The pleasure of him realizing that even those he least suspected, those in his most trusted circles, could not be trusted. "No, father, I do not know what you accuse me of when you say I have been speaking to insiders desirous of usurping your throne. This is absurd hearsay. Only I did sense Bjorn's tracking of Ingus urgent, given how much Ingus may have shared or could have continued sharing without our intervention. But it was your orders that Bjorn kill the Langr king's son, was it not? How brash, how fatal! You have brought full-scale war to our borders with this erratic order. I requested Bjorn track Ingus down, not kill the king's son. And now, where is your faithful servant Bjorn, who has yet to be seen in the public eye since the assassination? Where are the men that were with him? Do they now harbor Ingus? Why do you keep their whereabouts from your people, from your own family even? How much longer will you suffer our people to face imminent destruction by your indecisiveness over one Langr?" Bror paused as King Bluetooth looked at his son with displeasure and disgust before responding. "Like I told you before, Bror, Ingus is not to be found." Bror shot back in a steady and measured manner. "This could have all been prevented had you not been so merciful and lenient before becoming utterly brash. Your rulership has proven fatal for our people and their future. And you know this, do you not? We have angered the gods by giving them no sacrifice. And has this also not been the work of your hands, seeing to it that you have become a Christian in private, protecting Ingus from the prophecy?" Immediately the crowd began whispering amongst themselves as everyone's angered attention seethed on the face of King Bluetooth. "Have you relieved the thralls of their lifelong duty, father? Is their disappearance your doing? How long?" But before Bror could finish his sentence, two berserkers standing behind King Bluetooth grabbed the king from behind and pushed him to the ground as he lay sprawled out in front of the people. Chaos in the crowd ensued as King Bluetooth's loyal men in the back of the gathering attempted to push their way through the crowd. But they were stopped by the vicious mob. Fighting quickly arose. As screaming continued breaking out and blood began splattering with the internal fracture of a now brewing Traust civil war, Kai could barely make out an axe being lifted above King Bluetooth's head, after which screams from the women of the royal family were heard blaring. Kai shot into action, making the attempt to step forward. But before he could get anywhere near the gathering, a sharp and blunt pounding landed on the back of his head as his vision blackened and he fell unconscious.
Chapter 70.
Restoration. Kai awoke, surrounded by people he recognized. "Welcome," a recognizable voice said, as his squinting, blurry eyes began to make out the environment surrounding him. Lying flat on his back, Kai looked up and saw a group of faces peering down at him with curiosity and concern. "Where am I?" Kai moaned under his breath, his head aching. "You are at Restoration, the place of refuge from war and the place of preparation for it," the same voice that welcomed him replied. Kai noticed it was Bjorn who was speaking, while Halldor, Hakon, Anselm, and Halfdan stood over him. "Where is King Bluetooth?" Kai exclaimed, trying to get up. Keep still," Bjorn responded, hovering his hand just above Kai's chest to beckon him back down onto the dirt ground he was on. "King Bluetooth is dead, Ingus. I remember seeing an axe raised and Bror speaking out. 'Bror, he's the traitor!' Kai yelled aloud as his memory of the thing came back to him. "Yes, Inguz, he is," Bjorn responded calmly. "After Bror told us he received information from the rebel Traust faction that you were being transported by Leaf and were going to be killed immediately, King Bluetooth grew suspicious of his son. He ordered me to conceal you from even Bror once we retrieved you and took you into hiding. He had this sanctuary built for many of the Christian thralls and pagan loyalists he could trust." Kai looked around and saw he was in the middle of the forest, where small huts had been erected, tucked into the place where the slope of a mountain began. He looked at Bjorn and could tell something was still off from the look on his face, and so gave him an expression that said, without speaking a single word, "What else?" Bjorn quickly picked up on the expression and continued, "Yes, Inguz, it gets worse. I understand that you and Astrid have developed feelings for each other. You must remain calm when I tell you." "Tell me what? Where is she?" Kai shot back, his adrenaline pumping. "She is with Bror." "With Bror? Why?" Bjorn let out a breath, then continued. "After King Bluetooth was executed and his remaining trusted, loyal men fled here, Bror assumed the throne. Well, Inguz, he asked for Astrid's hand in marriage, with the blessing of Frigg and Toke." "What?" Kai yelled as the shock reverberated through his body. "How do you know this?" "We have an insider, Inguz. Someone devout to the Christ God who is trusted deeply amongst the rebel Trousts, feeding us inside information. He still lives in the village." "Who?" "Sage Ulf." Kai paused and thought for a moment, remembering Astrid's suspicions of Sage Ulf as his mind raced, remaining unsure whether Astrid's grandfather could be trusted, even after finding out that it was Bror who had incited war at home and abroad by orchestrating his capture, his extended absence, and eventually Leif's death. "You must understand, Inguz," Bjorn continued, "that she wants nothing to do with him. But Bror has threatened her grandfather's life if she refuses." Kai sat up, paused, and then blew up. "I am going to kill that bastard traitor!" he screamed, searching around for his sword. Without stopping him, Bjorn moved out of Kai's way as the enraged young Langr stood up and began pacing for his weapon. "I have your weapons. They are in my hut," Bjorn calmly said, with a half-smile on his face. "I left them in there after I hit you on the back of the head before you made a complete ass out of yourself." Kai paused and recalled the last moment he remembered of his attempt to step into the thing and stop the chaos. "Why didn't you let me reveal myself?" Kai shot at Bjorn, infuriated. "And give you up for sacrifice? Inguz, even I, a pagan, believe in the prophecy of the one mighty and strong. But I believe it must come from a willing participant, not imposed on someone in a manner that is at odds with their free will. Willing self-sacrifice is the only sacrifice pleasing to our father Odin, not murder." Kai continued pacing as Anselm stepped in. "There is a man who has done exactly that, Bjorn." Bjorn paused before giving Anselm a cheeky look. "Ah, now there you go again, Anselm, levying the one mighty and strong as the Christ God that you worship. Well, it's going to take you a lot more proselytizing and persuasion to get me to adopt that mythic narrative." "You don't think that God speaks to different people throughout different times and in different ways, through myth?" Anselm asked ambitiously. "Yes, indeed. God expressed and expresses himself indirectly through the minds of the poets. But make no mistake, it is in Christianity that the poet who invented was God himself, and the images he used were real men and actual history." Bjorn paused before Anselm continued. "The difference, dear Bjorn, is that while gods like Odin and Balder died, where nobody knows truly where or when, It is this God-man, Christ, who entered into history as a real historical person, crucified under Pontius Pilate. "Okay, Anselm, you have my attention," Bjorn laughed aloud. "What then is it, aside from the fact that your Christ God is found in the annals of history under real emperors and rulers, that makes your religion's narrative all that compelling or different? Myths bear universal truths, real or imagined, but any man can mix historical events with mythological tales." A great point, and an even better question, dear Bjorn. You are right in saying that most popular myths bear universal truths, which is perhaps why they become popularized to begin with. And it is not so much that the events of myth are experienced intellectually. You, as well as I, know we experience them emotionally and imaginatively. We know myths as tales that probably never occurred in real life, but that nonetheless still speak to something true, to our very direct and concrete experiences. Listen, in the events recounting the life of our God, the connecting power of myth goes beyond a kind of abstracted or intangible way of relating to concrete events we ourselves experience. No, our true myth is much more than this. We do not simply have a story that allows us to encounter universal truth with concrete images and events, but we have the incarnation of truth. The highest truth for us is personal. It is a person who becomes flesh and dwells among us. And so, Christ doesn't merely teach us truth as an abstraction, but is himself the way, the truth, and the life. You have yet to tell me how Christ being hung on a tree is any different than my father Odin doing the same, Bjorn shot back. Both suffer, both die, and both promise renewal. So why is one still truth and the other myth? It is in the incarnation, dear Bjorn, that we begin to heal. It is in the incarnation where the foretaste of redemption, transformation, and glorification in this fallen world has been witnessed and experienced. The transcendent reality that has always been hinted at in myth will be present in the new creation. We get, in the accounts of the life and ministry of our Lord, not merely a preview of the glory God has for those who are faithful to him, but the very answer to the meaning of our inhabited world. While it is true that our accounts of the Incarnation are similar to the stories of gods who have been said to die throughout mythology, stories where restoration of life and redemption of land is brought into fruition by a god's death, those gods are found inside nature. Christ stands over nature. Odin sacrifices himself within the world to seize power, knowledge, and advantage. He dies so that he may return stronger. But our Christ has, from since the beginning, had this power, knowledge, and advantage. So in some sense, he did not seize it, but he emptied himself of it. It is not that our Lord climbed upward through death, he descended into it. It is not that our Lord bargained with fate, but submitted to it freely, and in so doing, he broke it. All gods submit to fate, Bjorn replied under his breath. Yes, but our God creates it, Anselm replied slowly, letting the thoughts sink in before continuing. Dear Bjorn, myths tell us what always happens. The dying God, the returning God, the endless wheel of loss and renewal. This is nature speaking in stories that are beautiful and true, yet nonetheless trapped in repetition. And your God-man's narrative? Bjorn retorted. Our God's narrative is not the wheel, it's the axle breaking. In myth, the God dies every year, yet in Christ, God dies once. In myth, the story repeats because the world never truly changes. In Christ, the story ends because it is the world that changes. Odin belongs to the elements, to the forest and the seasons, to ontological realities and universal principles that precede the god himself. Christ sets these realities and principles into motion. One is poetry about the world. The other is the author stepping onto the page. Bjorn became quiet and could not contain in his eyes the piqued interest Anselm had instilled in him. Anselm waited before continuing. So while Odin sacrifices to preserve the order of nature, he said softly, it is Christ who sacrifices to end its tyranny. The wind moved through the trees as the smoke stirred from the low fires that were burning in the small settlement. Bjorn noticed Kai had finally come to a halt. Kai's expression had changed from rage to something colder and more deliberate. He doesn't want me dead, Kai said quietly. Bjorn turned toward him. What? Bror, Kai continued, lifting his eyes. If he wanted me dead, I would already be a corpse hanging from a post. He wants something else. Anselm studied him closely.
He wants legitimacy,
Kai said. He wants the prophecy without the stain of murder. He wants me to resist so he can call my death justice. Bjorn's facial expression changed to concern. Inguz. So I won't give him that, Kai said, cutting him off. He turned fully now, meeting Bjorn's eyes. I will challenge him. The word hung heavy between them. Challenge him? Yes, Kai said firmly, to a holmgang.
Chapter 71.
Holmgang. As Kai stepped into the circle where the thing had gathered around the fire, the same sacred grove that the Blót had been in, that same ground where King Bluetooth left to meet his maker, the young Langr looked up to the heavens and said with meekness, Forgive me, Father, for what I am about to do. He said this not as a man who derives satisfaction in the self-glory that comes from the savage spectacle of holmgang, but as a man who understood that some actions are necessary evils that must be taken for the greater good. And even though necessary, they remained evil. They were, in their totality, sinful sanctions from God. I hope you're ready, Bror told Kai, raising his sword and shield as a smirk crossed his face. Kai said nothing. Slowly, he too raised his sword and shield before stepping further into the largely formed circle where the Traust rebels and loyalists had gathered. Epilogue. 20 years later. Astrid, love, what have the thralls made us tonight? Kai asked his wife, sitting on the throne in the main hall. Your favorite, mead in a scouse bowl, love, his wife replied. Danheim, you must slow down. Your father will leave with you only as soon as Fóðrbróðir Hálfdan arrives with Princess Eira. But I want to go now, the young boy exclaimed impatiently. Didn't you say that Far caught his first elk when he was 14? With Fóðrbróðir Hálfdan? Honey, is that true? Astrid asked the king, smiling. You could say that, but I wasn't half the hunter then until I met you. You have been by far my most difficult hunt to date, Kai replied, smirking. And I hope you know hunting me never ends, the queen replied, squeezing his hand and placing something in it as she sat next to him on her throne. What's this? The king asked, his eyes widening as he looked down. Look and see, she replied, with a soft gentleness. Kai peered down at his hand and saw that Astrid had given him a crucifix necklace. He looked up at her slowly as their eyes met. I want you to take this with you, my king. Take it as a reminder that, as Christ suffered, he did not suffer alone, and so you too be with our son as he suffers. Take it as a reminder that whether you come home with an elk or not, it is this process you're taking our son through, the process of suffering on behalf of someone who has himself suffered for you, that will give your suffering and hunt meaning. Love, do you think I am too old to keep up with the livestock our Drengras bring home? Kai smiled, trying to get under her skin. Yes, I do, she replied, as they both began laughing. Don't forget your blue sack of bread, Danheim, Kai told his sons sternly. Where we go hunting, you'll need to keep your strength. Without your sustenance, you may become delirious. I entrust my provision to God, his son replied. Good, but can God entrust you with the provision he provides you, Danheim? Will you take it when it is offered? Of course, but I will not take it from any man, Far. And if he uses a man to bring you his provision, what then? Kai retorted, his smile widening. Well, then I'll have to accept the help. Only I must know it is truly from God, and not because I am pitied, the boy replied, before pausing to think. As his thoughts drifted, he enthusiastically looked up at the king and asked, Far, how will I know if provision is from God or from man? You won't, the king replied. As you age, you'll come to recognize that understanding this is less and less relevant. In fact, there may even come a time in your life where you discerning God's will is altogether meaningless. The more important thing to recognize, my son, is what kind of man you are becoming. A becoming that happens through the choices you yourself make. And if those choices revolve around loving your neighbor as you know God has loved you, well then you should be very confident that you are carrying out his will. What if my neighbor deceives me? The young Langr-Traust boy asked. You must give him time, my son. There was a man I knew named Ragnbjörg, whose deceit served a greater purpose, not only because it was for God's greater plan, but because through it he found his way to redemption, the king replied, looking at Danheim with a more serious expression now. And through his deceit, my son, God found a way of redeeming me too. The end. This has been The Path. Written by Kyla Walker.
Narrated
By Kyla Walker.
Copyright
Kyla Walker.